Right, guys, how's it going? I am attorney Michael Ehline. I am an attorney licensed in California and Texas, but I'm also a legal historian. And if I was going to characterize myself as anything, I would say I'm a libertarian. I believe in natural law, which is what Thomas Jefferson and our founding fathers, most of them believed in. And so today, because I haven't had a chance to go live, hey, Age Go, and because Christmas is coming up, I wanted to just cover a couple of things. I'm getting a lot of people posting on my chats who call themselves libertarians, but they really support Marxist ideology. And so the first thing I wanted to talk about is tariffs and the income tax, because the for-profit news, bankster-run news, is really going hard against tariffs, right? But so for the first, 100 or so years of our country, we had no income tax. And we had a more equal system because our country is based on individual rights, not based on class warfare. That's Marxism. Class warfare is Marxism. So you guys, class warfare is what they teach in the public schools. It's what they teach in the colleges. 80 to 90% of the educators are far, far radicalized, as far as I'm concerned, communist Marxist. And so the first thing I want to do before we start my marathon, by the way, today's going to be a little bit different. What we're going to do today is I'm going to do some patriotic videos like Team MPE, Team Michael Paul Ehline. Right, I'm a vegetarian, but I only eat meat, right? Exactly, Age Go. So today what we're going to do is we're going to do a patriotic marathon of pro-American anti-historical revisionism. Historical revisionism is what you're going to get in the government-run administrative industrial complex. You're not going to get the truth about American history. For example, public schools don't even teach that the reason why we started a revolution is because the King of England tried to seize our powder houses, which is where we had powder houses where we stored gunpowder so we could fight off any enemies, foreign or domestic. And the gunpowder was kept separate so it could stay dry in these brick houses called powder houses and far enough away from structures to where if it exploded, people wouldn't get killed. And so the first act of the king to try to stop us from revolting was to seize our ability to defend ourselves against the redcoats. And that's what happens with every government that wants to seize control of the people and their freedoms, is to disarm them. And they'll use the for-profit media like they're doing now to try and disarm us. Some crazy person with a gun will shoot someone, and the knee-jerk response will be to disarm people like you and I who want to defend our country. And the other way they do it is through class warfare. And so class warfare and the income tax itself, the federal income tax, is a Marxist philosophy. The income tax and class warfare is the system created or designed to a large degree by Karl Marx, so it would separate the people. Oh, that rich fat cat, they need to be taxed more. So let's get into what the income tax really is as opposed to what you've been taught to think it is in school. And then we'll get into my patriotic marathon, starting with Smedley Butler. And again, today you're going to just see a typical day at my law office. I'll try to go as long as I can with these videos, but this is going to be a typical day where I'm just working all day. I'll put myself on mute so I can call clients and work, and occasionally I'll cut in. But this is what I normally do. I listen to patriotic YouTube videos in the background, and I just work and do stuff, and then I'll try to do a live at the end of the day. But because I've been so busy and so buried, I haven't been able to do that. So instead, what I decided I'm going to do is, hey, let's just take my audience through a typical day of what I do. I just, so you can understand where I get my information from and a little bit of an understanding about what Team MPE is all about. So basically, the theory of surplus value is Marxism, and it's derived from the works of Karl Marx. And Karl Marx, although he was Jewish, he hated the Jews. And he even wrote a book called The Jewish Question. And he called them the bourgeois because they were really good at business. And he called them, the proletariat were, I guess, the workers. The bourgeois were the capital owners. And he argued that the value generated by labor is more than what the worker received in wages, and with surplus being appropriated by capitalists. So he didn't believe in the concept of a contract where you and I shake hands and I say, okay, I'll pay you $10 to wash my windows, right? And that way I can, if I have a hotel and you wash my windows, I'm renting my rooms for $40 a night. Well, under Marxism, well, that's an evil bourgeois because I should be getting a percentage of whatever they rent the hotel room for. And that's typical of what you'll hear on a woke college campus. It's the same kind of philosophy. Now, the role of the state in Marxist theory is they believe that the state serves the interests of the ruling class, but with income tax, which is what Obama was really big on, that they can somehow equalize you by redistributing the wealth. In other words, give someone an unearned wage increase. They didn't earn it. They just get it by the mere fact of existing without having any value on it, right? No intrinsic value, just make people equal. The government's going to do that for you. And so the income tax is the mechanism through which the state can redistribute or reinforce class structures. And the idea behind Marxism is it can't really work unless you have a bourgeois, because you have to have an enemy, and it's called critical theory. Well, it was learned later on that critical theory wasn't working in America. And so these academics got together and they came up with critical race theory, right? Where now it's all about race, right? Where white people are evil, they're the enemy, and therefore, we need to go after them and make laws to restrict their freedoms to make other people who are of different races and different classes and genders to where they're equal. That's the whole point, is to always create some sort of warfare between people. All right. So income tax in the Marxist context is about redistribution. The progressive income tax could be seen as a tool for reducing income inequality. You always hear that. Somehow the government's going to come in and somehow reduce income inequality. And by paying higher incomes, people with higher incomes who pay taxes at a higher rate, somehow that makes you more equal, because you sort of you get to punish them a little, right? And that's why our founding fathers never supported the concept of democracy, where the mob could come in and get 51% control and do what happened in all the socialist countries, which is they either killed all the rich people or taxed them to the point where they ended up leaving and usually moving to America. All right. So, but this aligns with the Marxist idea of redistributing wealth. And so we never had an income tax in this country, and it didn't happen until the bankers who like the idea of class warfare at Jekyll Island took over our banking system. And it's all about state control. Okay, so Marxists want to, think, some Marxists will say that it's another form of state control, but most Marxists believe that the state needs to have an income tax in order to make everyone equal. That's the idea, make everyone equally miserable. That's the point behind Marxism. So in practice, in socialist or communist states, they often will implement very high income taxes or even wealth taxes to fund public services or to attempt to level economic disparities. But typically what it leads to is a total destruction of the state, because without competition, the human spirit is stifled. And that's what our founding fathers believed. So if you're a true libertarian, you would never support a concept like the income tax. All right. So when I hear you guys saying you're libertarians, you're not. Just, say what you really are, Marxists. Okay. So Marxists also, some modern day Marxists believe that the income tax reinforces a wage system. And we know that whenever they've eliminated wage systems, like in the Soviet Union, it leads to the collapse, because again, it's a bargain for exchange. I pay you to wash my car $10, and then I have a nice car to drive around. But you will say, well, by having that nice car, that helps you get more customers, right? If you're a rich person or you're a lawyer with a nice car, that helps you get more clients, and therefore I should get a percentage of whatever new clients you get from me washing your car. That's a typical Marxist philosophy. So we have progressive versus regressive taxation. While progressive taxation aligns more with Marxist redistributive levels, any form of taxation that doesn't fundamentally alter relations or the means of production can be critiqued as merely palliative. All right. So in America, since we've had the Federal Reserve banking system, now we have the IRS, and now they're even armed. And their job is, it's supposed to be a voluntary system, but if you don't pay, they'll throw you in prison, basically, even though we're not supposed to have a debtor's prison. Now, in countries with higher taxes, ultimately it leads to the destruction of their economies. And that's just how it's always been historically. So at least now you guys get an understanding of why there's no reason why we should not eliminate the income tax and go back to tariffs. We were just fine with tariffs. When you hear for-profit media say, oh, it's just another form of taxation, it's going to get passed on to us. But yeah, guys, you're not having your paycheck taxed anymore. So now you can decide what goods or services you want to buy. You can trade with one another and form parallel systems. and you're not bound by this reporting system where everyone basically is a criminal because you show me the person and I'll show you the crime. That's basically what they teach at these tax collection agencies. So, and I agree with you, Rami. And by the way, it's good to see you guys. Good to see you, Let's OTVO. Good to see you, Buzz, and all you guys. I'm kind of surprised anybody showed up because it's pretty early for me. But again, so today, guys, this show that I do today is going to be me probably with the mute on, and I'm just going to keep playing videos that I normally listen to when I'm at work. And I'm playing these for Team MPE so you can get an understanding of where my head's at and why I think the way I do, and why I am against far left political ideologies, because they lead to the destruction of mankind. And so let's start off with our first video, which is a quick one by a guy with a British accent that talks a little bit about one of my heroes, Smedley Butler, because he was a Marine. And this is another way that I can show you what makes Marines different than other branches of the service. First of all, you've got to understand that our Constitution prohibits a standing army for longer than 2 years. And just that's because that's what our founders wanted. They realized that a standing army was bad. Only the Navy is permitted to exist under the Constitution without it being refunded every 2 years. So our Army every 2 years has to be refunded by Congress or it goes out of existence. So hopefully you guys are learning some stuff from me that you're not going to learn from anywhere else. And yeah, and Floyd says Marxism is a great idea, but no, Marxism is a joke. It's a way to turn man against one another based upon, because some men are more gifted than others. And if you're more gifted than another person, what Marxism says is, well, to each according to his needs. Since you're smarter than the other guy, we need to strip you of your intelligence, your wealth, and give it to this other guy to make everything equal. And what does that do? That leads to greed. A prime example would be trade unions. So at trade unions, you'll have 2 or 3 guys that work really hard. Then a lot of other guys stand around with their hands out, but they all get a wage increase. And so those other guys that work really hard and meritoriously earned their position by being the best workers, they get the same wage increase as the other guys who are sitting around with their hand out. And that's another example of democracy. And so Benjamin Franklin was very clear when he said it. A democracy is where 2 wolves and a sheep show up for lunch and decide what's on the menu. In a natural law republic like America, 2 wolves and a well-armed sheep shows up to contest the vote. So there's the difference between the American constitutional republican form of government and Marxist democracy, which is basically what democracy is. So with that being said, let's get into the first show of the day. War is a Racket, and it's just a couple of minutes, and I'll just let you guys decide for yourselves what you think of Smedley Butler, because I really think he was awesome.
Written by one of America's most decorated combat soldiers and a candidate for the post of Commandant of the United States Marine Corps, War is a Racket is a short book of only 5 chapters and forms an intriguing piece of history that warns of the dangers of American adventurism, the impending disaster of the Second World War, and of what became known of as the industrial military complex in later years. The author, Major General Smedley Butler, received the Medal of Honor twice for combat and the Marine Corps Brevet Medal, the only Marine to ever achieve this combination. In 1930, he was a serious contender for the most senior position in the US Marine Corps. However, his tendency to be uncompromising in his attitude, as well as his ability to thoroughly aggravate his superiors with his outspokenness, meant that he was passed over and retired from the Corps instead. War is a Racket sprang from his subsequent career as a public speaker, in which he savagely berates war profiteers, big business, banks and politicians for waging wars that are, as he said, conducted for the benefit of the very few at the expense of the very many. It would be tempting to write off Butler's writings as a result of hard feelings over the way his career resolved, except for the prescience that he displays. For example, he warns of the increasingly hostile attitude being directed towards Japan, which he attributes to protecting private interests in China and the Philippines. As he puts it, we would all be stirred up to hate Japan and go to war. A war that might well cost us tens of billions of dollars, hundreds of thousands of lives of Americans, and many more hundreds of thousands of physically maimed and mentally unbalanced men. Of course, for this loss, there would be compensating profit. Fortunes would be made. Millions and billions of dollars would be piled up by a few. Munitions makers, bankers, ships builders, manufacturers, meat packers, speculators. They would fare well. In short, Butler seems to have been remarkably accurate in his predictions of the costs of the future war that he was adamant would occur. The book lists the levels of profits made from various items required for an army to function during World War I, and the companies that benefited, castigating them for their exploitation of the situation whilst highlighting the cost in human terms. It is difficult to treat the book as an accurate historical source in terms of these figures, as Butler's vitriol is all too abundant in his writing. But they probably should be given consideration by anyone looking at such a subject as a potential starting point in research. Butler also goes on to list his suggestions as to how war could be prevented. Let the officers and the directors and the high-powered executives of our armament manufacturers and our munition makers and our shipbuilders and our airplane builders and the manufacturers of all the other things that provide profit in wartime, as well as the bankers and the speculators, be conscripted to get $30 a month, the same wage as the lads in the trenches get. That's certainly an intriguing idea. In these perhaps more cynical times, it is not unusual to find such a negative attitude towards war being expressed. But for such a highly decorated soldier to effectively write off his own career and service to his country as, and I quote, a high-class muscle man for big business, for Wall Street and the bankers, and this during a time when isolationism was rising in the US whilst war clothes gathered over Europe and Asia, it is certainly an interesting perspective that would well resonate with many today. War is a Racket is available at time of publishing on Amazon.com for 99 cents on Kindle and $3.79 in paperback. That wraps up this video. I hope you enjoyed it. If you are interested in military history and affairs, feel free to check out my website, militarymatters.online.
So hopefully you guys can hear me. So this is a typical day in my law office. So I just listen to YouTube videos that I like in the background. Merry Christmas, Jenna Weeks. Hey, Age Go. Hey, Copser 5150. Jenna, Salt Shaker, all you guys. Yeah. Hopefully you guys can see, like, there's a difference between the Marine Corps. We're part of the only authorized military force under our Constitution, which is the Navy. So we're under the Department of the Navy, and we used to act as the to protect the ship's officers from mutinous sailors and fire down from the rigging to clear the decks of enemy sailors and combatants, as well as shore parties, to work in tandem to provide a military expeditionary force, which I'll share with you in one of my other videos later today. But as well, most Marines, are really ideological. And no, I appreciate that you have a different philosophy, Floyd, but it doesn't comport with natural law, the Bill of Rights, or America. It comports with Marxism, which is a failed philosophy, which is based upon a lazy guy named Karl Marx who didn't want to work, who leeched off all of his buddies because he was too lazy to get a job. And so he created this system basically designed to punish anyone who was successful and treat them as if they're evil just because they were successful. And so he called them the bourgeois. So that's really what Marxism's all about. And I don't blame you, Floyd, because that's what's taught in the public schools, in the college system. And if you don't go along with it, you'll be ostracized by your fellow classmates. Now they call it critical theory or critical race theory, but it's the same thing. It's class warfare designed to keep people separated and keep people hating each other. Hey, Ghost Man, good seeing you. Ooh, raw. All right, so the next video we're gonna watch is Brett Pike, and again, I'm gonna put you guys on. I'm gonna put myself on mute so I can get some work done. But you're gonna love Brett Pike. You've seen him before on my show, and we're gonna get this bad chicken running. And this is where Brett talks about systems of control, and he talks about fiat currency, as well as tariffs and how they're actually good and not bad. So don't Don't believe anything you hear or see on CNN, the Communist News Network, or PMSNBC. Tariffs good, income tax bad. Federal Reserve Bank bad, gold-backed currency good, just like our founding fathers wanted. Anyone who tells you otherwise is likely someone who hates America. And R.H. Sewell, if you have to ask that question, you're probably one of the people who supports Marxism, so I'm not even going to waste my time answering the question. But let's go. Hopefully we can get this bad chicken running.
Systems of control, and the people who are in controls of these systems get to that position through horror, and then they encode their power into law and make it look like it's this big civilized thing, when actually the epistemology, everything they do is rooted in that horror. That was the point of going at the royal family. I really don't care about them. I was using them as example.
All right, everyone. Welcome back to the Conscious Wealth Podcast. Today we have a guest I'm extremely excited to introduce you guys to, the founder of the Classical Learner Homeschooling Company, author of the Cubs to Bears book series, Mr. Brett Pike. Quite personally, one of my favorite follows. It's been real fun keeping up with your content. I really like your videos with the conspiracy music in the background, and your TikToks and your reels and everything like that. So I'm really excited to have you on the show. Thank you for giving us your time. How are you doing today, brother?
Thanks for having me. I'm doing great. It's one of those perfect days here in the South.
In a few words, nothing crazy, because I mean, we'll get into all sorts of stuff, but how would you explain what you do, what you teach on?
Like you said, I'm the founder of the Classical Learner Homeschooling Company, and we prioritize educating young people so that when they're 18 years old, they're not reliant on the government, they're not reliant on corporations, they're not reliant on even their parents. And you do that through prioritizing the process of learning and critical thinking over memorization, skill development, and getting them a childhood filled with entrepreneurial experience, which develops the mindset of abundance and opportunity, and then gives them the experience so that they know what to do when the time comes later in life.
Extremely well said. That's beautiful. Critical thinking is a superpower, and it's something that's lost in today's society, as you kind of touched on. Our education systems really just entrain you to memorize and regurgitate, and there's never the art of asking why, and going deeper. So I really like that. While we're on that topic, why did you choose to focus on educating children versus young adults or adults?
For me, my background was as an educator. So I got a bachelor's degree. Yes. I got a bachelor's degree in history education. I got a master's degree in birth to two special education. So I've had a very wide-ranging education in how to educate people all the way from K through 12. But after I got out of college and I got into the system a little bit, I didn't like what I saw. So I just kind of started my own thing on the side. And at the time, it was just a side business where I was working one-on-one with families. I didn't know there turned out there was a big demand for it. But all these families, how would I educate your child if they were my child? And I was doing that for about a year, and I thought, okay, well, this has been successful. So I built out a platform. I said, how can I scale this so I could leverage my time, because I could only put so much time into one family? And I built out Homeschools Connected, and that was successful. But really, it was just sharing information and connecting families. And now this is our third year, and this is where we took the big leap. And our growth has been just amazing. It's really blown me away. But this has been the first year that we put out original lesson plans, original unit studies, original courses that I teach myself. And we have been able to really start to build out how to give people what I call an education worthy of freedom. And, you know, it's just the beginning, because we're only getting started.
I think I started following you when you were around 20K followers or so, and you're already up. I think you were at 46K or something like that the last time that I looked. You've definitely grown, and I'm glad to see it. I think that TikTok is a funny space to grow on as well, because there's a certain type of person on there, and at least in my personal experience, a lot of them don't actually want to be helped, but it is an amazing mechanism for attracting attention. And then you can kind of hopefully convert those into, whether it's other channels, whether it's Instagram, YouTube, etc. So that's very fascinating. I didn't have any context noticed or realized that you had a background in education at this level. So that makes perfect sense, because when I'm looking at the way that you do things, it's like people often ask me, how the hell do you know all this? I don't have a background in this stuff. I'm just self-taught in terms of the education and history and stuff like that. But the level at which you put out information from someone who also does their own due diligence is incredibly impressive. And so that makes sense that you have a background and you have a master's and all of this different stuff. That's pretty cool. So I want to kind of dive a little bit deeper into who is Brett Pike. As I was kind of thinking through how to navigate this podcast, one of the first things that comes to mind is you don't just wake up one day and decide you're going to uncover all the harsh realities of surrounding the systems that we were born into. I'm curious, what was your childhood like? And was there a specific event that sent you down this path of awakening? Was there a specific thing, or was it more gradual?
Well, first, my childhood was safe and filled with love, and I'm very grateful for the upbringing that my parents gave me. And from there, I really developed a love for my country. My father is a Vietnam veteran, a Marine. My grandfather, World War II veteran, a Marine. And they really instilled a love of my country into me from a young age. But with that being said, I wasn't exactly, people see me now and they see I've become very successful and I do cool things in the world. And you think, oh, well, he always had it together. Well, the truth is, when I came up through the school system, I wasn't much of a student. I got
New
B's,
teachers,
C's.
Brett, we need to fire all of them and
back to
homeschool our
elementary school,
kids.
I was in trouble all the time. My parents would get called to the principal's office. Hey, Brett's getting in fights. Brett's doing this. He's not sitting still in class. I remember at one point, and I was in elementary school, I'm sitting in the principal's office with the principal, my mom, my dad, the school teacher, and the school psychologist. And the school psychologist tells them that he believes that I have ADD and that the school wants to put me on drugs. And my mom leaned over to him and said, "Do you have the bottle?" And he said, "Oh, Miss Pike, I don't have the bottle here with me. Sorry." And she said, "That's good, because I was going to shove it right up here." And that's a true story. And my parents did that for me. And they never let the system take control of me. So I came up through the system and I kept getting, B grades. I was really more interested in just hanging out with my friends and chasing girls and being an idiot and playing lacrosse. I went to college. I did what I was supposed to do. Took out that college debt. That's what everyone told you to do, right? So I got the college debt, go to school. Again, just really getting drunk and chasing girls. And then when I was about a junior in college, I was like, wait a second, I'm about to be an adult. I'm about to have real responsibilities. Maybe I should start to take this stuff seriously. And I made a decision in my own mind. And from there, my grades flipped overnight to the point where I went from that C student my whole life to I graduated my master's program with a 4.0 GPA. I got the award for the #1 student in the program. And I really started to engulf myself into politics, right? Because I was like, if I'm going to be a history teacher, I need to know what's going on. Let me turn on CNN and Fox News. I'm going to figure out what's going on. That's fun, right? And I really got involved in that stuff for a while. And around 2015, I realized, and I came across this guy, Richard Grove, who put together the Tragedy and Hope podcast. And he presented a very different history than which I was taught in the schooling system. And at first I thought, because I had a background in history, I said, I'll prove what an idiot this guy is. So I got back to the primary documents to show him how wrong he was. And then point after point, he was right about everything. And then at that point, you got to make a decision where you can believe what you believe, put up a cognitive dissonance wall, and just go on with your life. You could adopt a new worldview. But to me, what that signaled is it's not just about a new worldview. I needed to fundamentally readjust my process of thinking and make sure that I throw out everything that I think I know, get back to the root level of it, have what I call intellectual self-defense, whereas anything in your mind that you identify that is a logical contradiction, you have to acknowledge is a logical contradiction. And then from that point, re-examine everything you thought you knew. And when you get into the habit of doing that, it's funny because a lot of people, they don't like to admit they're wrong and whatnot, but you start to really understand the world around you. And I just took it from there. So I was in education. I was like, well, what are people saying about education? And I came across John Taylor Gatto's work. And John Taylor Gatto, the late great Gatto, for anyone not familiar, he was the New York City Teacher of the Year in 1988, 1989, 1990. He went to Harvard. He was the guy. In 1990, he takes out a one-page ad in a newspaper and basically says that he's resigning from teaching because he could no longer take part in a system that is fundamentally structured to harm young people. And
Wow.
he would write the books Dumbing Us Down and Weapons of Mass Instruction and really break down from a fundamental level why the school system is a failure. Or in his words, it's not actually a failure if you understand what it's really designed to do.
It's a success.
It's a success. We get that, but and then I just kept doing my research and looking into historical things, looking into education things like the marvels of classical education, of Montessori, of Charlotte Mason, of I think rather unique skill set of being a teacher and then being a historian and understanding the world.
So for those of you who are joining me, I'm attorney Michael Ehline, and so I'm in my law office working on files today. But I figured since I haven't been doing a whole lot of shows lately because I've been so buried, I would just share with you what I do in a typical day at my office. I'm just here working on files, sending emails, making phone calls, and then I listen to guys like Brett Pike to feed myself with good, positive, patriotic history and education. And that's pretty much what I do. And I just wanted to show you what I do. And hopefully you guys can enjoy your day with me, especially you retired folks who are tired of the Marxist run press and for-profit media and all these goofballs that teach you a false history and a false narrative of America. This is a friend of mine who does homeschooling. He does homeschooling courses, and he's also a homesteader. He has his own family farm. He used to be a teacher. He's broken away and become a homeschool teacher who helps people teach their kids the patriotic libertarian history of America instead of all the lies that the Obama educational industrial complex and the teachers unions are trying to brainwash your children with. So this is a really great way for you to learn about America, the true America. And then I did one on Smedley Butler a little bit earlier, and we're going to do a longer one on Smedley Butler after this. So forgive me if I'm not cutting in and doing a lot of narratives. But I'm positive stuff from my perspective as a libertarian lawyer. So, and again, if you guys have questions or comments, obviously, super chats and all that stuff goes to the front of the line as I come back and forth and look at the screen. Donations are always appreciated, especially during Christmas. It's always nice to show that you're appreciated doing this. If any way if you can, but if not, that's fine. I'm still gonna keep on teaching and keep on plugging away. But it's nice to have some appreciation, and I'll cut in every once in a while, and I'll try to answer some questions. Let me just look really quick. So Salt Shaker says two of my kids are young adults now and excellent humans. Good for you, and good seeing you, Group 2FA app. And I agree with you about taking the medication and all that, Salt Shaker. Many people say, many experts who aren't being silenced by the WHO and the academic industrial complex say that the side effects outweigh the potential cure. And when you're being told things are safe and effective, some people are disagreeing with that. A lot of experts disagree with that, but they're silenced and shut down. So it's kind of scary. And Brett Ray, you're right. Not all parents are good teachers, but you can learn how to become a good teacher, just like you can learn how to become a good parent. And part of being a good parent is shielding your children from the educational industrial complex and the teachers unions, trying to convince your boy that he's a girl or your girl that he's a boy, trying to put him on hormone therapy, all that stuff, which is just ridiculous in my opinion. But yeah, hopefully Mias Taro and Salt Shaker and Brett Ray and BZ and all you guys, Ghost Man, will have a good time watching and listening today and get an education that you'll never get. Remember, you're getting 24/7 brainwashing by CNN, Fox News, public schools, the college industrial industrial complex designed to dumb you down, the fluoridated water industrial complex designed to lower your IQ. And here at Team MPE, I try to help you guys see through all the lies and get some real good spiritual feeding that you need in order to prosper, in order for your children to prosper. So again, I'm going to be working. I'm going to put you on mute. But if you guys have questions, pop them in the sidebar, and occasionally I'll pop over and try to answer them for you.
You know, people see it on my Instagram, my TikToks, where everything I post about every day those are real lesson plans, real unit studies that I build, and they're designed to give children intellectual self-defense so that they can have that same logical process where if something's not right, they identify it and they readjust their worldview and they really learn how to think.
Damn. I'm really glad I just asked that question. So you've gone deep here. I haven't heard of most of these people. So you're kind of coming at it from a completely different lens and introduction into what got you into this stuff than myself, for example. Like for a lot of us, it was something more spiritual, if you will, right? Conspiratorial, if you will. Whereas your journey, you came up in the system. You're highly intellectually left brain educated. And then you kind of realized something wasn't right there and you went through an unlearning process. But I see, what I gather is that all of that education still heavily influences the way that you're now able to teach for good. Would you say that that's correct? Like just the lesson plans and your ability to teach and knowing how to teach so that it lands and stuff like that.
Yeah, well, there are benefits to that level of schooling. And don't get me wrong, when I talk about this stuff, I actually don't want my children to go to college, but I like to speak from a point of objectivity that there are certain things that I learned in that system that do benefit me and the world now. And one of those things, as you pointed out, is I learned how to structure lesson plans, how to do them with a beginning, a middle, and end, how to introduce information and then reintroduce that information in a variety of differentiated ways. So you see it, you hear it, you interact with it, and it really sticks with the brain. And those were important skills. You know, I'm a #1 best-selling author now. Well, when I was a child in school, my teachers basically told me I was a terrible writer. And I was grammatically and stuff like that. And like I said, I kind of just coasted through school. But by the time I got to that junior year and I was like, all right, I want to start getting good at things, I actually started I started giving my college papers to my mom. And I say, I want you to sit down with me and I need you to fix up the paper for me. But what I would do is I would sit right behind her and I asked her to please show me everything she's fixing up and tell me why. I had a whole mindset shift. So we're going over it line by line. She's like, Brett, your grammar's bad here, here, here. Great. I'm taking it like a sponge. As soon as I surpassed my mom, I started going to some of my classmates who were good writers. I said, hey, can you read this? Read this over. Show me what's wrong with it. And I started getting good grammatically because of that. And by the time I graduated from my master's program, I thought it was hilarious. My classmates were coming up to me and they were like, Brett, read my papers. I was like, you want me to read your paper? But I grew and, you know, I became a #1 best-selling author. I published 7 books. I've written probably 10 of them. You know, to get into why I didn't publish the first one, it's kind of hilarious. But yeah, so you grow as a person. And that's the same thing. Like when I advocate now for teaching children to be how to write, how do you do that? Well, in my opinion, the way you do that is the exact way I learned. You have them write creatively, and then you sit down with them and you go over their writing line by line. Because in public schools, they're just getting an A back. They're just getting a B back, a C back. And it doesn't really tell them anything. It just tells them whether they're worth something or not and if their self-esteem should be high, it's just nonsense.
Yeah, that reminds me of Kiyosaki and his books.
Oh, yeah, big impact on me.
Yeah, likewise. And so those are books I recommend to everyone, and I've talked about them on the podcast many times. So our listeners are aware. But what you were mentioning about how you were kind of known for like you couldn't write well, and then you became a best-selling author. He talks about that same thing, if you recall. Like he couldn't speak good English. He was horrible in school, and then he becomes a best-selling author. So I thought that was funny. So one thing that you just said that I don't just want to glance over, because I guess this is just for my own personal curiosity, because we do similar things. I heard you speak on something, and I want to ask if I understood what you're saying correctly or what you were alluding to. So when you go to teach, obviously there's a number of different We could call them learning styles. We could call them psychological frames. We could call them ways to teach, whatever. Were you referencing this notion of needing to cater material to, let's say, visual learners, let's say auditory learners, let's say kinesthetic learners, these types of things?
Precisely, yes.
Okay. Because that's something that I've also heard Robert Kiyosaki speak on that when he talks about why he made the cash flow games and why he didn't just, let's say, do lectures or books. And he explains, another one I left out is experiential, right? So like making it a game. And I see that you're doing that same exact thing where it's not just reading something. You're getting them to actually do, like you'll post on your IG little activities or little things they can make with their hands. And then you'll also do the books, but then you'll also do the teaching, and then you'll also show the visuals. So this is in the forefront of your mind whenever you're teaching. Yes?
Yeah, absolutely. You want to differentiate instruction as best you can and give your children multiple paths of exposure to information. And I think the experience part is the most important that you brought up. So, for example, this morning, I released a new science experiment. And in the experiment, it's pretty simple. It takes families about 20 minutes. They basically take a coffee bag, cut off the top, unfold the bag, and they have a little paper cylinder. Draw a little ghost face on it because that just makes it fun for the kids. And you light the top of the bag on fire. And when you do that, the bag actually floats or flies up into the air as it burns. And your children could experience this happening. They could see this happening. They're engaged with it happening, and you could talk about what is happening. But at the same time, you include visuals with that. So then you include a visual of the bag on fire. And in that visual, you have arrows, and you basically an arrow pointing at I'm trying to explain this visually. You have an arrow pointing at the fire. The fire heats the air. Then you have another arrow. The circles in it to show how close particles are. Solid water, solid liquid gas.
Mm-hmm.
So you show the children that. Then you have an arrow pointing up. So you say the hot air particles are less dense. Their density goes down. And things that are less dense rise. They go up. So heat, less dense heat rises. And then you have more arrows. And it's as the heat rises, then you have a blue arrow going down. The cold air fills that space. And you've created a convection current. A little hard to explain here auditorily, but the visual of it, the children looking at it as they do the experiment physically really helps drive home that information. And then because you always want to focus on the critical thinking aspects of things, it's not just about teaching children the science in that situation. You want to teach them the method itself. So you have them set up a scientific control. So they set up a second bag, they draw a ghost on it. They don't light that one on fire. What happened to your control? Nothing. Okay, so we've isolated a variable. The variable is the fire, and that's the variable we change. And what is the variable that we change? The independent variable. And you do this time and time again with your children. Really, this is a method. That's the independent variable. And what is it that we are measuring? We are measuring what happens to the bag. Right, so you want to see what happens to the bag when you light it on fire. So what is your dependent variable? What happens to the bag, right? And you have them make a hypothesis, fill out their observations, and everything they're doing is about them through physical action with differentiated instruction, learning in context with experience in the real world. And it's how you sharpen their discernment, you make critical thinkers, and dare I say it, raise a young adult who might be capable of questioning, someone in a lab coat.
That authority bias, the expert bias. Yeah. Okay. That's fascinating. I'm really liking this conversation so far. The way you break things down is very in-depth, so it's appreciated. So hopefully, our listeners aren't lost. I think the biggest takeaway from that is more so like you're just breaking down all the different lenses and angles through which you're going about teaching something. It's not just saying it. It's not just writing it. It's not just reading it. It's a lot of different angles, and that's very important. So I want to...
If I may interject, I worked with a family who their son was having some difficulty. They're a farmer, and they did a lot of hands-on stuff around the house. And the father would get his son involved in all these hands-on activities, like a pipe breaks, and now you have to fix it. What do you do? And what he told me is, my son's very book smart, but he's having a very hard time in that moment figuring out what to do. So I said, okay, well, the next time one of those moments happen, next time that pipe breaks or whatever it is, you sit down with him and you fix it. But then after you do that, give him a separate assignment that he has to research 3 ways in which people solve that problem. And then using Canva or, anything he can make a cool picture with, actually have him make a manual on how to fix that problem. And then the next time it happens, he could refer to his manual, but he won't need to because he got hands-on experience fixing the pipe. Then he created the manual. And the combination of that will really just drive home in his head, this is what I do. And that's what I mean by differentiating the instruction. Don't just do it hands-on, but read about it, write about it, talk about it, and present information to your child or yourself in a variety of different ways, and it will really help reinforce what they're learning.
Amazing recommendation. So on this same topic, one of the biggest struggles that I've noticed of just people in general, parents, children, just humans, is people struggle to know, number one, where to learn from, and number two, they lack the ability to critical think, but before that, they struggle to be able to discern. I always use this word discernment with my students. I think that it's one of the most important traits in 2022. People struggle to be able to discern what is true from what is altered, fake, has an agenda behind it. In other words, what's fake news, what's accurate? We could think of a simple example is when you're trying to learn history, right? How the hell do people find or identify factual history? And there's going to be no one better to ask on this than yourself. So first off, how do you personally go about your learning process and kind of extrapolating out what you deem to be true versus what you deem to be not true? And I say that because I know that part of the process.
So I see a comment from Salty about going to public school. I'm looking over here. Hey, Life Under. I see it. I also attended public school, and you could already see the Marxist ideology penetrating the public school system. But with the teachers unions and after the Obama administration, unfortunately, our whole education system is basically based in a far left Marxist ideology, and it's permeated the entire curriculum. It went from critical theory, which didn't work, which was based on an income-based sort of ideology where you want to discriminate against people, keep people divided. If someone's successful, clearly they're an evil rich person, and now it's the evil white guy because he's a racist. But it's the same ideology, and it's all over the education industrial complex. And it doesn't create a society of happiness where we live in unison and harmony. And it definitely has destroyed the concept of individual rights. So, yeah, I think that the public school systems that you and I went to are far different from the leftist training indoctrination camps that we have now that are unfortunately tax subsidized. And Life Under the Microscope, just so you know, I'm just playing this video and working. This is sort of a day in my law office. I just listen to educational videos and work. So I'm not going to be doing a whole lot of narration. And this isn't really cop watching or anything. I'm not trying to get a bunch of followers or subscribers, just sharing what I do. And it's just sort of like my version of a news channel where I just share things that I like, programming like you would find on a regular news station. Consider me the old school UHF channels that had Wally George and Tom Fu, come to my seminar videos that are commercial free. So that's kind of all I'm doing, but I'm going to go ahead and put myself back on mute and put
anyone who's truly, well, I shouldn't say anyone, but those who are truly educated seek out all sides. So how do you go about that whole process? What does that look like for you? And then what would you recommend for people as well?
It's a great question. And I'd like to answer it from recent research that I did or a recent experience that I had, and something that really brings out the curiosity in a lot of people. It's a very controversial. You get a lot of conspiracies around it. So if you recall, about 2 months ago, there were the Georgia Guidestones
Yeah.
I don't know if the listeners are familiar, but basically in 1981, there was the set of gigantic stones, and they had kind of like a 10 commandments, but they were a little bit creepy. They were like, reduce the world population to 500 million, that type of thing. It was written in, I think, 12 different languages, including 4 ancient languages. And, not when I say written, it was carved in stone. So anyway, a lot of conspiracies around this stuff. And about 2 months ago, or whatever it was now, someone set off a bomb and they blew up the Georgia Guidestones. So it was the talk of the town. Everyone's like, oh, what's going on with the Guidestones? Who blew it up? Blah, blah, blah. And I thought it would be a good teachable moment for my high school students. It would be a good teachable moment for teaching children how to separate fact from fiction or from conjecture, because it might not be wrong what people think. It's just, is it backed by something? So I was like, all right, well, the first thing I need to do is I need to figure out what the Georgia Guidestones are if I'm going to teach this. So I started doing reading, started clicking on news articles, and specifically, I was looking for who built them. Because if they were there, right, you have these gigantic stones, they have engravings, people had to work on them. So I started looking for information in the news about who worked on them. And I started reading, and I wanted to get names, and I came across, it's 2 months now, so I don't remember the names, but I came across the names of the head of a construction company who built the Guidestones and a banker who was in charge of the project. So I came across those 2 names. So then I started typing in those names and reading everything I could about those guys. And what I did is I kept clicking on little blue links, and I'd read something, and this, Fox News would make a claim, CNN would make a claim, but it's not backed by anything. So I click on the little blue link. Where'd you get that information? I read more, click on that little blue link. Where'd you get that information? And eventually I came back to, like I said, the 2 names I got, and the Elberton County, I'm probably getting this slightly wrong, but basically the Elberton County Granite Company. So now I was onto something. So I kept searching deeper into that company and the Georgia Guidestones. And what I found was that in 1981, the Elberton County Granite Company, again, the name's slightly different, it's 2 months old. The Elberton County Granite Company released a report about the construction of the Georgia Guidestones. So now I had a primary document from the organization or the company that built the stones. So I find that document, track it down, print it out. Oh, what do we have here? Well, it wasn't just about them building the stones. They had an our mission section, a why we did this section. They, under a contract, released the manifesto of whoever it was that built the Georgia Guidestones. So now I actually had the primary document written by the people that built the Guidestones. And from there, I was able to go back through it and read exactly why they said they built it and exactly their purpose for why they built it and all of that. And I was able to get it directly from their mouth. And from that, I was able to say, okay, now I know at least the people that built it, this is why they did it. Now, from there, you can do conspiracy theory, right? When you read the document, really interesting stuff, like the engravings were actually done by the United Nations. They say, oh, so the United Nations was involved. Well, that's where I would question the students. Was the United Nations involved, or was the United Nations just hired to do the engravings, right? And there might not be a right answer or a wrong answer to that, but you just want to be able to separate what do I know from what do I think. The head of the project was a 32nd degree Freemason. This was all in the document. They wanted you to see this, right? And 2 other 32nd degree Freemasons. So you say, oh, all right, so the Freemasons were behind it. You're saying, well, do you know the Freemasons were behind it? Or is it possible that they purposely hired Freemasons? And you say, I guess it's possible. So it could be either way. You don't know, but you do have evidence to back up whatever claim you want to make. But you're starting to separate what you know from what you think, right? Because I could just as easily say that, well, if you read their manifesto, they talk about Stonehenge a lot. They talk about how mysterious Stonehenge was and why that made it stand the test of time. So if that was your inspiration, well, it makes sense to hire the United Nations. It makes sense to hire Freemasons, right? So there's many different ways you can go with it, but it's really getting back to the primary documents. What are the primary documents saying? And then what can you extrapolate from that? And you could build theories off of that, but how do you know, how are you able to separate what you know from what you think and what people are saying? And ultimately you do that by learning how to get back to the primary sources. And I like that example because we've heard about the Georgia Guidestones for years and years and years. And I'm pretty sure, I mean, unless there's someone else, I'm pretty sure I'm the only person that ever found that they had a manifesto that went with the Guidestones. And that took me about 12 hours of research. And it's just knowing how to get back to these documents. And then from there, you can do what you want with it.
Amazing example right there. So to kind of summarize what you're saying, which I'm loving the direction you just went, because a lot of my followers, due to the nature of the stuff that I teach, it attracts people who are really into conspiracy theories. But I am of the same exact belief of yourself, which is like the stuff that I speak on. If I'm speaking on something that is conjecture, I'm letting people know that I don't know this. I think this, and there's a difference. And so what I'm hearing you say is that one of the first principles for what you teach and how you go about things is first, you need to separate what do I know from what do I think, what is conjecture and what can be proven. And then from there, even if you can't get to a completely clear conclusion of what is the truth, you can at least know what do you know to be truthful and what do you know to be a personal belief that maybe is involving your own biases of what you wish were true. Would you say that that's an accurate summary of what you're speaking to?
Yeah, well, if someone is unable to separate in their own mind the difference between what they know and what they think they know, how could they have a coherent worldview? So to me, when you start to train the mind, that's a big part of it, is just separate what I know, what I think. And then how do you separate what I think from what I think that's backed by some circumstantial evidence? So maybe I feel a little bit more strongly about it. But if you can't delineate that, then, you don't have any ground to stand on.
I hate to break it to you, but that's most of our followers. Yeah, no, I know. Because most of our followers are above, in my opinion, this is a bias, but I would imagine they're above average intellectually than to this human thing of like, we want to believe what we want to believe in terms of confirmation bias, right? So then we just go out there and we unconsciously seek out information that proves what it is that we want to be proven. And I think this is especially an issue in a lot of the people that are going to listen to this podcast, for example. And I know that for a fact because this podcast has grown from having other guests on who lack the ability to think critically and to be hyper objective. That I think is a missing art. And so it's cool to hear your perspective, because I think you're one of the most, after now speaking with you, I didn't really realize this, but you're extremely disciplined in your objectivity. Like you're not willing to just make an emotional claim without sharing like, this is just a belief. Like I don't have proof of this. And I think that that's extremely commendable.
Well, so, I try to be. And, but the thing about that is I get things wrong all the time. And another mark of how to do is you have to be able to admit
yes
when you're wrong. And I tell people all the time, one of the things I do with my children all the time is I point out when daddy was wrong. I say, oh, I thought that, but I was wrong. And here's why. And if you get into the habit of doing that with your children, letting them know that being right, you have to separate that from your ego, that it's the wise man is the man that actually admits he's wrong. And it's the fool who is never wrong, right? Like Socrates said, the only thing that I know is that I truly know nothing. And that wasn't him saying that, hey, I'm Socrates, I'm an idiot. That was him saying that I'm always open to new information. And because of that, you realize that sometimes you think things and then you learn new information. You go, oh, I was wrong. And you're not upset about that because you say, well, now I'm smart. Because now I recognized I was wrong. I let go of my ego. I accepted new information. And now I have a worldview that is on more solid ground. And a lot of people are just floating up in space. So
100%, especially in this spirituality space, which is what introduced a lot of us to these notions of being able to see outside of your ego in the first place, which is why I'm kind of saying that your take on it is interesting, because you don't strike me as someone particularly woo-woo. I don't know if you're spiritual or religious or if you care to share any of that, but a lot of that is my background, and a lot of our viewers are particularly, I would say, spiritual, not religious. And there's definitely this, I call it spiritual bypassing, these notions of people, and we would rather cling on to these dreams that give us this false sense of security or this illusion of how the world works, and it's just not true. But I think for a lot of people, it would shatter their identity and the construct that they've created of how the world works to a degree that I think their ego isn't willing to go through that. And so people just cling on even when maybe unconsciously they know that they might be wrong. They're just not willing to have that conversation. And I think that that's the sign of maturity.
Hey,
Yeah,
bro.
well, I always tell people that if you haven't gone through a spiritual awakening, you're probably not you haven't gone through the
April,
full-
again, guys, I'm not really paying a whole lot of attention to the comments. I'm just working, but I'm assuming that I'm probably not going to see you guys for Christmas. So I'm just sort of showing you what I typically do at my office. Like right now, I'm OCRing a PDF so I can copy some data from it into another file, working on pleadings, working on motions, returning emails. This is typically what a lawyer does if you're a litigator anyways. And then I just listen to stuff in the background like Brett Pike, and I try to feed myself with good truth, not this garbage from the Communist News Network, CNN, or PMS. Anything better to do. And I'm just going to do a marathon of cool educational videos and let you guys talk to each other, and occasionally I'll chime in. I'm hoping you guys will be courteous, considerate, and kind to one another, because as a libertarian and someone who believes in individual rights and freedom, one thing you all need to recognize is we're never all going to agree on everything. But if we can agree on the core things and establish some form of détente, we can form parallel systems and help each other. And that's the whole point. We don't want to be part of the Democrats or the Republicans. We want to be free thinkers. And so it's based in natural law. Obviously, if you're a Marxist, your ideology is totally incompatible with what we teach here at Team MPE, because Marxism teaches class warfare, atheism, the idea that all your rights flow from the government and not from your creator. So obviously, you're not somebody who is going to understand the way we think. But our founding fathers, our Bill of Rights, every freedom that you have in this country is based upon the concept of natural law. And that's what Brett Pike teaches at his homeschooling program. So let's keep going.
Process of your awakening. And to me, the entire battle, everything that we're fighting for our children's future, is really a battle of good versus evil. It's a battle of the light versus the principalities of darkness. And, I remember when I first woke up to the world, I wanted to scream it from the mountaintops and tell everyone all the things that I know. And of course, you realize quickly that people aren't ready to hear that. And that's a really bad idea. But when I first woke up, I started doing investigative journalism. And I did all of these reports exposing the murder of Seth Rich and Michael Hastings and a lot of things like that. And at one point, I was doing a report on Jerry Sandusky and his, the way the mainstream media reported on that, most people thought he was a lone creep. That was not the truth at all. He was part of Boys and Girls Club. And, oh God, what was the guy's name? It was so many years ago. Anyway, there was some billionaire who was really involved in that, a lot of powerful Congress people. And I just kept in New York, and ultimately tracked it back to Hillary Clinton, which I wasn't expecting to do when I started doing that research. And when I was doing all this research, I remember sitting there and I was like, because it just got darker, and I'm good at this research, and it just got dark. I was like, and I was sitting there and I was like, man, I am looking in the eyes of the devil. And at that moment, I was like, and that means God is real. And I had the warmest feeling of my life in that moment just come over my whole body. And right there, I think God spoke to me right there. And I from that moment, I became very spiritual and very, very close to God. I work very hard to be an ardent server of Christ. And I think it's so important And that's just been my own experience. I don't try to push my experience on other people. But the moment that I accepted that I have a relationship with God and that I was made in the image of God, my life has gotten infinitely better. And I moved my family across the country. I have a homestead. I grow my own food. I own my own business, homeschool my children. We have 2 children. We're going to start working on number 3 soon. And life is good. And I credit all of that to God. And I credit that to my relationship with God and my willingness to accept that warmth and accept that love. And, for anyone out there who, I know people have bad experiences because they're like, oh, so you're saying the church is God? No, I didn't say that. I think a lot of people, they're children and they go to these churches with these pedophile priests and or these churches that are really tax havens and they want to make money and whatnot. You understand that if the devil were on earth, which I believe he is, but your number one objective as the devil would be to take over all of the so-called houses of God, right? You'd want to take over. So, to me, when I see like the Pope in Rome, I think that's like the devil's headquarters on earth, but I won't let
Vatican.
I won't let that take away from the divine spark and my connection to my creator. And, I strongly recommend that for anyone who wants to go down that road.
Beautiful. I'm glad I asked that as well. I didn't know that at all. I couldn't tell that from your social media content. I see that you keep those things uniquely separate, which I definitely respect. It's tied into my brand. That's kind of my whole thing is conscious wealth. And a big aspect of consciousness is that the way that I teach it is that wealth is spiritual. Everything is spiritual. So it's like, first there's the spiritual principles, the metaphysical, and then the 3D world comes from that. And so that's the lens through which I see the world. And it sounds like you do as well. So I want to ask you debatably one of my favorite questions that I prepared for our conversation today. And I'm particularly fascinated. I've always loved movies. There was a class that I took when I was a senior in high school. It was an art of film class. And this class had the largest impact on me out of all of my schooling. I would say most of my schooling was a waste. This class altered the trajectory of my life. And it taught me how to study, perceive, analyze, and derive meaning from movies way outside of just the plot, right? Most people are reading a book, consuming a video, watching a movie, and they're caught up on the plot, on the characters, and they can't see past the superficial plot. You obviously have an incredible understanding of how stories and how archetypes can be used in ways that most simply view as entertainment, but that heavily influence our unconscious minds as a population. Stories and archetypes instill beliefs and worldviews into humans. And I see that you use this same exact mechanism to program truth into children. So what I want to ask you is, number one, can you elaborate on how music, movies, and entertainment program us at an unconscious level? And number two, can you share how you use children's characters to do the same thing, but in a positive way?
Yeah, well, I was actually talking about this on my live stream the other day, something I was just getting pissed off about because, I watch TV sometimes with my wife because she likes to watch it, but I don't turn on the television ever. I think it's all nonsense and brainwashing. And my wife likes to watch. So I was watching one of these shows with her, and the show centers around high school age children.
Do you know what it's called?
Riverdale.
Okay. I think I've heard of that. I don't watch TV either, but I think I've heard of that.
She's watching the show, and it centers around high school age children. And I'm watching the show, and a large part of the plot is the relationships between these young people. And I'm sitting there, and I try not to be too annoying to my wife, but I can't help but pointing out, you do realize that a major part of the purpose of this type of television programming is to normalize adults fantasizing and rooting for the sexual relationships of minors. And you see this a lot in these type of shows where you'll have maybe a 17-year-old hook up with a 24-year-old teacher, right? And they really try to normalize it. And a lot of times they'll do it with, she's a woman because that's more acceptable in people's minds. But what they really are doing is they're normalizing degeneracy in our society and stuff that people would never accept. And I said, when I see that. When I see those scenes in Riverdale, I don't even see that scene. I see the creepy, hairy, fat, 50-year-old man writing a script, sexualizing children, right? So that's kind of a more concrete example. Now, the programming doesn't always, it's usually less, more subtle than that, right? Like one of the things that you'll notice in television shows around the topic of abortions, and this isn't about your opinion on abortion or not. This is about the programming itself. That if you ever notice on television shows, anytime, well, you'll see it now, anytime a character becomes pregnant, there is always a conversation. What did you decide to do? Right? And that's just normalizing the idea that, of course, you think about killing the baby. Right? But if my wife and I, if my wife gets pregnant, we're not going to have any conversation about killing the baby because that's not the world we live in. And that's just different levels of programming. And you could really play it out to any agenda that you want. Right? So, and then to answer the second part of that question, when you talk about archetypes, so Charisma Cat is the villain in the Cubs to Bears children book series. And
sounds like an NFT.
Yes, Charisma. I did think
you could do NFTs with your characters like Gary Vee.
Charisma Cat NFT. So Charisma Cat is the villain, and her name is Charisma, which speaks for itself, someone who's charismatic. And when I spoke with my illustrator, I told her to make Charisma Cat as beautiful as you can make her. And she is the archetypal representation of Satan, or the people that control the system. Now, if you read the Bible, Lucifer was what? He was charismatic, and he was God's most beautiful angel. Right. And the archetype of that is that evil, it's not always in your face. It's temptation. It's, are you lustful? Are you greedful? All of these things that people are. So Charisma Cat is the archetypal representation of that. And then that plays out throughout all the books. In The Bear from Jekyll Island, which is about it's living history or living fiction.
Can't wait to get into that one.
About the creation of the Federal Reserve Bank and our monetary system. And in that book, the animals are tempted with bank loans from the pigs, and they all take out loans to get a house, or the rooster took out a loan so he could take all his chickens to the mall. The cow took out a loan so that he could have endless amounts of grass. And the hidden message in that, if you actually look at the 7 animals that took out loans in the book, they actually are the 7 deadly sins.
Wow.
And, right. So it's the archetype built within the story. And all of these shows you watch on Hollywood and whatnot, these archetypes are built into them, and they do program people from a subconscious level. So if that answers your question.
Yeah, absolutely. I kind of want to go a little bit deeper into this because I love talking about stuff like this, and it's just very fascinating to me. So how do you have the mind, because I'm just thinking about, I'm always putting myself in other people's shoes. So were you born with this type of mind to be able to do this? Was there any particular education you underwent to be able to zoom out and have that screenwriters, directors type mind to be able to kind of, it's almost like you're reverse engineering prophetic, biblical, spiritual type principles. I mean, the story of good and evil is the oldest story of human civilization. But then there's also these sub threads, right? The story of envy, the story of greed, stories of betrayal, like these things that are at our core as humans, and they're never going anywhere. So they are always popular when they're recreated in storylines. How are you looking at that? Is it just your intuition guides you, God guides you, or is it more of an intellectual, logical process?
A little bit of all of them. But I mean, to me, from an intellectual standpoint, I really enjoy breaking down the message within the message, because you learn that I write the children's books, and anytime you start writing stories like that, you set aside, this is what I want my message to be. And then you write the story to communicate the actual message. So whereas most people you said are just watching a show to, this is an interesting story, to me, I'm thinking, what did the writer want to accomplish here? What was the director attempting to accomplish within this story? And when you start to watch things from that perspective, you start to focus on, how's the lighting? What kind of music are they using right now? What is the subtle message within the message? And you start to even get an appreciation for even if stuff is, maybe not so good, but you see the craftfulness in which they do things. And then in terms of just understanding this stuff, I mean, I was very impacted by Propaganda by Edward Bernays. For anyone not familiar with that book, Edward Bernays was the father of public relations. And the reason he wasn't the father of propaganda is because he rebranded propaganda with the word public relations after propaganda got a bad name in World War II. So this was the guy. He got women to start smoking cigarettes. He's the reason there's fluoride in your water. He ran the World War I, the World War II, American propaganda. He worked for the Rockefeller Foundation and helped them take over the schooling system.
By the way, guys, I just heard that Bernays is probably one of the biggest enemies of the Republic that you'll ever know of. So I recommend for you people who think that you're educated to learn about Bernays and understand that our public education system that we have today was imported here by the Rockefeller family from Prussia, because the King of Prussia was upset that his soldiers deserted when they were attacked by Napoleon. And so he vowed that that would never happen again. And so he established a public education system, much like a prison, where they have the Pavlov's dog response, the bell, get up, go to different classes. Whatever the authority figure says is true, and whatever anyone else says is false. And that's sort of spilled over into social media, where you have guys like Meta putting fact check labels written by their propaganda experts, mainly total BS lies, by the way. Most of the fact check labels are totally false. They're based on opinion that was admitted in open Congress under penalty of perjury by the founder of Meta, that fact check labels are in fact opinions. But yet they'll put them on your posts and say that they're false and use that as a basis to tell your followers, don't follow this guy, don't share his stuff, to try and destroy your reputation, which I believe is defamation. And if we're able to restructure to enforce Section 230 of the Communications Decency Act properly, then all that will go away, because these social media Silicon Valley guys have basically become the political propaganda ministers of a certain political party. And that needs to stop. If they want to have protection from defamation, then they need to be neutral in their application. They need to not. The Communications Decency Act was basically written so the social media companies wouldn't get in trouble for removing things like child porn from their websites. But instead, now it's being used to censor people who don't agree with a certain political party. And many people say has been used to rig elections. So let's get back into what Brett has to say.
I mean, this was not a good guy, but in terms of propaganda, he was the guy. And when you start reading his work and realizing, because all of these films, all of the politics you see, right? Carefully crafted scripts by public relations, that's what they're called, public relation firms. They're propaganda firms. So, you start to understand that, and you read Bernays and you're like, oh, well, I see what their objectives are. And for example, when they wanted to sell pianos to the American public, he didn't try to sell pianos. What he did was he did the first ever MTV Cribs. He took out, or the company he represented, take out magazine ads, newspaper ads all over the United States of America, highlighting rich, affluent, celebrity type people. And he didn't bring up their pianos. But in all these ads, they were sitting at their piano in their piano room. And then they would talk about something else. It wasn't about the piano. But guess what happened? All of a sudden, people all over America who want to keep up with the Joneses started getting or making piano rooms. And the sales of pianos went through the roof. So there might have been a story. There might have been a script. Hey, 50 Cent likes to sit in his piano room with his friends and drink scotch or whatever he likes to do. I don't know. But the message in that is, you want a piano room because that will give you social status, and you need a piano if you're going to have a piano room.
So that perfectly ties into this conversation of like how the unconscious works. I used to study this stuff, and it's fascinating because words are the main, we could say that words are the easy, revolves around symbols and even like colors. And it's much more right-brained and fluid. It's not like you have to use words to program the unconscious mind, like even colors and shading and some of the stuff that you're talking about. And then it's really big on shapes. The subconscious mind loves shapes. So it's fascinating as you're talking about this. It kind of reminds me of some of the books I had read on it. And you can just kind of place something in the frame and it will influence people, even if they're not consciously aware of what they saw. It's kind of like those videos they've done where something on the screen will flash faster than your conscious mind can pick it up, but then it'll influence you, and that they can do that type of stuff. MK Ultra vibes. So we're going to do a little bit of a hard pivot. I want to get into the meat and potatoes of this conversation, which I'm loving. Hopefully you guys are loving this. If you are, make sure to give us a thumbs up if you're watching, and make sure to go follow my man at Classical Learner on social media. What I want to get into now is so I've been studying your page and I noted down some of my absolute favorite videos you've done. And I wanted to kind of give you a chance to speak on them a little bit to our audience who isn't necessarily familiar, especially because if they go follow you, you've put out a ton. So they're not necessarily going to see these pieces. And I think they're very important. So number one, you recently did a video on the truth about Queen Elizabeth and their family. And some of the stuff I did not know. So I'll leave it up to you if you want to go like however much depth you want to go into, but can you explain to our viewers what this video was about and some of the history here?
Yeah, well, speaking of admitting things you got wrong, one of the things I got wrong in that video is that Queen Elizabeth is not a direct descendant of the king that did this, but nonetheless, their family still operates under the same claim. So the point behind the video was that the royal family operates under the claim that their position is justified because they were chosen by God. So that dates back to the 1600s. I actually have the primary document for the homeschool community. I can't think of the name of the document, but basically the royal family back in the 1600s of England made a claim. They put it on paper that their family had been chosen by God. And because of that, they have a right to rule for all eternity. And at that time, they said that the Church of England was the official Church of England. The king was the head of that church, and the king heard from God. Right? Which is why when people hear about the Declaration of Independence, they don't understand it. When Thomas Jefferson wrote, "We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their creator." That was a direct statement to the royal family of England. You're saying, we were created equal under God. God did not choose you to rule over us. That's why it's right there in the first paragraph. And the fact that Americans don't know that is quite an indictment of our education system. So the royal family, that's where they get their claim from. Now, there's so many different parts to that video. It really is an interesting video. So the King of England now, when he was still the prince, he, maybe around the year 2000, started showing a ton of interest in Dracula's castle. Now, people say, what do you mean Dracula's castle? Dracula is based off of the real life man, Vlad the Impaler. And the reason it's called Dracula is because Vlad the Impaler is Vlad Dracul. That's his name, Dracula. In 1897, they made the Dracula, the vampire character, after him. So the now King of England around the year 2000 starts showing all this interest in Vlad the Impaler. And it turns out that he's actually, so the royal family are actually the descendants of Vlad the Impaler, which is just interesting. It's not, people get so triggered. I'm like, I didn't say Vlad the Impaler is the worst, the best. I just said he is. Now, I did bring up that Vlad the Impaler got his name for the impaling. He impaled over 100,000 people, allegedly. And that involves basically turning people into human shish kebabs. For those of you not familiar, think of...
Yeah, you said putting sticks up people's ass?
Yes, he up and out the mouth. So you could...
Oh, man.
It is. And at one point, he captured an army of 20,000 men. And rather than keeping them captive, he had all 20,000 of them made into human shish kebabs. And they were sticking out of the ground. And he left it there so that his enemies would find that and know what horror is if they messed with him. Right. And, a lot of people got triggered over in across the pond because they're like, how dare you? He's a hero. And I'm like, wow, you don't see how conditioned you are. I didn't even say it wasn't justified. I just said he did it. There's nothing wrong with saying what happened happened. Now, if you want to say what he did was justified because the Ottoman Empire was attacking them, well, that's a perspective. And that might be right. I'm not even here to say that's wrong. Like if I was in a kingdom and we were being attacked by another empire, maybe you do want to do some crazy stuff to show them. I don't know. But either way, what he did is what he did. He's Vlad the Impaler. He's Dracula. And the royal family is the descendant of that, which is interesting all in its own right. And then within that video, there are other aspects of the royal family. Many people know that they are tied to Jeffrey Epstein, right? That they were involved with Jeffrey Epstein. And I mean, any involvement in that is, in fact, if you, there was a Project Veritas report that ABC had the Epstein story years ago. And they ultimately, this was all uncovered in undercover video. And they ultimately stopped the story from getting out. So they were pressured by the royal family. They stopped the story from getting out. Interesting side note to that, when I was still doing my muckraking, I actually tried to draw some attention to this. And Virginia Roberts, who was the victim the story was about, retweeted my stuff and said, why isn't anyone else asking this? So
Wow.
I was directly involved in that because I was asking the right questions. And I got Virginia Roberts, who was the Epstein victim, who the ABC story was about, actually retweeted my stuff about it. I don't want to get involved in that. I'm past that. You crazy people, go do what you got to do. But so that's just a little background on that. And then you say, oh, well, that's not so bad. They're the descendants of Vlad the Impaler. They hang out with Jeffrey Epstein. Then, and this is probably the most damning part, you look into the royal family's relationship with Jimmy Savile. And for those of you not familiar with Jimmy Savile, he makes Jeffrey Epstein look like a Boy Scout. Jimmy Savile was put forward as this fun-loving character who, worked with children. He was big at I think he had his own children's hospital. And as it turned out, he was beyond a serial child rapist. In fact, he used to sleep with their dead bodies, if you want to know how morbid this man was. So this was a real, real sick individual. And there are all these news reports, which you can still find today, that Jimmy Savile was the only man in England who could walk into Buckingham Palace. He didn't need a key. He didn't need a knock. He could just walk right in. That's how close he was with the royal family. He was knighted by the royal family. So when you start to look at the overall summation of a people, right? Like if you looked at one guy and you were like, tell me a little bit about that guy. Like, oh, well, his ancestors were known for impaling people. And the family spends a lot of time with Jeffrey Epstein and Jimmy Savile. Is that, I don't know, there might be a little something there, right? And then, by the way, you look into the Queen of England and she was in the Panama Papers, right?
Yep.
Well,
it just gets so deep. And
okay, so guys, look, this is kind of an experiment, okay? April, I appreciate that. And again, I do appreciate donations and all that because it makes me more motivated to put together these shows, obviously, because my goal is to not have to practice law anymore and set up a full-on YouTube channel where I could educate people. So that means a lot to me. Give me a bunch of ones if you guys would rather me just dedicate my life to educating people to learn the truth about American common law history. I do appreciate it. It means a lot to me, especially at Christmas time when nobody has any money. And by the way, it's not money, it's Federal Reserve notes. And if Lawyer Dog's still around, no, tariffs are not theft, although they may be an indirect tax. With tariffs, you have a choice not to buy the product. And you can also form parallel systems. You can grow your own food. You can collect your own water. With an income tax, a graduated progressive tax, it's just another form of communism. It's a way to divide the people. It's a way to increase debt. And none of the money that you pay, by the way, in your federal income taxes go to buy any of these things or pay for any of the services. That's another misnomer because people have been so brainwashed by the military industrial complex, administrative complex, educational system. The money that you pay in taxes through your so-called taxes, through your income tax, goes to pay what's called debt service, which is the interest rate on the fiat currency that the private Federal Reserve Bank prints out of thin air, that's not backed by gold or anything of intrinsic value, which is required by our Constitution. Oh my gosh, thanks, Bill. Bill, man, you guys rock. Thank you, Salt Shaker. Bill Roberts just threw us a 20. Look, pretty soon I'll probably have enough money to cover the airplane tickets for my daughter and I to go visit my mom in San Diego on Thursday. That means a lot to me, guys, because that helps me, support my family, which makes it easier for me to do these shows. So it all works. But yeah, if you guys really think that it is what I want to do, Mias, it really is. It's just, unfortunately, I am very gifted in the art of law. It's just something that I'm good at. And, well, fortunately as well, because it's a tool for me to support my family. But my true love is history and teaching people about where their rights come from, natural law. And I'm a big follower of Thomas Aquinas and John Locke and just the history of America, what made us a great country, and also educating people on what happened at Jekyll Island, and trying to teach you people. I mean, there's so many people who come on my show and they say they're libertarians, but they think that our taxes pay for things like our justice system. They don't. It's like they have no understanding of the framework or the underpinnings of what the Federal Reserve banking system really is. It's fiat currency. It's not backed by anything, and none of the money you pay goes to pay for any of these so-called services. That's all borrowed money. It's all borrowed money, unless it's the police, where they seize your assets, right, through civil asset forfeiture, municipal corporations who raise money with tickets, or raise fiat currency with tickets. But it's absolutely there. Yeah. So here we go. Lawyer Dog says no taxes pay for the justice system. Oh, that's correct. Of course, all the money that is borrowed by our administrative agencies, it's all borrowed money. All the taxes that you pay, although the government says that they're raising money to pay for this or that service, no, it's not. It's fiat. That money is being used to pay your debt service. I'm talking about federal income tax right now. Now, your local, state, and federal taxes, it's the same thing. They borrow money from banks to run the municipal corporations. And the way they get that money is to say that they raised X amount of money to pay for a certain service. And then that money goes into a general fund, typically, that goes to pay debt service. And most people don't understand that because they watch too much CNN. But anyways, let's get back into the show. Let's get into it.
Seeing these people worship that, like all these people, and it's funny.
It is crazy, especially since she recently died. You kind of see that.
You get all these, like, especially the left-wing types, which is hilarious, because they get so angry about, and by the way, I'm not a fan.
What the heck, man?
I actually have, I guess, left-wing positions on this.
Now you guys are forcing me. You're breaking up my workday. Let's go TVO. A little more figgy pudding. Thanks, dude. A little more figgy pudding. Merry holidays. Merry Christmas to you, Let's Go TVO. God bless the U.S. Navy for guys like you. And in the next video we're gonna go more into Smedley Butler and the U.S. Navy. It's gonna be really good. I'm hoping that the guy who created the video doesn't come after me for a copyright or something, because it's super good and it's well produced, and he does have some music in the background. But I'm gonna go for it anyways and hope for the best, But man, you guys are awesome. Thank you, guys. Thank you for all your support. And yeah, it's super awesome to have all you guys. Faggy pudding. It's not faggy pudding. What's the matter? You figgy, figgy pudding. Jiminy Christmas. All right, guys, let's get back into it.
I'm not a fan of all the imperialization, the colonialization, the slavery, right? All of that stuff that they get so triggered about. Who do you think was directly responsible for that? It was their family who was in charge of all of this colonialism, of all of this imperialism, of all of this stuff. And the fact that people are so blinded by propaganda, because every time they turn on the news, they talk about how beautiful this family is. Like, no, this is a sick family. This is a satanic family. They have a tremendous amount of power. The King of England could walk into Canada right now and could shut down their entire government. That is real power in the real world. They receive, that's the other thing. People are like, well, they're not responsible for what happened in the past. You are when you have the power to shut down entire countries. You are when you're still receiving $150 million in taxpayer money a year. Yes. So if you want to say they're not responsible, I'm fine with that. but only after they renounce all of their power. And the royal family is the largest independent landowner in the entire world. And that empire is built on horror.
Horror. Yeah.
And just one more thing, by the way, the whole point behind the video, because I don't care so much about the royal family, the whole point behind it that I was trying to show people, that I was trying to communicate, is these systems of control and the people who are in controls of these systems get to that position through horror. And then they encode their power into law and make it look like it's this big civilized thing, when actually the epistemology, everything they do is rooted in that horror. And that was the point of going at the royal family. I really don't care about them. I was using them as
Case study.
Example. Yeah.
100%. I was literally
Ghost man, you guys are doing this on purpose. You guys are, I'm looking over every couple minutes and I'm seeing people giving me donations, and you guys are awesome. You're covering my flight to go visit my mom. That's awesome. And you're forcing me to talk. Okay. So you guys, this is my friend Brett Pike, and he is a homesteader, homeschooler. He's an advocate of getting off the atrazine that's in your food. And most of you may not know that our typical young man today has 30 to 40% less testosterone in his body than his grandfather. And many experts who have been silenced by social media as well as the WHO as being misinformation purveyors, right, say that that's because of the chemicals that the FDA and the CDC has allowed into our food supply. And atrazine, as we know, feminizes male frogs and actually turns, I think, 80% of them female, at least based on one study, and even causes them to produce eggs. So atrazine is a chemical known to feminize men. And we know that the Marxist industrial complex wants to normalize femininity in men and take away masculinity. We know that that's true. We know that they have this big campaign against what they call toxic masculinity, because the idea behind Marxism is to replace the male as the head of the household, the father as the head of the household, with the state. And so if all men are feminized, it makes it that much easier. Give me a bunch of ones if you guys agree. So anyways, right on, Brett Ray. Brett Ray's going to go play guitar. Give me a bunch of ones for Brett Ray for always purchasing memberships for other people so they can see all my private stuff that I have posted for the members only. Brett is a big time supporter of Team MPE and libertarian principles. And sadly, it makes me upset. It's us older people who haven't been brainwashed by the administrative state and social media who are the ones that are most terrified of losing the republic. And I'm hoping the young crowd like Lawyer Dog and these younger folks like April Rain, she's got to be probably 19 years old based on the way she looks, will step up to the plate and reclaim our heritage under the American common law republic. And by me sharing things, right on, Lawyer Dog, by me sharing things from people like Brett Pike, it will help you guys learn and get a better understanding of what's really going on and learn critical thinking, because critical thinking is what they don't teach in schools. Because again, the public education system is designed to teach an appeal to authority, and that's all it is. It doesn't really teach critical thinking. And in fact, the true critical thinkers usually get kicked out of school because they're nonconformists. Give me a bunch of ones if you agree. Let's get back into Brett Pike and ourselves spiritually and emotionally.
Going to say that when you finished, before you said that at the end. Basically, whenever there's a family or a ruling class or anything like that that has amassed a serious amount of either power or land, usually they're synonymous, they've done so throughout history by committing atrocities. There's not really a secret formula there. And then, as you mentioned, it gets, once you're at that level, you have enough money, influence, resources, and intimidation to get that signed into law. And then time passes and humans have such short-term memory loss that it's just like, oh, what? That was 50 years ago. Like, what are you talking about? And it's like, for anyone that studies history, like you just laughed out loud because it's like 50 years is is a blink of an eye. But in this 2022 world, 50 years is like, it's not, why do we even talk about that anymore?
Listen, of course, listen, Hitler's children, they should own all of the land that Hitler conquered. You know, it's like that was 50 years ago, and his children they should have control of Poland, and they're good. They're benevolent. They've been hanging out with Jeffrey Epstein and Jimmy Savile, and their dad was Adolf, but that was—
Do they really hang out with? Are you serious?
No, that's what
Okay. All right.
People can't conceptualize that that's what they're worshiping, and it's hilarious.
Yes. Okay. I'm glad we went into that one. That got really, really juicy. So let's go into the next one. Second favorite video here that you've put out, how Rockefeller took over the education, medical, and monetary systems. I teach our students this. However, you taught this at a level of depth that I would love for our audience to hear. So the way I've tried to explain it at a base level to people is that the education system that they've gone through was essentially created by Rockefeller. Now, it probably goes back to this concept you were talking about where it's like some of these things, it's not that they're conjecture because we can prove them, but maybe we don't know to the depth every piece of what is still influenced today by that. But we do know exactly how it came about and all of these things. So I'm curious of your perspective on this, and can you kind of dive into the basics of what you went over in this video? You specifically focused on the education system, the medical system, and the monetary systems.
1800s, Napoleonic Wars. I just like starting a sentence.
Yeah. No, it's great. Everyone's like, what?
So Napoleon is at war with Prussia, and Prussia gets murked. They get beat badly. And it gets to the point where their generals tell them to hold the line, and their soldiers turn around, ignore the order, and run away. Well, after that, the government of Prussia said, we can't have this happen again. So they brought in the leading— psychology is not the right word at the time, but basically the leading psychologists of the day, or social engineers. And they said, based on your understanding of human cognition and the way the human mind works, we need you to put together an education system that will prevent this from ever happening again. And they created the Prussian education system. And basically, it was a system 5 days a week, 8 hours a day, in 45-minute blocks, where children sat where they're told to sit, answered questions they're told to answer, didn't speak unless they were told to speak. The bell system, right? So they came up with the same education system that is now used all over the world today, which is interesting enough on its own. You say, wait a second. So the government in the 1800s said, we need a system that makes people obedient to authority in one country. And now that system is everywhere in the world. How could that be? Here's how it could be. So in the early 1900s, Rockefeller, who was getting a rather bad rap for his monopolistic business practices, decided that he needed to change the public mind about what he was doing. And there's no greater way to do that than to take control of the way that children are educated. So he created the General Education Board. Now, there's a famous quote from the original General Education Board papers. Again, I have the primary document, but off the top of my head. Type in General Education Boards plus, I think, Frederick Taylor Gates quote.
Yeah, I have that quote here, actually. I was going to ask that next.
And I've read it from the actual document. So I know people say, oh, that's not a meme. No, I've read it from the actual document. So he basically says that we want a nation of workers, not a nation of thinkers. And over the next 50 years, Rockefeller puts $180 million, which, think about that, adjusted for inflation, into the General Education Board. And this starts to influence policy. This starts to influence everything. And then as he's doing that, he partners with guys like Edward Bernays to run public relations propaganda campaigns for his new style of education, how it's the best. And he offers $10,000 grants, a lot of money at the time, $10,000 grants to any town that would adopt his education. So he went to all these towns and said, hey, we'll build you a school. We'll get you the textbooks. We'll get you everything you need. And then people said, this is great. Why would it? Sounds great. And all over America, $10,000 grant, $10,000 grant, $10,000 grant. Boom. he just started like a spider web, webbing out and taking over education all over the United States of America. And now it's gotten to the point where it is today, where he didn't just do it in America, but all over the world. You have that Prussian education system that is structurally designed, as John Taylor Gatto talked about. The number one lesson in public school is to teach children that truth comes from authority.
Damn. Okay. So I specifically wrote this quote down because it was one of the most impactful quotes you've shared in your content. So I'm going to read it for our audience. It's by Frederick T. Gates. And it says, "In our dreams, we have limitless resources, and the people yield themselves to perfect docility to our molding hands. We shall not try to make these people or any of their children philosophers or men of learning or men of science. We have not to raise up from among them authors, editors, poets, or men of letters. We shall not search for great artists, painters, musicians, nor lawyers, doctors, preachers, politicians, or statesmen. The task before us is very simple: to train these people to find their lives perfectly ideal, just where they are." Now that is powerful. So what you're saying is that Frederick T.
I just couldn't stop myself. Okay, World Economic Forum. You will own nothing and you will be happy, right? And then the other guy, Yuri, over at World Economic Forum. There are no such thing as human rights. The concept of God is just a fiction. No one has any rights. Basically, that's this. They are the descendants of the Rockefeller philosophy. A bunch of rich people who created the Federal Reserve banking system, who have tried to divide us by wealth, by race, using this Marxist-style philosophy. They've always been the guiding hand at it. And that's why I'm a big-time supporter of creating parallel systems and supporting like-minded people. Even if we don't agree on everything, if we can agree on the core things, that our rights come from our Creator. Because if you agree on that, you believe that your rights can't be taken away by the government. And that's why the Marxists hate religion and they hate God, because they know if you believe in a higher power, that your rights come from a God, they know there's no way they can control you. And in all socialist systems, the first thing they do is to try and eliminate the idea of God. And so, anyways, let's keep going. I just wanted you guys to understand that. Let's keep going.
Gates was hired by Rockefeller.
Rockefeller put Frederick Taylor Gates in charge of the General Education Board.
Got it.
So that was his guy.
So this was the man who created, was this like the curriculum, or is the board more of the voting decisions and structural?
Well, that the curriculum's another interesting story if you want to hear about that. So
We'd love to hear about that.
in the 1950s, there was the Congressional Reese Committee. And one of the members of that committee was a congressman named Norman Dodd. And the Reese Committee was basically just looking into the activities of tax-exempt foundations and determining if they were doing anything that was what they deemed un-American. And the way they defined un-American was anything that's designed to adjust the laws of America outside of natural constitutional processes is how they define un-American. So Norman Dodd, he wound up getting access to the corporate notes of the Rockefeller Foundation, the Ford Foundation, the Carnegie Foundation, dating back to like 1910. So what he found was that these foundations got together and they actually were scheming on how to get America into World War I because they controlled the banking system, and this served their banking and financial interests, getting America in that war. So they schemed to get America into the war, and then after the war, they realized how beneficial that was to them. So they wanted to figure out a way to prevent America from ever getting back to an anti-war mindset. Now, people say, oh, well, they're not pushing war right now. Well, we could argue about that, but things change over 100 years. But the point is, at that time, that was their objective. So they wanted to prevent America from getting back to an anti-war mindset. So what they did was they offered $400,000 in grants, and they handpicked 20 college students from around. Actually, let me rewind. First, they tried to pay off the leading historians in the United States of America at the time, and they were declined. Plan two. They handpicked 20 college students from all over the country, flew them to London, and offered them $400,000 in college grants. Deal. Fast forward 10 to 15 years, and those 20 college students made up the governing board of the American Historical Association, which at the time, the American Historical Association, their job was to determine best practices for how history teachers are trained and best practices for what goes into history textbooks.
Oh my God. This is the perfect Bonnie and Clyde podcast because you have details I've never heard anyone speak on. This is phenomenal. So these are essentially plants. They bribed them and had to wait over a decade for this to come to fruition.
10, 15 years, they had control of the governing board of the American Historical Association. And then from there, they used that to leverage control over how teachers are taught, because the teachers teach the kids, and what goes in the textbooks.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
They did the same thing for science, too, if you want, because I know you asked about science. We could get into that. It's all, they have a modus operatus. This is how they operate. It's how they function. And this is why I tell parents, you want to teach your children about the levers and the mechanisms that are used to control institutions rather than, this institution's corrupt, this guy's corrupt, that guy's corrupt. You understand the money, you understand the mechanisms, you figure the rest out. So in the 1910, don't quote me on the year, I think 1910, the Flexner report comes out. Now, the Flexner report was a report that basically said they wanted to modernize medicine, make it more scientific. So it basically came out and it said that, this Western petroleum-based medicine is better for these reasons, and that allopathic medicine, which is natural medicine, that type of thing, essential oils, whatnot, all that type of stuff is nonsense, right? Nonsense. There's no scientific backing of that. Throw that out. Well, you look at the funding of the Flexner report. It was funded by Rockefeller, Carnegie, and in partnership with the American Medical Association, AMA. The Flexner report was then used in Congress to justify a reshaping of medical schools in America. They'd be under much tighter regulation. And guess who was put in charge of that regulation?
Who?
The American Medical Association, who partnered with Rockefeller and Carnegie to get the report done. So the American Medical Association gets put in charge, and they get to decide which medical schools are accredited. This is tremendous power. So basically they said any medical school that doesn't teach petroleum-based medicine will lose their accreditation. And within 20 years, I believe, there were half the number of medical schools in the United States of America because they ripped the accreditation from all the schools that didn't teach the exact medicine that Rockefeller pushed. And of course, for those of you not familiar, Rockefeller, petroleum-based medicine, he basically gained a monopoly. Everyone says oil. He basically gained a monopoly over medicine. And think about that, right? Think about the immense power that this man, this family had. Same way, because they took over the way doctors are trained, the same way they took over the way historians are trained, and they use that to control society.
So it sounds like they had a very methodical, duplicatable approach, regardless of what it was that they were looking to take over and influence. It sounds like they utilized the same type of inside-out, bottom-up approach.
Yeah, they basically want to get a regulatory board in charge of something, and then they just want to control the members of that board, and then they control what happens after that.
Sounds awfully like the political system today.
Sure.
You don't need to worry about the populace if you just control those who are voted into power. Okay, beautiful. Now we've got two more of these, and it's very impressive how you know all this off top. I'm sure our listeners are going to love this. So next one, I want you to kind of elaborate on a little bit, whatever comes to mind for you. This was very recent. You did a video on how the U.S. monetary system actually operates. You were speaking on things like deficit spending and bonds and how the government kind of prints something that's not there, and then how they actually pay it back by taxing our labor and some of these things. this is perfectly in line with the type of stuff that I teach. So I'll throw you the alley-oop there and whatever you want to go into about that topic.
Yeah, well, what is money? How is money created? It's such an interesting topic. And just like I work with my students on understanding, because I have a unit study on the medical industrial complex. I have a unit study on the media industrial complex. And it's about understanding the mechanisms and levers that are used to control these institutions. So one side of financial literacy is teaching your children what is money? Where does this so-called money come from? How is it created in our present system? Now, I actually think there's much more important aspects of financial literacy, like the basics of assets versus liabilities and the stuff that you cover, I'm sure. But they need to know this as well. So what is money? How is money created? So basically, some schmuck politician comes along and he says, hey, we need a war. Or another schmuck politician comes along and says, hey, we need this social program. We got to give everyone free this and free that. And the American public eats it up. We're at war. Everyone's getting free stuff and they don't see why, they're getting fat and dying earlier. But so the public comes along and eats it up and they say, yeah, but we need money for this stuff. So we're going to spend money we don't have, obviously. So what happens is the United States Treasury issues treasury bonds. Now, a treasury bond, for lack of a better purpose, is basically an IOU. A treasury bond, and we're going to put that up for sale and buy them. But another institution could buy them, and that's banks. So then these smaller banks that are gigantic, like JP Morgan, come along and they say, hey, I'll buy that bond. So they buy the bond from the government, and then they have this treasury bond that the government has guaranteed they'll pay them back with interest. So they'll pay them back the full amount plus interest in 30 years. That's how it works. It's a 30-year bond. So they then take that bond and they say, what can we do with this bond? I have an idea. Let's flip it. It's pretty valuable. So they turn around to the Federal Reserve Bank and say, hey, I have this treasury bond. The United States government will pay you back plus interest. You want to buy it? So the Federal Reserve Bank reaches into their checkbook. They write a check and they get that bond. Except it's not like when you and I write a check. When you and I write a check, there has to be money in an account. Because if you or I write a check and there's no money in the account, the check bounces and the transaction doesn't go through. The Fed doesn't play by those rules. So they write this check from an account with no money, but they have the printing machine, right? So they just print that money. So they are buying the treasury bond and getting paid back the full cost of that bond plus interest, and they're getting it for free, right? They're getting it with money they don't have, that doesn't exist. You want to talk about a rigged system. You want to talk about what really happened in 1913 with the creation of the Federal Reserve and the federal income tax. You start to see why. So they get this free treasury. I'd like a free treasury bond from the government. So they get this free bond, and then the money gets into the population. And that's one of the ways in which money is created. Now, when the government does that IOU, understand what it is. What they're saying is, we will pay you back through taxing the American population. So
people don't understand this part. So let's go into that.
The Fed is getting this bond for free. Money.
Okay, so I'm hoping Lawyer Dog is still listening. Lawyer Dog, if you're still here, this is the part that I wanted you to see, because I think that you're on the right track. It's just that when you don't have access to information, because we know that AI, Google, and all the online sources of information are all bullshit. They're geared towards lies, especially Wikipedia. So I'm going to go ahead and just back this up a little bit. I want you guys to understand that what your taxes are paying for isn't any of the services. It's paying for debt service on money that doesn't exist, that we're basically borrowing from ourselves. And it's a way to enrich banks. And when I was lobbying at Congress, I saw that all the politicians really cared about was money from donors so they could get reelected. And then we see people like Nancy Pelosi, right, who become billionaires. And of course, we know that they say that they don't get insider information on stock trades. But how do you go into Congress being worth a few $100,000 and come out a billionaire? I just want you to think about that. Obviously, you're getting information from somewhere. I mean, my SEP IRA, I make sure to buy all the same stocks that Nancy Pelosi has. I sure wish that I could get her stock trading information in real time, because if I did, I would be a billionaire too, because clearly whatever information she's getting always pans out to be true. So I just want you guys to understand that this is all about bankers controlling the a currency system, and that all started at Jekyll Island. Now let's listen to what Brett has to say. Hopefully we can still
interest in 30 years. That's how it works. It's a 30-year bond. So they then take that bond and they say, what can we do with this bond? I have an idea. Let's flip it. It's pretty valuable. So they turn around to the Federal Reserve Bank and say, hey, I have this treasury bond. The United States government will pay you back plus interest. You want to buy it? So the Federal Reserve Bank reaches into their checkbook. They write a check and they get that bond. Except it's not like when you and I write a check. When you and I write a check, there has to be money in an account. Because if you or I write a check and there's no money in the account, the check bounces and the transaction doesn't go through. The Fed doesn't play by those rules. So they write this check from an account with no money, but they have the printing machine, right? So they just print that money. So they are buying the treasury bond and getting paid back the full cost of that bond plus interest, and they're getting it for free, right? They're getting it with money they don't have, that doesn't exist. You want to talk about a rigged system. You want to talk about what really happened in 1913 with the creation of the Federal Reserve and the federal income tax. You start to see why. So they get this free treasury. I'd like a free treasury bond from the government. So they get this free bond, and then the money gets into the population. And that's one of the ways in which money is created. Now, when the government does that IOU, understand what it is. What they're saying is, we will pay you back through taxing the American population. So
people don't understand this part. So let's go into that.
The Fed is getting this bond for free. They're, money they don't have. They're getting paid back at interest. And the government is promising them, don't worry, we're going to tax the labor of all the Americans for the next 30 years on that bond. We'll pay you back. We got you, plus interest. So then you go to work and the government taxes you, and people think their tax money goes to roads or whatnot. The majority of that tax money just goes back to the Federal Reserve Bank, to these guys who got that free treasury bond with money that didn't exist. It starts to make you angry, doesn't it? So they tax your labor. It's not just your labor. They're promising to tax your labor, your children's labor. And by the way, each time they create more money, right, they're destroying the value of your money, right, through the inflation process. Anyway, so that's how the Federal Reserve creates money. That's only one way. There is a second way in which money is created that people have to understand. So when you make money, let's just do round numbers. Let's say you have $100,000 and you take that $100,000. What do you do with it? Put it in the bank. So you take that $100,000, you put it in the bank, and you think you're depositing that money, but you're not. A deposit is considered legally a loan. What you're doing is you are loaning the bank $100,000. The bank operates on historically a 10% rule. Now it's like 0%. They don't even have to do this, but keep it simple.
Is this fractional reserve banking?
Fractional reserve banking. So historically, they operate on a 10% rule, which means when you give them that loan, they only have to keep 10% of it in reserves, or they only have to keep 10% of it in a safe to create an image, right? Mm-hmm. So they take $10,000 of that $100,000, they put it in a safe, and now they have $90,000 that they could loan out to the next guy, right? So the next guy comes along, he says, I need a mortgage. They give him $90,000, and they write you what's called a bank credit, which is an IOU. They owe you $90,000. They don't have it. So now you have the $10,000 in the safe, you have the $90,000 in bank credits, the IOU, and you have the $90,000 that they loaned out to someone else. So they took that original $100,000 and they turned it into $190,000. The $10,000 in the safe, the $90,000 IOU, and the $90,000 they loaned to someone else so they could, get a mortgage or a house or something, right? So when they loan that money out, there is now $190,000 in circulation, not $100,000. They just created $90,000. This is how the majority, over 90% of money, comes from this process. So every time you take out a loan for a car, for a mortgage, you actually print money, or you give them the ability to print money. And they could turn on 10%, they could turn every $100,000 into $1 million. So every time the $100,000 is deposited into the bank, they basically create 900,000 more dollars with it, $1 million total.
Right. And then they take that. So it's even deeper than that. You deposit $100,000. Let's say they're going to give you 0.5% on that per year in a savings account. And then they're able to take $1 million from that and lend it to someone for, let's say, real estate. And they're able to get 8% or 6% or 5% a year, which is over 10 times what they're paying you. So not only are they able to get a 10x markup in what they can loan due to fractional reserve banking, but they're paying you pennies while they're making racks on what it is that they're turning around and lending out, which is basically invisible money that they just created. Phenomenal breakdown. All right, last one in regards to your posts. This one's a little bit different, but we talk a lot about etymology. I have a few different legal dictionaries, dictionary of word origins, Black's Law dictionaries. I don't know if you're familiar with what those are.
I've been wanting to get my hands on a fifth Black's Law, but I live.
Yep. Yeah. So highly recommend the 4th edition. These are the ones that are expensive, but these have the original definitions of words that are very different from what people were taught. And so that's some of the basics when you start to talk about, financial literacy even, right? Like most people don't know what the definition of liquidity or cash flow or whatever it may be is. But then at a deeper level, when you start to understand like how does contract law work or the credit and banking system and some of these things, you have to start with understanding what words mean. And so we always start our students with certain legal dictionaries. So I love the conversation of etymology. If you're familiar with that word, basically just means the origin of words. You've done a post on the Wizard of Oz. And for anyone who doesn't know, the Wizard of Oz has an immense amount of symbolism as it pertains to your straw man versus your natural person. In terms of one of them is your all caps name, the fictitious entity that you were turned into via birth certificate. It's a corporation. And the other is blood and flesh, natural human being created by God. So you did this post on the Wizard of Oz and you referenced spells, spelling, magic, and Hollywood. My favorite topic. Can you talk a little bit about how this all works and what the Wizard of Oz was alluding to?
When you watch a television script, right, you write in script, they spell the words, right? Like a witch casts a spell, right? You write words in cursive, right? A wizard casts a curse. Then they form sentences. So the spell or the curse puts you in a prison sentence, right? So like the point behind the post is that what they are doing to us, the manipulation has been embedded into our language. I'm actually reading a book right now, the Wooden Book series on the Trivium, and it's all about Socrates breaking down the where this language comes from and where the letters come from. And Socrates wrote all about this, how this is done. And it's very, our language is crafted to get us to subconsciously accept that we're under a spell, that we're under a curse without you necessarily realizing that's happening. If that's what you're alluding to.
For sure. Have you ever read the book Word Magic?
No, but it sounds right up my alley.
Yeah, you should definitely check that out. It's both a spiritual and a logical book, if you will. I wouldn't say I agree with everything in it, but as with anything, we should be able to consume anything and form our own opinions, as I know you would. Highly recommend that one. It breaks down a lot of this. I would say it's an introductory book, but it's deep. So it's not necessarily introductory, but I just mean that for anyone who's interested in the topic of etymology and better understanding how these words are being used against us and more of these types of examples and implications of them, it's a great book. So as far as the Wizard of Oz, do you have anything specific you want to reference about kind of like the plot of it?
For one, the obvious is the wizard, who his power is coming from projection and manipulation, right? It's actually a small, weak man behind a curtain. And that's kind of like the archetypal representation of the television screen. When you turn on the media and they tell you, be afraid if you don't buy our product and you get within 6 feet of grandma, terrible things are going to happen to grandma and you. And right, this is the Wizard of Oz. This is what that's what the wizard represents. That's what the screen is. Right. But there's so many different aspects to it, like the straw man, I'm sure you're interested in. And I'd love to hear your breakdown of that.
So I never actually, the time in my life when I watched that was a very different time in my life from when I woke up to this type of stuff. But there's a book that I wouldn't say I read it cover to cover, but it's called The Redemption Manual. And it's one of these kind of self-written sovereignty type books. And it goes into a realm of law called UCC. I don't know if you're familiar with that, but UCC is basically like international law that governs corporations. It has a whole section on, it breaks down the Matrix, which is like an obvious one that I talk about all the time, but it also breaks down the Wizard of Oz. And it has a lot of perspectives on that like are not, that I never picked up on. I'll just put it that way. And so the straw man's an obvious one, but it talks about what the Tin Man represents and even like the yellow brick road and all of those things. But I'm by no means an expert on that stuff. So I was more so just curious how into that you were. You know, we can kind of transition out of that. But I think the main point there that I just thought was very interesting in that video that you did is just for people to understand, like a lot of people have never stopped to question this basic premise of like, why is it called spelling when you write something out, right? Well, because there's extreme power in a pen tip, in taking something from unactualized and actualizing it in the 3D realm. That's what writing is. There's power behind words. That's why it's called spelling, because it casts a spell. Your words are extremely powerful, right? And then this notion of how Hollywood, just all the stuff about how Hollywood operates. And when you, for example, why is television called programming and some of these basic things? Like we would all admit that television is called programming. It's referred to as television programming, but like people don't stop to think like they're like laughing at you. Like they're showing you right there in a number of different ways. And what's another one? Oh, the remote control. Have you ever heard that one?
The remote control.
Like it's called a remote control. And it's like, if you think about what a television does, it allows them to control you remotely.
Right.
There's
My favorite with the programming is when they do the little announcements and they say, we will resume your television programming. They're calling it, we will resume your programming.
Yeah. It's wonderful. All right, guys. So we're going to transition now. A few more questions for you, and then we'll wrap up. I want to be respectful of your time. So you dropped some serious gems about Rockefeller in relation to the medical system, the education system, and then a little bit about like kind of the oil and such. Would you mind breaking down and kind of in that same regard, but as it relates to the media? So as me and you both know, and hopefully a lot of our viewers know, there's something called the media industrial complex. And I've posted these graphs in my stories. They should still be in my small number of, call them holding companies that own all media. And it doesn't matter if we're talking about something small like Hulu, Disney, or Cartoon Network, or something big like CNN, CNBC, whatever it may be. So they have managed to control all aspects of inputs. You don't really have a choice other than not consuming it or consuming, I guess, what you would refer to as private media, right? Like YouTube, whatever it may be. But can you kind of break down for people some key elements of how these media monopolies came to be? Because even for myself, I'm not as thorough on the history. I know what is in place now. I know who runs shit now. Like, for example, if you want to speak on George Soros and if you want to mention the Bilderberg Group or anything like that, our audience definitely likes that type of stuff. But are you clear on how that came to be?
Yeah, I even think guys like Soros and Bill Gates and the Rothschilds, and I actually think they are middlemen, liability shields. Like, you want to talk about cool word magic? So you know the Rothschilds, they weren't always the Rothschilds. I forget what their name was beforehand, but that was a name change, right? Right around when
branding.
They started their power. Well, if you break down Rothschild, it stands for Red Shield. That's what their name means. So to me, for the aristocracy, having your name known is a liability, right? It's the first step of like that first generation crazy wealth with Soros and Gates and like even Rockefeller when he came up, where like you're going to be the face. And then once you really entrench yourself, once you really establish yourself, and generations go by, you start to operate in the background, and then you could, get your puppets in there. But in terms of the media, there's corporations and then there's the parent corporations. So like, let me give an example. Disney is one of the five biggest media corporations in the world. And then within that, like ESPN, ABC, and many other different networks are actually their child corporations. They belong to Disney, right? So right now, there are 5 parent corporations, 4 or 5, might be 4 now, that control over 90% of the television networks, the movie studios. So when you turn on the television and there's this appearance of choice, you got all these different channels, but the truth is it just funnels up and there's 4 or 5 corporations at the top who control all of those different networks, including the movie studios.
For the words and etymology, television, tell a vision. So as I'm hearing you talk about how like you have the illusion of choice, like you change your channel and you have the illusion of choice, but it's like, it doesn't matter if you go to the theaters, streaming, or TV, it's all owned by the same 4 companies. Go ahead. Sorry to cut you off.
Within those 4 companies, you have boards of directors and they appoint a CEO, right? And the CEO, although they get the public face, again, they're kind of like that Rothschild. They're kind of like that liability shield. The CEO is the face, but really it's him and the board of directors. And the board of directors probably even more so. I mean, there's power dynamics. But so you have a very small handful of people that are in charge of everything you see on television, which is why you can get it where like you think, how is it possible that I turned on TV during 2020 and no matter what television network, no matter what show you turned on, everyone had to support Black Lives Matter, right? It's like, huh? No matter what television show you turned on, everyone had to have a mask on, everyone had to be vaccinated. It's like, well, that's because very few people at the top control it. And they get the memo. They're like, this is what you're going to support. It might differ. They might say you have to announce your support for this position, or they might just say you can't go against this position, right? But either way, there's very few people at the top who control that. And whereas 30, 40 years ago, that might have been 30 different companies, that's been consolidated through mergers into those 4 or 5 main companies. So then you look at it and you say, okay, well, the people that are the boards are on the board of these companies, the CEOs of these companies, what groups do they affiliate with? Who do they belong to? And then there's this really great image from the Swiss Research Center about the Bilderberg Group, the Council on Foreign Relations, and the Trilateral Commission. And there's this great image they have where all of the power brokers, the head of the New York Times, the head of Disney, the head of Viacom, right? All of these different power brokers, they all belong to these same organizations. So it's like, oh, so you have these very small people in control, very small group of people. They all belong to the same think tanks. Then who are these think tanks funded by? And you just follow the funding and you're like, oh, so that's who their daddy is. And that's why the messaging coming from the screen is so monolithic. And there's really, you think you have diversity, but as we know with diversity, they love diversity of skin color, but they don't like diversity of thought.
And do you have any background on Soros? Have you ever done any sort of a dive into his family or anything like that?
Years ago, I did a deep dive into him, but it was so
What do you think
long
on
ago.
him? Just super general. You don't need to go deep, but
He's a shady guy.
Do you think he's a more of a face, more of a puppet? Or my understanding is that he's extremely, I mean, his rise to fame, he comes from the equities markets, right? And he's famous for kind of like shorting currencies and things of that nature. I believe he even was responsible for funding some wars or doing something with Europe.
And he's most famous for the color revolution and crashing the Bank of England.
That's what I'm referencing. Yeah. So it's these type of guys with so much money where it's like any sort of event, crisis, war, calamity, they're happy for that because they're either shorting it or they're funding it or they're funding both sides of it or whatever it may be. They're profiting off of it. So, but outside of that, nothing stands out, nothing crazy that would be fun to share that stands out.
Yeah, well, George Soros was in Nazi Germany. He was allegedly a Jew in Nazi Germany. And I say allegedly because a lot of powerful types use Jew as a liability shield. Again, a lot of this stuff is liability shields. And like you see the stuff now with, I don't want to get too into, I don't want to get you in trouble, but.
Oh, we speak about anything here, but that's your call.
Well, anyway, let me just stay on Soros. So he's a Jew in Nazi Germany. during World War II. He was 9 years old when it started, I think 14 when it ended. And he was adopted by his caretaker, who was a Christian, I believe, allegedly. And basically, he and this caretaker, Soros, helped him. And they went house to house confiscating all of the material belongings of other Jewish people that would be loaded up on trains and, everything that went on around that, or got onto trains, everything that went on around that, right? But he would help confiscate their material. So that's a rather, questionable upbringing, but okay. He was a young kid. Well, in an interview in 60 Minutes that he gave, you could probably look for it. They've really taken it down. But he actually says in an interview that he doesn't regret any of that.
I've seen what you're talking about. It's still
like really disturbing stuff. And he talks about his worldview in that interview, how if he learned anything from that, he basically what he says is, if you learn anything from that, is there's evil in the world, so you better be the evil so that evil doesn't get you. And that's basically the guy's worldview. And he's funded all of these, I'm not an expert on it, but like these color revolutions. And basically he's funded through the division of people, the toppling of governments, which creates power vacuums. And it's basically so that the central banks could come in and take control of countries. So like, that's why when I say, he's a liability shield. Yeah, he does it, but who is he serving? Like, you crash the Bank of England and you don't have permission to do that. They will dangle you upside down your feet and cut your throat. Like, these are people that start wars for a living. These are like the Rothschilds, right? The Rothschilds are in control of the Bank of England. They very famously have said that they fund all sides of every war. So like, when you talk about people like that you're dealing with in that realm, you don't get to just crash their bank. You crash their bank so that they could buy everything low and they could get even more money. And it's like all these guys, these Soros types, these Bill Gates types, they're all serving higher masters. And when you get to the really powerful families, you get to like the Medici families out of Italy and whatnot, like these really ancient families, these aristocracies, they don't want you to know their names. Mm-hmm. And these are the people that are really in charge. And then you're like, who do they answer to? I think they answer to Satan, but
yeah. It really only goes so high up until it's like they're answering to a deity or Satan himself.
Don't let that take you down a bad route, because people fall into the trap when they discover this stuff that they're like, oh, so those people are bad. No, your baker down the street who follows that religion is not a bad guy. He's a regular guy like you or me. He's not responsible for what George Soros does, just like you're not responsible for the wars America's government wages. Like, these are friends of mine. These are good people. They're bakers. They're family people. But when you get to the top, when you get to the higher levels of these controllers, there is something called Zionism, and it is very powerful. Now, even within that, that's a liability shield for stronger powers. But like, this is how the world really functions. And it's just the reason you don't hear people talk about it is because you get spanked, you get a backlash when you talk about it. And these people have a lot of power, but that's the truth. That's how the world really functions.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, Kanye is probably the most fearless I've seen. He actually has lost all fear of what they might do to him. And so he doesn't really hold back. And that's kind of why he's currently being written off, exiled. I think Zuckerberg just removed him off social. We're seeing a lot of this. So it's anyone who's willing to lose everything they've worked for and get canceled for a message is, someone that I'm paying attention to, whether or not I agree with them politically or, you know what I mean, regardless of who we're talking about. So to kind of wrap things up, I want to get your take on where do you think this is all headed? I study not only the history, but I usually am looking at things through a more economic lens, but then I also have the kind of sovereignty lens. And I'm also just a human who has grown up in the world for 30 years so far. And I just observe my surroundings. And so are you someone who believes that history repeats itself and we're just closing out kind of a generational cycle and we're experiencing a lot of polarity because we're at the end of it? I don't know if you're familiar with the work of Neil Strauss and The Fourth Turning. He also wrote the book Generations, but it kind of studies macroeconomic cycles, or I should say it studies demographic cycles, because it's just all about humans and demographics. And I'm always talking about, we're closing out the end of a fourth turning, and there's always peak social unrest in these times. I'm curious if you're of the perspective that we're just going through a rough patch and we've seen many of these, or are you someone who believes that things are only going to get worse and we're just headed towards a totalitarian regime and it's all doom and gloom? What do you think will happen? Are you optimistic, pessimistic? Where are you at with things?
History repeats itself because the mechanisms that institutions and people use to control society are used time and time again. So if the mechanisms repeat themselves, then the history is going to look very similar. But with that being said, I'm very optimistic. It really depends on how you live your life. So if you're reliant on the system, it is a collapsing system. The financial system is going to collapse. Now, I don't know if it's going to happen today or in 35 years, but if you understand how it's structured, it's like a giant Ponzi scheme. Eventually, it's going to fall apart. But with that being said, if you're not relying on it, it actually creates opportunity. Like, if when the system collapses, you don't have debt because you haven't tried to keep up with the Joneses, that you live within your means, that you have a family because you didn't embrace hookup culture, so you have a wife that you could count on or a husband you could count on, you have children that you raise right.
All you millennials who are brave enough to watch my channel, listen very closely to what he's saying. And if I were you, I'd buy as much gold and silver as you can right now, as well as much ammo as you can get your hands on. Preferably 5.56, because that's what's chambered for the most commonly used rifle that you would have to use to protect your wife and children. Give me a bunch of ones if you guys agree.
You homeschool them, you put in the work and you start your own business so you're not financially reliant on other people. Then when the system falls apart, you might actually be more valuable. Like, people talk about the food. Look at what's happening with these plants, right? Oh, the planes crashing into food processing plants and they're burning down. And I'm like, that's great because I grow food. I have a homestead. So if all of a sudden people couldn't get food, my commodity would be very valuable, right? So it's really like, how do you position yourself? Like right now, there's been like a mini apocalypse going on and everyone's like, oh my God, the system, we got to pull our kids out of school. Well, great. I have a homeschool company, right? So I position myself very well. And for anyone out there, once you wake up, like, it's okay to be afraid and it's okay to feel the gloom and doom and want to tell everyone. But once you get through that, once you go through your spiritual awakening,
That
you
dark
will
night
realize,
of the soul.
yeah, you will realize how powerful you are. You want to talk about the Wizard of Oz? One of the biggest truth drops in that was Dorothy. Just click your heel. You've had the power this whole time. Just click your heels together 3 times. And she's like, oh, I've had the power? Well, that's just telling you've had the power. And for anyone out there, I can't tell you enough if you saw the world through my eyes, because I get contacted by homeschool families with 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 children on the daily who are homesteading, who are building communities outside of the system. And the future is very bright if you live your life the way I do. And I sold my house to get out of debt, moved my family across the country, started a homestead. I'm a great, devoted husband. I have children. We're going to have more children. We homeschool our children. We run our own business and we grow our own food. We learn our rights, right? You start to do those things. You're like, wow, this world's really not that scary. I mean, I see why people would be scared. But even with the whole, wants to give you an ouchie, no one made you do it, right? They put a lot of financial pressure on people. They put a lot of social shame and social pressure on people, but they didn't make you do it. And they get you to do it to yourself. So I always tell people freedom comes from the manner through which you live your life.
Amazing. We're in complete agreement on that. And same with the community that I run. We have about 180 students now, and all of our students obviously are members of communities and families. And so in that same sense, it's my response to that. My answer would be very similar. And I always speak to 2 factors that create our reality. You have your intention and your attention. Where you put intention and attention is what creates your reality. So exactly like Brett shared, when people are newer to waking up and they're deep in, let's say they're learning about the cabal or the Q stuff, or they're learning about Pizzagate or whatever it may be, it gets dark. And that's because that's where you're putting all of your intention and your attention. So it can consume you. My partner stopped sleeping. She stopped being able to eat because that's all usually it's the beginning. It's waking up to the fact that 9/11 was an inside job or some of these types of things. And once you realize that the only two things you can control is what you place your focus on and what you put your energy into, you can start to look at your lifestyle and kind of break it down and reverse engineer, well, what do you want life to look like? And what I really love about Brett's message is it's a message of complete empowerment. And the reason I wanted to have you on the podcast today is because, you know, you're one of the few who I see out there who's, instead of complaining, you're creating solutions. I always tell my students there are creative solutions to every problem. The only limitation is sometimes we haven't yet tapped into what the solution is. And so people like you, accounts like yours, accounts like mine are very important for 2022 and where things have been and where things are probably going to continue to head. And people realizing like no one is coming to save you. No one. And if you continue to live with this mindset of like, oh, 2020 was just this freak disaster and things are going to go back to normal, whatever the hell normal is, and things will get easy again and I'll be able to just not have to really change much, etc. You're going to be in for a very rough decade plus. Conversely, if you're willing to, you know, tune in and learn from people who are taking it upon themselves to start with themselves and then their families and then their communities and then their cities and out and out and out and creating this ripple effect of empowerment, whether it's with the food, whether it's what you're doing with your money, whether it's learning barter, whether it's learning alternative ways to invest in things that aren't controlled or artificially made.
So everybody, welcome, welcome Gorilla74 as one of our newest moderators in the chat. Again, Gorilla, make sure that, you know, you understand that with great power comes great responsibility. Don't time out your fellow mods. The reason why you guys have wrenches isn't so you can throw your weight around. It's so you know who has been accepted into Team MPE, so you don't time them out. I have a wide variety of people in here. I have Christians, I have Jewish people, I have Muslims, I have not that many Democrats, but Republicans, libertarians, free thinkers, people who are capable of critical thinking are in this chat and in my channel. And as a result, you're not all going to agree on everything, but you agree on the key things. And the key things are, hey, Race Gas, thanks. The key things is that we all agree that a natural law, that our rights come from a creator, not from the state, not from the government. Just like our founding fathers believed, just like it says in the Declaration of Independence. So it's not like I'm making stuff up out of thin air. Good seeing you, Christopher. You keep sticking around, Christopher Triplet, and you keep on supporting our chats and our channel and Team MPE, and you'll get to be a moderator too someday. Just got to make it through Team MPE boot camp. And everybody, again, always make sure to like and subscribe to each other's channels as well, especially Brett Ray, big time supporter of my show, always buys memberships so you guys can check out the stuff in the back channel that I have that I don't share with the general public. And super good guy. And I appreciate you joining us, Gorilla. You're awesome. I love when I see that Gadsden flag snake, I know right away you're part of my team. So, and Tikara, thank you for the ones. And don't forget us, our forgotten old vets. That's right. Us old, and we're going to do a show in a minute about old vets, about Smedley Butler. I'm going to take some liberty and share a show who I think the guy's a libertarian-minded guy. There is some music in it though, so I hope I don't get attacked by the YouTube gods for some kind of copyright issue. But it's good enough to lose the monetization on this show, I think, to share it with you. And by the way, guys, this show is almost over. So I mean, this particular video that I'm sharing with you is almost over. So what I want you to do is take a look. His name is Jay Griff, and I'm gonna drop his link. So he's a friend. Any friend of Brett Pike's is a friend of mine. Brett Pike and I are buddies, and I really like him. And obviously, none of us agree on everything, right? Like Brett and I aren't 100% in agreement on everything. Thank God. And I don't want any of us to be 100% in agreement on everything. If that was the case, we'd all be Soviets. We'd all be socialists. We'd all believe whatever the government tells us. I want you guys to be critical thinkers, just like it says in the Bible that iron sharpening iron. When you catch a brother stumbling, you basically castigate, you attack, you tell your brother, hey, you're doing things wrong. And a true brother or sister is going to take that not as an insult, but as a correction, so we can help each other. If you guys see that I've done something that's wrong, that I'm wrong about, whether it's a factual issue, a procedural issue, whatever, call me out, but do it in private first, obviously, because when you call someone out in public, what does that do? That creates dissension, and some people don't get it, and they'll jump on the bandwagon to try to attack you. That's why I really do my best to be open-minded about everything. Like for example, what happened with Lane Myers the other day. I couldn't believe it. Like, how on earth could he be legally audio recording without getting court approval? But he's in Arizona, and there's a Rule 122H in Arizona that allows you just to give notice to the head judge of the court, and you can bring an audio recording device and record. So I learned something from a so-called pro se idiot. So, that's the thing, guys. That's another reason why I don't generally hang out with lawyers, is because they tend to have really big egos and they're not capable of being corrected. They'd rather argue and try and be right than try and do what's right. And so I believe we always need to keep that in mind, that we're all God's children and we all need to be capable of correction, and we need to love one another. And that's right. When you're wrong, yeah, she says you're wrong all the time and I call you out. You just squash it and move on, and that's why your chats are the best. Well, right. And there's people here that are wrong in my shows, and I'll try to delicately correct them, but I'm not one of these guys who's going to sit here and say you're an a-hole or you're wrong, or no. That's not how we gain friends, guys. We have a very, very short lifespan on this planet, and here I am. I'm working right now in my law office trying to get stuff done, but I know that we have a short lifespan, and I want to share with you some things that I've been blessed with that have helped me become a better person and a better father and a better husband. And I'm hoping these things can help you too, especially when it comes to rearing your children. So thank you, What's the Matter You, for the for the kind remarks. What's the Matter You, like, totally different than me on a lot of issues, but we agree on the core things that matter. And that's why I love Team MPE. I don't like these partisan political channels where, oh, you don't support Trump, you're out, or you don't support Sleepy Joe and Camel Toe, you're out. No, I'm cool with you guys, as long as you understand that our rights come from a creator. And Brett Ray says, Lane has residency in my computer. I really like Lane. I think he's a good guy. And I also like Reluctant Prophet. Great guys. I think that they're doing what they think is right. Anybody who opposes the administrative state, the administrative industrial complex, who's patriotic, who believes in their right of self-defense and to keep and bear arms, is a friend of mine. So with that being said, because this is, did I share Jay Griff's link with you guys? Let me make sure I shared it, because I want to make sure you guys go ahead and like and subscribe to this guy's channel. Jay Griff, this guy, I just shared it. And let him know that Michael Ehline from Team MPE, a friend of Brett Pike's, sent you, if you want to subscribe to him. And all you guys are awesome. Lane lives in the heads of all these corrupt officials rent-free, says Gorilla74. Right on, man. Hey, make sure to let Gorilla74, make sure to let Reluctant Prophet and Lane Myers know if they want to get fed with some cool information about natural law, about natural healing, homesteading, homeschooling, and become part of Team MPE. They're always welcome here to come and join our shows. I'd love to have them on as guests, talk to them, and try to help them in any way that I can with my over 20 years experience. Now, let me just see here. All right, so the next video that I'm going to share with you, and again, I'm doing this, I don't know this guy. His name is Knowing Better. This is the name of his channel. And I'm going to drop his link because I believe in giving credit where credit is due. But Knowing Better, and I think he's kind of a libertarian. He really exposes, in my view, like a libertarian sort of point of view. He, calls out corruption in government. I'm gonna going to drop his link. So the next video we're going to share, and then again, I've got to get back. I'm going to keep working. So guys, keep in mind, this is the MPE marathon. This is like my version of a news channel today, where I'm sharing programming with you. I hate using that word programming because I don't want to program you, but because you're familiar with the word, like a TV show that shares really cool things. And I really like this video because he really exposes Smedley Butler, who was one of the most highly decorated U.S. Marines in history. And he is one of the reasons what makes Marines so much different than other branches of the military, because we're not all the same. We're very idealistic. Most of us join because we're all about the Constitution. We want to fight for our country, and we know that being a Marine, we're probably going to be one of the first ones to go. And then we find out after we got out everything that Smedley Butler taught. It's too bad because we want that Eagle, Globe, and Anchor so bad. But gosh, if I would have known more about Smedley Butler, I probably wouldn't have joined. Actually, I still would have joined because I wanted that EGA, man. But I want you guys to hear from this guy. I don't even know if this guy was in the Corps, but he really breaks down Smedley Butler, and I'm hoping you guys will like this. And then I'm going to go ahead and put myself on mute and get back to work. And again, oh yeah, listen, I appreciate everybody supporting my show financially, buying memberships, super chats, super stickers. It really helps. And ultimately, if I can build this channel enough, my goal would be to be a full-time, not necessarily a YouTuber, but a full-time natural law advocate to teach people online about their rights, duties, and obligations as a real American who believes in freedom and liberty above the administrative state and politics. And so I'm going to go ahead and mute myself, and we're going to watch.
They were put shoulder to shoulder and through. Who pays the bills? Who provides the profits? We all pay them in taxation, but the soldier pays the biggest part of the bill. Boys with a normal viewpoint were taken out of the fields and offices and factories and classrooms and put into the ranks. There they were remolded. They were made over. They were made to about face, to regard murder as the order of the day. They were put shoulder to shoulder, and through mass psychology, they were entirely changed. We used them for a couple of years and trained them to think nothing at all of killing or of being killed. Then, suddenly, we discharged them and told them to make another about face. This time they had to do their own readjustment, without mass psychology, without officers' aid and advice, and without nationwide propaganda. We didn't need them anymore, so we scattered them about without any speeches or parades. Many, too many of these fine young boys were eventually destroyed, mentally, because they could not make that final about face alone. This video is brought to you by CuriosityStream and Nebula. Smedley Darlington Butler was born in 1881 to an upper-class Quaker family in Philadelphia, which had been in America since well before it became America. Both his father and grandfather were influential congressmen. In 1898, he dropped out of his fancy pants prep school and lied about his age to earn a commission as a second lieutenant in the Marine Corps when he was only 16, earning him the nickname the Fighting Quaker. I don't know why I did that. But why was this 16-year-old butterbar so eager to join up in the first place? Because that same year, the United States went to war with Spain. We creatively called it the Spanish-American War, and this is, in my opinion, the most important B-list war in America, like the Revolutionary War, the Civil War, and World War II. These are the ones that every kid learns about in school, the ones they keep making movies about, almost always in a positive light. You know so much about these wars that you feel qualified to armchair quarterback what the generals should have done. Then you have your B-listers. These are the ones that most Americans at least know the name of and have a vague idea of when they happened, but the details are fuzzy and the reasons why are even more so. The War of 1812, the Mexican-American War, Korea. The justification for these wars are complicated. There is no singular event we can point to like Pearl Harbor or Fort Sumter. The Alamo was not part of the Mexican-American War. See what I mean? B-list. The military historians in the audience probably already knew that. and are furiously typing out a comment telling me that the US declared war on Spain because the USS Maine exploded in Havana Harbor, Cuba. And that was the reason given to the public. Remember the Maine, to hell with Spain. But in 1974, the Navy came to the conclusion that the explosion was most likely caused by excessive tropical heat, which ignited the powder magazines or coal stores. But at the time, we were all too eager to blame the Spanish. But it's worth asking, why was the Maine hanging around Havana Harbor in the first place? Because America has always had a weird infatuation with Cuba. In 1823, the US adopted what would later become known as the Monroe Doctrine, telling European powers that they could no longer establish or take over any colonies in the Americas. The New World was our sphere of influence. Thomas Jefferson was still alive at the time and wrote a letter to President Monroe saying,
"Do we wish to acquire to our own confederacy any one or more of the Spanish provinces? I candidly confess that I have ever looked on Cuba as the most interesting addition which could ever be made to our system of states. The control which this island would give us over the Gulf of Mexico and the countries and isthmus bordering on it, as well as all those whose waters flow into it, would fill up the measure of our political well-being."
In 1890, the US Census Bureau declared that the frontier no longer existed. The Wild West had been tamed and there was no destiny left to manifest. If America wanted to keep expanding, it would have to look outside of the continent. That same year, Alfred Thayer Mahan wrote The Influence of Sea Power Upon History. The book advocated for the US to start taking over island territories to expand its economic and political influence, and many politicians took its message to heart. To be fair, this was at the same time as the scramble for Africa, so it's not like America came up with this idea in a vacuum. So when Cuba started fighting for independence from Spain, the US decided to keep an eye on things by parking one of our newest, biggest battleships right off the coast. We probably didn't want it to sink, but we still got the headlines we wanted. It wasn't an attack or a false flag. It was an accident that we blamed on Spain. But thanks to sensationalist yellow journalism, America was unusually excited to enter this splendid little war. Thousands of Americans answered the call, and even politicians like Teddy Roosevelt gave up their positions to join up.
"I wanted to avoid this, you know. But your idea of peace left me no choice."
Smedley Butler was one of those people who bought into the idea of military adventurism, so much so that he dropped out of school to join as soon as possible. Unfortunately, by the time he finished training and arrived in Cuba, the fighting was over. The war ended just 4 months after it started and culminated in the last major land grab by the United States, coming out of it with several new island territories, creating the American Empire. Dun dun dun. There was Cuba, which we slowly withdrew from with the exception of a naval base at Guantanamo Bay. The US propped up several pro-American governments, which are still territories to this day, mostly because US congressmen didn't like the idea of sharing the same room with non-white politicians.
"How can we endure our shame when a Chinese senator from Hawaii, with his pigtail hanging down his back, with his pagan joss in his hand, shall rise from his curule chair and in pidgin English proceed to chop logic? Mr. Speaker, should you preside here 20 years hence, it may be that you will have a polyglot house, and it will be your painful duty to recognize the gentleman from Cuba, the gentleman from Santo Domingo, the gentleman from Hong Kong, the gentleman from Fiji, or with fear and trembling, the gentleman from the Cannibal Islands, who will gaze upon you with watering mouth and gleaming teeth."
Hawaii was annexed during this war, despite its racial makeup, partly to keep Hawaiian sugar competitive against the newly acquired Caribbean market, and partly as a refueling station for the invasion and occupation of the Philippines, which, next to Cuba, was the real prize of the war, opening up American trade with the rest of Asia. Rudyard Kipling's poem The White Man's Burden came out a year later, and again, Americans took its message to heart. The US wanted to expand, but they didn't want to incorporate. Filipinos expected independence at the end of the war, similar to Cuba. When they realized that America had no intention of letting go of the islands, they understandably revolted, starting the Philippine Insurrection, or more boringly, the Philippine-American War. This is what I would classify as a D-list war, because most Americans today have no idea that we ever tried to take over the Philippines. This also happened to be Smedley Butler's second tour of duty as a newly promoted first lieutenant. Smedley's part in this war was fairly small, so he ended up getting a full torso Eagle Globe anchor tattoo and spent most of his time drinking. This will become important later, so remember that. After losing a few hundred troops to ambushes, the US military cracked down on the islands in one of the most brutal campaigns in American history. This was America's first real taste of guerrilla warfare. So the US put many Filipinos into concentration camps known as reconcentrados, which were kind of the reverse of our typical understanding of a concentration camp. People inside the camp were safe, though kept in extremely poor conditions, while everything outside of it was a free fire zone.
Last night, one of our boys was found shot and his stomach cut open. Immediately, orders were received from General Whedon to burn the town and kill every native in sight, which was done to a finish. About 1,000 men, women, and children were reportedly killed. I am probably growing hard-hearted, for I am in my glory when I can sight my gun on some darkskin and pull the trigger.
The American public was shocked when they finally read about the reality of the war in the newspapers. American soldiers weren't supposed to act like that. Public opinion on the war turned, and Congress agreed to phase in self-governance by 1934, with eventual independence by 1944, though the Japanese and World War II would put that on hold for a few years. That was just the first of many D-list wars Smedley Butler would be involved with. In 1900, he was sent to in China to help put down the Boxer Rebellion. Martial arts were known as Chinese boxing back in the day, so we called the mostly unarmed rebels Boxers. This was a Chinese nationalist revolt against foreign economic and religious influence that lasted just over 2 years and was put down by an 8-nation alliance. So now American businesses could operate in China without issue. This will be a recurring theme. In 1901, Teddy Roosevelt became president, and during his first term added the Roosevelt Corollary to the Monroe Doctrine. Since Europe could not interfere with the politics of the Americas, if anyone was going to interfere, it would be the United States.
Thanks for keeping the peace on the continent. Bully for you!
Here's a fun fact that I've been hammering away at for a while. The United States is not supposed to have a standing army, but we are supposed to have a navy. The Constitution says that Congress shall have power to raise and support armies for no longer than 2 years at a time. But in the next clause, they have the power to provide and maintain a navy. Raise and support?
This is what I've been trying to tell you about, is our founding fathers did not like the idea of having a standing army because all males under common law, 16 and older, are automatically members of the irregular militia, okay? So there's two types of militias. That's why I never was a fan of Justice Ginsburg, because she tried to mix them all together like somehow the militia were regulars and therefore they were National Guard. That's not true. Irregulars are what most of the body of Americans were who fought in the Revolutionary War. And you're all irregular militia if you're 16 or older, 16 to 60, I believe. And basically, there was no need for a standing army because we could defend our own land internally against domestic enemies. However, we needed a navy. And so I just want you guys to understand some history. So what goes along with the Navy? Marines. And so Marines and Navy are really the only constitutionally authorized to exist longer than 2-year force that we have. So I just want people to understand that. So that the 2 year, so the Army has to be reauthorized every 2 years. There's a funding bill every 2 years to reauthorize and fund the Army. A lot of people don't know that. Most people just believe whatever they're taught in the public school system or by their college professors, and most of these professors don't know anything, as far as I'm concerned. And so I'm trying to help educate you people so you know what's going on. But Brett, as far as trying to file, reach out to me, Brett, circleoflegaltrust@yahoo.com, and I'll do my best. Even though I'm only licensed to practice law in Texas and California, and I primarily only do personal injury, like catastrophic injury cases, I'll try to help you find someone in your state to help you, or try to guide you the best I can without practicing law and getting in trouble with your local bar, right? But I'll do what I can to help you, brother. I'm always here to help anybody who's a member of Team MPE. Well, pretty much anybody anyways. Anybody who's being wrong, that's what I like to do. But the way I support my family, if you ever get in a car accident, truck accident, motorcycle accident in California or Texas, any kind of personal injury, That's the kind of stuff that I do. And I appreciate y'all supporting my channel. So I'm going to put you back on mute and let you guys listen some more to this video. I really like this guy. I shared his link earlier.
Provide and
We're gonna
maintain.
keep on
A
going.
subtle difference, but an important one. So anytime America needed something done in between all of those A-list and B-list wars, who did they call? The Marines, when it absolutely positively has to be destroyed overnight. In 1903, Captain Smedley Butler was sent to Honduras to secure the American consulate during an uprising. He had some sort of tropical fever at the time, earning him the nickname Old Gimlet Eye. The Marines would be sent to Honduras 7 times during this period, though Butler himself would never return. Everything in that Salmonella video happens after Butler's time. This was the beginning of the Banana Wars. Much like cotton in the South and sugar in the Caribbean, this one crop dictated the politics of Central America for almost a century. When the industry first started, most Americans had never even heard of a banana. So all of the major marketing back in the day, while extremely catchy, was also educational, since nobody knew how to eat bananas or what to use them for.
I'm Chiquita Banana, and I've come to say bananas have to ripen in a certain way.
You can put them in a pie, add them to your cereal, and doctors even recommend feeding them to your baby.
But bananas like the climate of the very, very tropical equator. So you should never put bananas in the refrigerator.
Huh. Today I learned. Americans quickly got addicted to this stuff, and it became a major industry dominated by just 3 companies who only tolerated each other because Teddy Roosevelt was on the warpath against monopolies. Anytime these companies didn't like the outcome of an election, or the government threatened to give away their unused land or nationalize a railroad, who did they call? The Marines. The major fruit companies would call on the American military multiple times over this period, keeping local governments under their thumb. These would eventually become known as banana republics. It's important to note that while this entire period is known as the Banana Wars, not all of these interventions, invasions, and occupations were directly because of bananas. After Honduras, Major Butler was sent to Panama. Why? The French had begun working on a canal through Panama during the 1880s, but eventually ran out of money and abandoned the project. At the time, the US was involved with building a canal across Nicaragua, but in 1902, a bunch of businessmen realized that it would be cheaper to take over the incomplete Panama project and tried to convince Congress that Nicaragua was too dangerous for a canal by, and I couldn't make this up if I tried, mailing every senator a letter with a fake Nicaraguan stamp depicting an active volcano, which in reality was over 100 miles away from the proposed route. It worked, and Congress switched to Panama instead, but there was another problem. Panama was a province of Colombia, and Colombia would not approve of the United States' purchase of the proposed canal zone. So the US supported a successful independence movement and began work on the canal in 1904. Smedley Butler was in Panama throughout construction, with the canal zone serving as a military outpost for Marines to operate out of during the Banana Wars. When Nicaragua attempted to build their canal without US support, they sent Smedley Butler. When they needed someone to supervise a rigged election, or when a civil war threatened American business assets, they sent Smedley Butler. I spent 33 years and 4 months in active service, and during that period I spent most of my time as a high-class muscle man for big business, for Wall Street, and for the bankers. In short, I was a racketeer for capitalism. I suspected I was just part of a racket at the time. Now I'm sure of it. I helped make Honduras right for American fruit companies in 1903. I helped purify Nicaragua for the international banking house of Brown Brothers from 1909 to 1912. I brought light to the Dominican Republic for American sugar interests in 1916. I helped in the raping of half a dozen Central American republics for the benefit of Wall Street. During those years, I had, as the boys in the back room would say, a swell racket. Looking back on it, I feel I might have given Al Capone a few hints. The best he could do was operate his racket in 3 city districts. We Marines operated on 3 continents. During the opening shots of World War I, the Germans tried to send an arms shipment to Mexico in the hopes of sparking another Mexican-American war to keep the US out of Europe. This was confirmed by the Zimmerman telegram a few years later. When President Wilson caught wind of the shipment, he sent Old Gimlet Eye and 5,800 Marines to intercept it and secure the city of Veracruz. Smedley earned the Medal of Honor for his actions. This was a fairly new award at the time, and they gave it out like candy. 56 total people earned it during the battle, the most for any single singular action ever. Smedley tried to return it because he didn't think he did anything to deserve it. In 1915, a civil war began after Haitians killed their dictator president and began attacking American business assets. But never fear, the fighting Quaker is here. Outnumbered almost 3-1, Major Butler and 72 Marines secured Fort Riviere from the rebels, earning him a second Medal of Honor. Smedley Butler is one of only 19 people to have earned the Medal of Honor twice. During the Civil War, soldiers and sailors were paid bonuses, in many instances before they went into service. The government, or states, would pay as high as $1,200 for an enlistment. In the Spanish-American War, we gave prize money. When we captured any vessels, the soldiers all got their share, or at least they were supposed to. Then it was found that we could reduce the cost of wars by taking all the prize money and...
By the way, just a little teachable moment for you. Now, under the Uniform Code of Military Justice, former military officers who are retired are not allowed to say anything, basically say anything negative about the government, at least about military operations. So people who criticized, like Stuart Scheller, Lieutenant Colonel Stuart Scheller, who criticized Sleepy Joe for not allowing the Marines to defend their position, which led to the death of 13 servicemen during our retreat and surrender to the terrorist enemy, the Taliban, where billions of dollars of military equipment were given to the terrorist enemy by Sleepy Joe's administration. Stuart Scheller was threatened with court-martial. And whether you're active duty or retired military under the UCMJ, you're not allowed to make those criticisms. And a lot of people say it's because of Smedley Butler. And you'll notice that even though Smedley Butler was one of the highest decorated Marines and highest decorated military personnel in the history of this country, you don't really hear a whole lot about him. And a lot of people believe that's on purpose. Tell me what you guys think in the sidebar. Why do you think Smedley Butler, even though he was a national hero, most people don't even know about him? I wonder, could it be because of his political point of view or anti-political point of view as presented by this commentator about the military-industrial complex? You tell me.
And keeping it, we're drafting a soldier anyway. The government learned that it could get soldiers for less money because the boys like to be decorated. Until the Civil War, there were no medals. Then the Congressional Medal of Honor was handed out, and it made enlistments easier. In July 1917, the United States entered World War I after the Zimmerman telegram was made public and German submarines sank several American merchant ships. At least, that was the reason given to the public. Behind the scenes, American bankers began to worry that they wouldn't be able to collect on all the loans they gave Allied nations if they lost. So the US needed to make sure that didn't happen. And that isn't my opinion, it's Smedley Butler's. He became a brigadier general upon his arrival in France, and much to his disappointment, he wasn't assigned to combat duty on the front. He was in the rear with the gear. A two-time Medal of Honor recipient and veteran of more wars than most Americans can even name, and they put him in charge of a supply depot. Cleaning up the camp earned him a third nickname, Old Duckboard. Since he served as an overqualified quartermaster during this war, Butler gained first-hand experience with the business side of war, more commonly known as war profiteering. Once the war was over, Smedley began writing articles and giving political speeches denouncing the practice, the most famous of which being War is a Racket, released in 1935. The normal profits of a business in the United States are 6, 8, 10, sometimes 12%. But wartime profits? That is another matter. 20, 60, 100, 300, even 1800%. The sky's the limit. Uncle Sam has the money, let's get it. Of course, it isn't put that crudely in wartime. It's dressed up in speeches about patriotism and love of country. But the profits jump and leap and skyrocket and are safely pocketed. Take our friends the DuPonts, the powder people. How did they do in the war? Well, the average earnings for the DuPonts for the period of 1910 to 1914 were $6 million a year. Now let's take a look at the average profit during the war years. $58 million a year, nearly 10 times that of normal times, and the profits of normal times were pretty good. Let's take a look at something else, a little copper perhaps. That always does well during wars, with average yearly earnings during the pre-war years of $10 million. During the war years, profits leaped to $34 million a year. Take the shoe people. They like war. They made huge profits on sales abroad to our allies, but they did well by Uncle Sam too. They sold him 35 million pairs of hobnailed service shoes. There were only 4 million soldiers, so 8 pairs and more to a soldier. During the war, my regiment only had 1 pair to a soldier. Some of these shoes are probably still in existence. They were good shoes. Undershirts for soldiers cost 14 cents to make, and Uncle Sam paid 30 to 40 cents each for them. A nice little profit for the undershirt manufacturer and the stocking manufacturer and the uniform manufacturer. And when the
Connectivity issues. Looks like we're having some connectivity issues.
the war
There we
was
go. There
over,
we
Uncle
go.
Sam had some 4 million
Alright.
sets of equipment,
Looking
knapsacks,
good.
and all
Hey,
the things
Brick,
that go
how
to
you
fill
doing?
them,
Bro?
crammed into warehouses. Now they're being scrapped because the regulations have changed their contents. But the manufacturers collected their wartime profits on them, and they will do it all over again the next time. Because war never changes. This was almost 30 years before Eisenhower's famous speech warning Americans about the military-industrial complex. And if you told me this speech was about Iraq or Afghanistan, served in a number of administrative posts, serving as the camp commander for Quantico and San Diego. During one of his leaves in 1924, he became the director of public safety in Philadelphia, where he used his military experience to professionalize the local police department, organizing them by squad and giving them ranks like sergeant, lieutenant, and captain. His previous experience with alcoholism during the Philippine insurrection turned him on to the temperance movement. During Prohibition, he closed so many speakeasies that the city's upper class had him fired a year later. In 1931, he gave a political speech at a dinner party in Philadelphia where he got in trouble for bad-mouthing Mussolini, repeating a salacious rumor that he ran over a child with his car. Since America was still trying to appear neutral, when it came time to pick a new commandant of the Marine Corps, well, we can't have a general who openly mocks foreign leaders. America was kind of okay with fascism at the time. That same year, Major General Smedley Butler retired as the most decorated Marine in US history at the time, after 33 years and 4 months of service. But Old Duckboard wasn't done serving his country. In 1932, he decided to run for a Pennsylvania Senate seat and entered the primary race as a Republican. And his political opinions were interesting. He ran on a dry ticket, which is for prohibition. And since this was around the time he was writing War as a Racket, he was also anti-war and anti-business. And his proposals for ending war profiteering were controversial. He thought that the decision to go to war shouldn't be left to Congress. Instead, it should be voted on by the people. The people being military-aged males and veterans. Service guarantees citizenship. This was decades before Heinlein Starship Troopers, and at this point in history, you could be drafted before you were old enough to vote, though all that would eventually change under Nixon. Butler also suggested that during time of war, all wages be fixed at the same rate we pay the military. Soldiers in the trenches and bankers on Wall Street would be paid the same. It shouldn't come as much of a surprise that this pro-temperance, anti-war, anti-business, anti-fascist, somewhat socialist candidate lost. But he continued to advocate for veterans. During World War I, veterans were not properly paid for their service. To make up for that, Congress passed the World War Adjusted Compensation Act of 1924, which gave every veteran a bonus bond to be paid out in 1945. But then the Great Depression happened. Suddenly, veterans who were out of work needed that money, and many of them couldn't wait another decade for them to mature. So what did these desperate veterans do? Do you have a structured settlement or annuity? Do you have a World War I adjusted service certificate? Why wait until 1945? I'll buy it off of you today. It's your money and you need it now. Call KB Morgan 877-CASH. While many veterans sold their certificates to bankers at a fraction of their face value, 43,000 others decided to march on Washington to demand early payment. Veterans were angry. Banks caused the World War, they caused the Great Depression, and now they were in effect stealing their bonus bonds. The Bonus Army March of 1932 was like a beta version of the Occupy movement. In an all too familiar move, the media tried to portray the protesters as a lawless group of greedy tramps. And who was the Michael Moore of this movement?
Makes me so damn mad a whole lot of people speak of you as tramp. By God, they didn't speak of you as tramps in 1917 and 18. No. Let me tell you something. I've been all over the world. I've seen you fellas on the streets in Washington. There isn't this well-behaved group of citizens in the world that's sitting right in this camp. Take it from me. This is the greatest demonstration of Americanism we've ever had. Pure Americanism. Willing to take this beating as you've taken it. Stand right steady. You keep every law. And why in the hell shouldn't you? Who in the hell has done all the bleeding for this country and for this law and this Constitution anyhow but you fellas?
To break up the bonus army demonstration, President Hoover sent the Army, led by General Douglas MacArthur and Majors Patton and Eisenhower, the would-be heroes of World War II versus the underpaid heroes of World War I. The Army used horses and tanks against the veterans, driving them out of their camp and burning it to the ground. When it was all said and done, 2 veterans had been killed and over 50 had been injured, all because they didn't want to wait 30 years to be paid for their service. Later that year, FDR won the election and began implementing his New Deal to dig the country out of the Depression, including putting veterans to work. Many of these programs were specifically designed to benefit the banking industry and prevent another crash, like the Glass-Steagall Act and the creation of the FDIC. But his 1933 decision to end the convertibility of the dollar to gold made bankers and wealthy businessmen particularly angry. So angry, in fact, that they planned a fascist coup. But every coup needs an army, and here is a very large group of veterans angry at the government. Maybe if they promised to pay them their bonuses, they'd join the cause. And they needed a leader that these veterans already trust.
I appeared before the Congressional Committee, the highest representation of the American people, under subpoena to tell what I knew of activities, which I believe might lead to an attempt to set up a fascist dictatorship. The plan as outlined to me was to form an organization of veterans, to use as a bluff or as a club at least, to intimidate the government and break down our democratic institutions.
In November 1934, retired General Smedley Butler appeared before the McCormick-Dickstein Committee, a precursor to the House Un-American Activities Committee, and exposed what became known as the business plot. While there is no audio or video of his testimony, a written transcript, as well as the entire committee's report, is available in the links below. The national media at the time dismissed Butler's testimony as a gigantic hoax, but they were also owned by some of the people implicated in the plot. On the flip side, the final report from the McCormick-Dickstein Committee stated,
In the last few weeks of the committee's official life, it received evidence showing that certain persons had made an attempt to establish a fascist organization in this country. There is no question that they did when and if the financial backers deemed it expedient.
They went on to say that this attempt had no connection with any European fascist movement. This was entirely homegrown. But then they didn't pursue it any further. None of the people implicated in the plot were ever charged or called to testify, which would have included some pretty famous people. Names like J.P. Morgan, the DuPonts, William Randolph Hearst, Prescott Bush, father of George H.W. and grandfather to W., and Alfred P. Sloan. You might recognize Alfred P. Sloan from that recent Carlos Maza video. Long story short, and trust me, you want Carlos to give it to you long, when Sloan failed to overturn the government, he changed tactics and tried to turn the people against it. But that wouldn't happen for another decade or two. General Smedley Butler was like the Forrest Gump of American imperialism. If it happened during the first half of the century, he was there. From major wars in Cuba and France to minor invasions of China and Nicaragua, if America needed it done, they called Smedley Butler. And when it came time for America to pay back its veterans, Smedley Butler was there. General Butler continued to advocate for veterans and gave anti-war, anti-business speeches around the country until his death in 1940. The US would be pulled into World War II just over a year later. The Cold War, the Red Scare, and the patriotic education that came along with it caused most of Smedley Butler's deeds and message to be forgotten to history. I am not a fool to believe that war is a thing of the past. I know the people don't want war, but there is no use in saying that we cannot be pushed into another war. When our boys were sent off to war, they were told that this was a war to make the world safe for democracy and a war to end all wars. Well, 18 years after, and the world has less democracy than it had then. And very little, if anything, has been accomplished to assure us that the World War really was the war to end all wars. There's only one way to disarm with any semblance of practicability. That is, for all nations to get together and scrap every ship, every gun, every rifle, every plane. Even this, if it were possible, would not be enough. The next war, according to experts, will be fought not with battleships, not by artillery, not with rifles, and not with machine guns. It will be fought with deadly chemicals and gases. Secretly, each nation is studying and perfecting newer and ghastlier means of annihilating its foes wholesale. Yes, ships will continue to be built, for shipbuilders must make their profits, and guns will still be manufactured, and powder and rifles will still be made, for the munitions makers must make their huge profits, and the soldiers, of course, must wear uniforms, for the manufacturers must make their huge war profits too. But victory or defeat will be determined by the skill and ingenuity of our scientists. If we put them to work making poison gas and more fiendish mechanical and explosive instruments of destruction, they will have no time for the constructive job of building greater prosperity for all peoples. By putting them to this useful job, we can all make more money out of peace than we can out of war. So I say, to hell with war. I'm Chiquita Banana, and I've come to say bananas need to ripen in a certain way. Brilliant marketing, that'll be stuck in your head for hours. And speaking of marketing, this video is brought to you by curiositystream.com/knowingbetter. CuriosityStream is a subscription streaming service at multiple platforms. Check out Apocalypse, Never-Ending War, and learn how America and Europe rebuilt after World War I and how they handled their veterans. Or maybe you want to learn about the Panama Canal over on Nebula. Nebula is a streaming service built by fellow YouTubers to free us from the imperialism of the algorithm. Learn how the locks work on the Panama Canal from Wendover Productions. Or learn about the Chinese plan to finish the route across Nicaragua from real-life lore, along with all of your favorite.
All right, so that was that one. And so now we're going to get back into Brett Pike. By the way, guys, please make sure to go and check this guy's channel out. I'm going to drop his link one more time for you. Let me just try to find this bad chicken. Hopefully you guys like, give me a bunch of ones if you guys like my programming so far. Again, I'm at work. This is a typical day in the life of personal injury attorney Michael Ehline. I sit here and I work on files. I'm usually up around 4 a.m. I'll go out and do some PT. Sometimes I take you with me on my workouts. And then I just listen to cool videos in the background. And today I'm letting you kind of share a day with me because I find it highly educational to not get brainwashed by CNN and Fox and, you know, the government-run media, basically, right? And just like find tidbits of information from people who are free thinkers, critical thinkers. And rather than sit here and argue with people and have to rehash stuff that I already know, I'm just taking you on a journey with me so you can see what I know already. So I don't have to sit here when some guy comes in, prove that all the school teachers are Marxists. Well, I never said all the school teachers were Marxists, but clearly the teachers' unions are run by Marxists, and they're trying to hoist upon our public education system a critical theory, critical Marxist theory, which now they call critical race theory, to brainwash our kids into hating our founding fathers, because that'll make it a lot easier for them to abolish the Bill of Rights. And we know that their leaders, their rulers at the World Economic Forum don't believe in human rights. They don't believe that there is even a God. And our founding fathers, the reason why we have a Bill of Rights, as evidenced by the unanimous declaration between the states, it says right there that our rights come from our Creator. And in natural law, which is what our entire system is based upon in America, which is why everybody wants to come here for our freedoms, is based upon the idea that the same rights that the king had, like, you know, sovereign, which is us, human beings, the top of the food chain of creation. And we believe, as natural law advocates who support the Bill of Rights and natural law, that our rights come from a Creator. And so because of that, I try to show you things and teach you things that you'll be able to understand and learn instead of believing everything that you were taught in school. Don't believe anything you read in the press. So the next video that I'm going to share with you is, this is another Brett Pike video. Really like this guy, Brett Pike. This is called Wired for Impact. And this is about taking back education through homeschooling with my buddy Brett Pike. And he's a really great guy, and he has a homeschooling program that I'm going to be an affiliate marketer of at some point. And as you guys know, I homeschool my kids, and I encourage all of you to get your kids out of the Marxist-run school system and start teaching your kids about what makes them free before they lose all their freedom. Let's go.
You're listening to the Wired for Impact podcast.
All right, I'm here with Brett Pike. How are you doing, brother?
Hey, doing good. Thanks for having me.
Fantastic. You've got some really interesting stuff going on with your homeschooling venture that you've started, and you're not just doing it for your own family. You've really started off a whole thing here. And I came across your stuff online, and we had a conversation, and I'm excited to hear more about the curriculum that you've developed. It's very, shall we say, unconventional, which I think is healthy and what we're needing in today's world. Because I keep telling my kids the world you're going to graduate into is the school that we have right now. The traditional school is really not preparing our kids for the world that they're going to be graduating into, in my humble opinion. But first and foremost, thanks for taking the time today, and welcome to the call.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I came through the system and I did everything I was supposed to do. And, you go to college, you get the degree, you work hard. I graduated my master's program, 4.0 GPA, blah, blah, blah. And you get out of that and you say, wait a second, I don't feel like I really know anything. I don't feel like I have any particular set of skills that is really special or unique or anything like that, just a cog in the machine. And then you start to look more into the world and why that is. And to me, after going through all that, seeing the school system, I knew I wasn't going to send my children to that. And then I was like, man, do I really want to be a teacher in this system for the next 35 years? That sounds just dreadful to me. And I went my own way, and, God willing, things have worked out, and we're building something really special now. So this is the change we need.
It's very exciting, man. So where did you go to school and what did you study?
Yeah, I got my bachelor's degree from Cortland University in upstate New York in adolescent history education. And I got my master's from Queens College in birth to two special education. So I was all about education. I knew I wanted to make a difference in that system. But then when you get into it and you see what it's all about and the bureaucracy and everything that goes along with it, you realize the best way to change the system is to just tear it down from the grassroots level, tear it down from its base and build something up, something original. And that's what we're doing.
So were you in the quote unquote system at all? Were you a teacher in the traditional sense, or did you go straight to this? Give us a little bit of a history from when you graduated to what led you to what you're doing now.
Yeah, I graduated. I did my student teaching when I had a variety of different classrooms. And then I started working as a teacher in the 0 to 3 level. And I did that for about 8 years. But within that time, you see really how all that bureaucracy works, really at every level, from the high school, where I spent a little bit of time at, to the lower levels with the little children. Everything's really dominated by bureaucracy and paperwork. And this is how you have to do things. And it's kind of like there's a ship driving and no one's at the wheel. And that's why it's producing these children who are 18 years old and they don't really know how to do anything.
Bureaucracy are you talking about? And what, I mean, the average person who would be an advocate for, who still thinks that the current education system is producing intelligent kids. I mean, some kids are graduating with a lot of education, 4.0s and stuff like that. What do you mean that they don't know anything? Give us a little perspective on what you mean by that.
The teachers can't deviate from the norm or deviate from the textbook because they're subservient to, one, the political environment within the schools, which are the certain things that you can't teach, you can't say, and two, they're subservient to the paperwork, which is the standardized testing. So they have to teach to those tests. And if the students get good grades on those tests, that's great, because that leads to things like people getting promotions, to the funding coming in, to everything that goes along with that. Whereas if they don't do good on those tests, right, there are repercussions from that sense, right? I mean, everything from even to where the teachers are being observed in this one class a semester. And if that observation isn't up to par with what the bureaucracy wants, then that teacher gets into trouble. So everything's just very machine-like, very rote. This is what we're teaching. This is how you do it. And, if you try to deviate from that at all, originality, really prompting the kids to think about the world, then you get smacked on the wrist. Your institution, the school, gets smacked on the wrist. And, one person after another is held accountable for that. And because of that, everyone really, it's like the principal is a prisoner, right? And then the assistant principal is a prisoner to the principal, and the teachers are prisoners to that. And it's like the prisoners run the asylum, because you'll find a lot of very good teachers. I mean, I've met many very good, real historians, people who very much are against what's going on in the mainstream, but they feel like when they're in that system, they can't have those conversations with the children. And it's really unfortunate, because they're really wasting a lot of good people and a lot of good talent that are out there.
Yeah, I agree. It's one thing that I've always said about the schooling that my kids have received, and is that it's filled with good people. There's a lot of really good people there with good hearts, and a lot of them are great educators in a lot of sense. But you noted a minute ago that it's almost like it's a ship with no captain. But at the same time, I would almost argue that there is a captain. It's just maybe not, the captain's not in the ship. It's like everything is standards based, which begs the question, well, who's creating the standards? Who is the captain? Who is creating the railways that everybody has to stay within? Do you know who those standards are? Like, where are those standards coming from? Do you know?
It's almost fractal. I mean, in one sense, yes, I know where they're coming from, in that, for example, if you study the history of education, you would get back to something called the Reese Committee in the 1950s. It was a congressional committee, and they were investigating tax-exempt foundations to see if they were involved in what they called un-American activities. And they defined, it's important, like this is a classical education term, right? It's important that we define terms. Well, they defined un-American activities as any means by these tax-exempt foundations of altering the democratic process of the United States of America in a way that wasn't outlined in the Constitution, that it wasn't meant to be that way, right? Subversive means. And anyway, this guy, Norman Dodd, really great guy, lifelong whistleblower. He took on the banks before he did this. Actually took on the banks, which is nice. But Dodd got access to the corporate minutes of the Carnegie Foundation, the Rockefeller Foundation. And what he found is dating back to, he found a lot of things, like dating back to 1910, they were already scheming to get America into what would be World War I, like really nefarious stuff from these tax-exempt foundations, because they're controlled by the bankers, and the bankers had vested interest in that. It's all a conglomerate of mush. But after World War I, these foundations really wanted to make sure, at the time, the agenda changes, but the methods are the same. At the time, they wanted to make sure that America never got back to an anti-war mindset. And of course, now we live in the great empire, right? It's like, it's shameful when you really understand what our country does, how they invade other countries in the Middle East. And what happens, the human cost of that? Like, these children that have lived their entire lives with American fighter jets dropping bombs over their head because of lies, right? To spread democracy, right? Well, they never wanted America to get back to an anti-war mindset. And they determined that the best way they could prevent that from happening was to take over Americans' understanding of history, which is very interesting. It leads me to where I am, the historian, right? So Americans' understanding of history. And at first, they tried to do that by bribing the leading historical authorities, individuals of the day, and they were turned down uniformly. They offered money, turned down. Great, no problem. They set their sights on the university system, and they handpicked 20 students from around the country, and they flew them across the ocean to London. And like the devil, luring Jesus out to the desert and offering him the world, they offered these 20 students the world, but you know, they weren't Jesus. So they wind up getting $400,000 in grants, which was a tremendous amount of money at the time. We're talking about 1930s, right? And 10 years later, they make up the governing board of the American Historical Association, which at the time, the American Historical Association was in charge of best practices as it relates to the way future history teachers will be trained and best practices as to what goes into history textbooks. And just like that, they took over the way history was taught, the people teaching it and their understanding what's in the textbook, the way it's taught in the United States of America. Now, the agenda changes, but the methods are generally the same. In fact, they did the same thing with the medical system. I could get into that after if you want. But this started with me saying that it's like the ship is driving, but there's no one there, right? There's a boat moving, but there's no one at the helm. There's no captain. Well, what I mean by that is, yeah, you have these bureaucrats at the Department of Education, and you would say, well, the Department of Education is determining, you know, where the funding's going and what these schools are teaching. So the Department of Education is at the helm. But these people at the Department of Education are put into place. These are political hacks. They're bureaucrats who are put into place. They're appointed by the worst hacks of all, the politicians. And through their vetting, they have to go through the vetting, and basically it has to make sure that they're politically correct. So people will look at the schools now and say, oh my God, how could it be possible that they're teaching children very inappropriate messaging? They're teaching children that are in second grade about LGBTQ, QRS, TUV, WX, YZ, when meanwhile, you shouldn't be talking to my children about anything sexual. All right, you're there to educate them. They should be learning reading, writing, arithmetic, carpentry, engineering, right? They shouldn't be talking about sodomy, okay? It's inappropriate. Everyone knows it's inappropriate. They bully people. They make people feel like they can't say the obvious truth or there'll be repercussions. Well, those repercussions that everyone feels, those bureaucrats, those politically correct hacks, these are the type of people that are most controlled by that outward pressure. So you have this outward societal pressure pushed by institutions, pushed by the outrage mob, and say, oh my God, you're so hateful. How don't you want to teach LGBTQRSTUV to second graders? And then it gets into the curriculum. So yeah, the Department of Education is driving the wheel, but these people they're like autonomous drones. They're NPCs. They're just controlled by the whims of what they're supposed to think. And that's how the system really functions. And the more people see that, that's why I tell them it's really broken from the base level. So yes, it's important that we get into PTA meetings and we try to fix the system. We run for school board presidents. Yes, do that big time. But ultimately what we need to do is say, while that's going on, we can build a parallel system. Like they can do their thing in the public school. I'm not trying to, go do your thing, but we'll build a parallel system and do our thing. And then we'll see what people like more. And I think barring interference, which of course that's always potentially something that could happen, I think it's clear what people will like more.
I do too. And I've always left scratching my head going, we have access now with the internet. We can connect our children to the best, highest, most effective educators that are available anywhere on the planet. Why would we not do that? Why would we not start to leverage the online capabilities that we have and educate in ways? So anyway, this kind of alludes to what you're doing. If you would explain what was the last straw for you and what was the impetus for you to start what you're doing, and then tell us what you're doing.
Well, I'll tell you what. I knew I didn't even have children yet, but I knew I would never send my children to public school when I was in a teacher's lounge. At the time, I was teaching a 12th grade economics class, which falls under the purview of social studies. That's why I was teaching that. Even though at the time, even from my college studies, I had like no background in that. I was like, oh, you want me to teach economics? Sure, and get at it. And now I feel very comfortable doing that, but at the time, which tells you more about the system, right? Like the person you had teaching economics was a a 22-year-old that knew nothing about economics, right? And I studied it at the time and did my best. And now I would do a very good job with that. Now I could break down how the Fed works on every level. But at the time, you know, a 22-year-old kid. But anyway, I'm teaching that class, and I had this student, a girl, she's a 12th grader, who really didn't do well in really anything. And I'm teaching 12th grade economics, and this is fairly complicated stuff for the kids. And she was doing wonderful. So we're in a teacher's lounge, and the conversation starts, you know, talking about the kids, and everyone's talking about how terrible she's doing. And, you know, she's not the brightest student. Like, they're saying this out loud. They're saying this out loud. I'm sitting there thinking, man, you say this out loud, and this was my kid, you'd have a real problem. You'd have a real problem. So they're saying this out loud, and they're making fun of this girl. And then it gets to me, and I say, I think she's very smart. She's doing great. And then we start going over the grades and everything she's doing, and say, well, how are you doing that? And this is what really struck me. I wasn't doing anything particularly special. What I did was I recognized that this girl had no confidence in herself. So all I did was I made little victories feel like she had just climbed a mountain. And I kept things simple, and we just built. Because I'm not going to throw stuff at her that she doesn't get from the start. She's going to shut off and feel dumb. And that was basically my approach. I approached her as an individual, as I've always approached all of my students as. These are individuals. They're on different levels. They're different people. You meet them where they're at, and you challenge them with challenges that they could overcome. You build their self-esteem. And then, you know, for a student that's doing, like, knows everything right off the bat, the challenges I offer that student might be different, right? The way I approach that student might be different. And to see that in that moment, and I was a kid, you know, I was a kid, to see that in this moment, I said, wow, this, I mean, I had seen a lot, but this system's really broken. And this, I mean, this culture, this environment is never a place that I want my kids to be. I remember myself growing up, I'd sit back and think, because really, you know, yeah, by the time I graduated my master's program, I was a 4.0 student. But growing up, I was always a B student. I was a resource room student. And I remember growing up, by the way, I'm an Amazon #1 bestseller now. I remember growing up, I published 7 books. My teachers telling me that I wasn't a good writer, right? I took that personal, you know, and I was like, man, I think I'm really creative, but they all say I suck. And to see that with that student, and to think back in my own experiences, I said, you know what? This is a problem. And this system is hurting children. And that's when I really, along with my awakening to the world, I really started to seek out the minds that had been pointing out the problems with the system. And we could get into that. And anyone who comes across this information, they'll know it the moment they read it. And it will change their life and their children's lives forever.
Let's go a little further with that. What are you talking about? Who are the people that are pointing out the problems? What are they saying?
Yeah, so I started to wake up to the world probably around 2015, 2016. And I'm not saying that I comprehended the world nearly at the level I do now, right? Like, if I had a conversation with that guy, I would be very patient and I would feed things to him, but I would think he's very naive. Just as 5 years from now, the version of me would talk to this guy, and he'd probably think that I was very naive, right? Because we have to grow as people. And it's crazy to me how we go in society and see all these people who it's like stalled development, delayed development. They just stop. But anyway, I started waking up to the world, and I came across this guy, Richard Grove, through the Tragedy and Hope podcast. And he was a historian, as he calls himself, a forensic historian. Really gets back into the primary documents. I eat that up. So that was my background. That's the one thing, that was my advantage, that I always cared about primary documents. I was always interested in that stuff. So my friend tells me about this guy, Grove, and he shows me a radically different worldview based in history than I had come across. And I was a historian. I graduated with a degree in history. So, you know, I watched that and I was like, yeah, well, this guy Grove's an idiot. And I'm going to prove to you how dumb he is. So he made his claims. And I said, all right, well, let me get back to some documents and I'll show you.
Explain what you mean really quick by primary documents for anybody that doesn't know what you mean by that.
Yeah. So when you study historical events, you want to study the firsthand testimonies of people who lived through those events, because just like the news where something happens and then right after the firsthand account, you just start getting that spin. Well, imagine 200, 300, 350, 400 years of spin, right? Of political agendas, of misinterpretations, of more nefarious agendas, right? So primary documents are firsthand testimonies. They're an account of what happened from someone who was actually there, someone who was actually present. And some of those accounts could be authoritative and some of those accounts could be just regular people. And we see the importance of this all the time. So there's an event that happens, whatever it might be, and then CNN and Fox News and MSNBC and ABC, they get there, and right away the spin happens. And we see that happen almost instantaneously. Well, imagine the spin that we all have to deal with when we're dealing with things that happened 50 years ago, 100 years ago, 150 years ago, 300 years ago, right? The founding of this country, right? This is a long time ago. So generations of people misinterpreting historical events, copying what they heard, but it's not quite right, or, more nefarious reasons where people changing history or creating narratives to work to their advantage, kind of like what we talked about earlier with the Rockefellers and the Carnegies and whatnot. So when you study history, you really want to get back to primary documents, and that comes down to firsthand testimonies, people's diaries, court proceedings, documented court proceedings, congressional hearings, and things of that nature, so you can actually get it right from the source rather than generations of people misinterpreting information. Here's an example. One of the things I've been working on lately is we've been doing the Founding Father series, where I pick a founding father of the United States of America, and I basically teach a course around that founding father. And the reason I do that is children have to be connected to their roots, because a nation not connected to its roots, just like a tree with shallow roots, is very easy to knock out of the ground. And that's why they've done such an extraordinary job at detaching Americans from the founding of the United States of America. They're bigots, they're hateful, they're slave owners, all these things. So anyway, I'm studying James Swan. And James Swan is a really interesting founding father. You don't hear much about him, but he was an amazing man. And he took part in the Boston Tea Party. He was a son of liberty, threw the tea right off the ships. He was shot in the Battle of Bunker Hill. He was shot twice. And during the Revolutionary War, he wound up accumulating a fortune, shipping, smuggling goods back and forth between the United States and France. And his fortune would get even larger with the French Revolution and his activities during that. So he wound up being an extraordinarily rich man who actually purchased the debt, that the entire debt that the United States owed to France. In 1791 or 1795, James Swan comes in and he buys it, and he bails the United States of America out. That's how committed he was to the cause, and that's how successful he had been. He lived this stuff. He was on that ship, the Boston Tea Party. He shot at Bunker Hill, and he was committed to this country. And he was a real steward of individual liberty, of freedom. And he actually wrote, it's not a book, he wrote maybe a pamphlet, but it's about 41-page letter he wrote to the governor of Massachusetts about the North Atlantic slave trade. And keep in mind, this was a man who had made his wealth not shipping slaves. He didn't take part in that, but he had accumulated his wealth in the shipping industry. So he had a real firsthand knowledge of what this stuff really was. And he wasn't doing this stuff to propagate it. He was writing about what the North Atlantic slave trade is. And he would go on to make an argument about how we are supposed to be men of God, that we have to stand before God one day. And how can we, with good conscience, look God in the eyes and say we have been a part of this abomination of human activity? And he really breaks down in this obscure letter lost in history from the guy in shipping what the slave trade really was. And he approaches it from a few different perspectives. He talks about the horrid situation on the ship and the way these merchants would abuse these slaves to the point where, I mean, really horrid stuff, forced cannibalism, buck breaking, as they call it. You know, you make sure that, who's your bad man, that type of thing, all the way to how some of the slaves, although some were treated well, as he pointed out, how in many of these plantations, the treatment of these slaves was inhumane and horrible, the breaking up of families. He talks about all this stuff. Very great man. And one of the other things he talks about is the role that the African nations played in the North Atlantic slave trade, and how these merchants would show up on African shores and they would say, hey, we have all these goods. And these African kings would actually raid other villages. And as James Swan said, this is what we're part of. We go there with our goods, tell them, hey, you want this stuff? Get us some slaves. And they would raid other villages. They would kill thousands of people in other villages. The Africans were doing this. And the people that survived, they would capture and they would bring to the slaves just so we can get 300 slaves. And that really gives you a full picture of what the North Atlantic slave trade was from all perspectives, both from the mistakes of the European and from the things you're not supposed to talk about, like what the Africans did was really horrible too. I could even argue possibly worse, because although they're rivaling tribes, you're doing that to people on your own continent is a really horrid thing. And through getting back to these documents, you understand, okay, I have a better picture of what the North Atlantic slave trade really was than all of these people who are endlessly virtue signaling about how angry they are about slavery that happened, 170 years ago, so everyone should give up their rights. Meanwhile, I'm looking at these people, I'm like, you going to say anything about what's going on in Libya with the open market slave trades that were enabled by America overthrowing Gaddafi and the bombing of the Middle East? You're going to talk about that? No, you don't care about that. Are you going to talk about those Nike shoes you're wearing or that Apple phone you're on right now, which is made possible by slave labor? Yeah. They don't want to talk about that, right? So by being that forensic historian, as Richard Grove says, you can really start to understand history from a comprehensive level, a forensic level, in which the majority of people go their whole lives virtue signaling their nonsense, and they have no idea what they're actually talking about.
Crazy. I love that example. And that is that one tiny, like you said, that one document, you'd probably learn more about the slave trade and the horrors around it and the people that tried to oppose it. And by that one document, than probably an entire career of education in today's school. So I love that point. You had started I interrupt you to tell us a little bit more about primary documents, but you were telling us about some of the people that are standing up and pointing out what the problems were. Can you explain who those people are and what those problems are?
Oh, yeah. So this started with me proving Richard Grove wrong, where, I was going to show how he didn't know anything. And I listened to his claims. I started digging into it. And about 3 days later, I realized that Richard Grove was very smart and I was the idiot. But not that dumb, because I had an open enough mind to realize and little enough of an ego to say, oh, wow, this is great. I wasn't insulted by it. I was like, this guy is amazing. Let me just soak it all in. So I started.
What did you find?
Richard Grove of the Peace Revolution and the Tragedy and Hope podcast. I think you could find him at tragedyandhope.com, which is a reference to a book written by Carol Quigley, Tragedy and Hope, which is, you want to talk about the origins. I don't know the origins, but really track back the impetus behind what people now call the new. Well, look at Carol Quigley.
You looked into it, you found out he was telling the truth.
Oh God, so long ago now. I really, through his claim, one of the things that he started out were the history of eugenics, how the eugenics wasn't a Nazi movement, they actually borrowed eugenics from the United States where it had actually started, which is like pretty jarring claims, right? You're like, the United States of America was systematically killing off American citizens based on a variety of different factors, race, intelligence, disability, whatever it might be. That can't be the case. The United States were the good guys. I'm not.
And eugenics is associated with Margaret Sanger, who was also affiliated with the Ku Klux Klan, a Democrat-created organization, okay? Just so you guys understand the history. Guess who one of Hillary Clinton's biggest heroes is Margaret Sanger. You guys need to really get your history and know who you're supporting. Eugenics was copied by the Nazis. And yes, the Nazis were socialists. They were not right-wing by any stretch of the imagination. And nor were the fascists right-wing. And I'll share that with you in some other videos. You've just been lied to by the administrative educational complex. But we'll get into that in some other videos. But let's keep on watching.
By the way, for anyone who lacks critical thinking faculties, I'm not saying that the Nazis were the good guys. I'm pointing out that maybe the Americans weren't the good guys either, that there are very nefarious roots, right? Sometimes there's just all bad guys.
Yeah.
In fact, usually there's just multiple bad guys, right?
Right.
So,
yeah, I've been waking up to a lot of that recently.
So you start digging into this stuff and you look into, I mean, I have a book that I could pull out right now that I bought at a thrift shop. I got it about 2 weeks ago, written in early 1900s, which is called The Science of Eugenics. And I bought it a couple weeks ago. But you start looking into these claims and Margaret Sanger, and by the way, that's where you start getting into Bill Gates. So it would wind up coming back full circle, right? So Richard Grove was pointing this stuff out back in 2015, which is why I knew all about Mr. Philanthropist Bill Gates. And, you know, I started looking into his TED Talks where he's saying, we're going to use vaccines and healthcare to lower the population of the earth by 15%, which when you want to talk about 15% of 7 billion people, these are remarkable claims. Right? Remarkable objectives. So I just started looking into these things one by one, and each thing would be true. He did a lot of really good work with the history of the food system and companies like Bayer and Monsanto and how they go back to World War II and Zyklon B and all of the different nefarious things that these companies have been involved in. And just claim by claim, it was proving to be accurate. And from there, I knew that I had a lot of thinking to do. I had a lot of self-reflecting to do. And what separates a conspiracy theorist from a truther, or what separates someone who starts to see the problems in the world with someone who really wakes up, is you start to reevaluate your own cognitive process, your own system of thinking. So when I came across this guy Grove and realized that my previous held beliefs were inaccurate, my inclination wasn't to jump onto what Grove was saying or who else is saying this. They're the ones telling me the truth. My inclination was to reevaluate my own cognitive process and say, how can I make sure my system of thinking is accurate so that this does not happen again? Because what's happening in the public school system is they are teaching children that truth comes from authority, right? So a lot of times, even when people wake up, they will realize that what CNN and Fox News and all of these different institutions are saying are lies, but then they'll just go cling on to the next guy. They'll go cling on to Alex Jones. Well, now everything that he says is true, right? And until you reevaluate your own system of thinking and really figure out how to separate what is true from what is false, or what might be, then you're never going to have your feet on firm ground. You're never going to be a true critical thinker who understands the world. And it was that awakening, the development of intellectual self-defense, that really empowered me to be the person I am now. And then I think this all started through my listening to Richard Grove. I started to look into the school system, and I came across minds like John Taylor Gatto, and he really started to break problems with the school system.
I love what you said about intellectual self-defense. Taking, frankly, full ownership and responsibility is, I think, at the heart of what you're talking about too, and not just, like you said, clinging on to what somebody else said. And, you know, there's some merit to that. Like, we didn't evolve because we all thought the same independently on our own. Like, there are times where we need to take shortcuts to say, well, I'm not a doctor, so I need to listen to his authority or her authority because I don't have that expertise. So there's some understanding as to why we look to authorities in different places. However, to your point, if you don't have the capability at all or ever to have the intellectual self-defense, then you're just a leech, subject to what anybody and everybody else says. And you're also vulnerable to a real nefarious authority coming in and telling you exactly what you need to do. You ultimately become a slave to it.
Even within that, we had the ability to vet authorities and use our discernment, which so many people are just completely void of doing. So a doctor is a great example, because if I'm not feeling well, I don't want to be doing all of this research, trying to put myself through quick medical school and figure out how to get myself better. I want to have someone that I could count on and say, hey, I'm not feeling good. Something's wrong. Can you help get me better? But who do you go to? If I'm feeling sick and I need a doctor, the first thing I would do is gather their perspective on the relationship between what we eat and put in our body and health. And do they understand the importance of having a healthy diet and having a clean system, and how the food goes in and everything within your body is interconnected, right? If you're having a problem with breathing, right? The doctor might say, oh, well, you know, a Western doctor might say, here, take this heart medication, take this pill, right? But I need to have a doctor that understands how everything in your body is connected as a system, almost like a highway, right? And how if one thing in your body starts to break down, that could then systematically lead to the breakdown of the next thing in your body and the next thing in your body. And then the symptom could manifest in your ability to breathe, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the first thing I want to do is ascertain, does the doctor understand these basic tenets, and do they put these things into practice in the way that they practice medicine? And if the answer is no, then I know that they're pushing Western-based, petroleum-based medicine that they have probably been brainwashed into in their schooling system. And they're not the doctor for me, right? Now, there's nothing wrong with Western medicine, right? Western medicine will save your life. Western medicine is great. But if you lack an understanding of Eastern medicine and how the body is all interconnected and what you put into the body is important, now I know that you're not a doctor who is going to heal me, right? You're a doctor who's going to put me on pills. And I can use my discernment to say, that's not the person who should be treating me.
All right, guys. So I know it's probably lunchtime for a lot of you. I'm going to keep working through. So what I wanted to do is share another video with you from Tick History. This is a British historian, and he doesn't teach the non-revisionist history that we're taught by the Marxist-run education establishment. He teaches real history. And so give me a bunch of ones if you'd like me to keep playing Brett Pike, or give me a bunch of twos if you'd like to see this other video by this British historian where he explains that Hitler was in fact a communist and that National Socialism was in fact the German version of socialism. And he completely debunks what our educational industrial complex has brainwashed the American people as well as the British people overseas into believing about the Nazis. We've just learned that the Nazis borrowed American eugenics that was something that was promoted by Margaret Sanger, who was a hero to Hillary Clinton as well as Planned Parenthood. And of course, their goal was to eliminate all non-white people through abortion and through making them sterile and infertile. So if you guys want to, okay, so it looks like Mias wants me to keep on playing. Okay, fine, Mias. If Mias wants me to keep on going with this video, that's what I'll do because she's got rank. So that's something I'm all about, is rank. So we're going to keep watching this video, which is I'm totally cool with. But after this video, we'll watch the tick history video that goes into the actual history of the Nazi Party and explains that Hitler was in fact a communist, and he wanted to create a German version of communism because he didn't agree with the Karl Marx version of communism. So it was a German form of communism. We'll get into that. Yeah, you're right, Mias. I got you. I just don't want to bore people, because I see now it's dropped down to about 40 people in the audience. So whenever I want to enter, are you not entertained? All right, but if you're entertained, then we'll get into it, and then we'll get into the tick history video after this, because we're about halfway through. I just hope you guys are liking Brett. I really like Brett. I think that he's basically a living prophet. I think he's a really good guy, and any man who wants to rescue his children from the administrative industrial complex is a friend of mine. And I did get some comments. Some other people were saying, how could you teach your kids algebra at homeschool? There are so much misinformation and disinformation about homeschooling. So in homeschooling, we have online resources, and we have a lot of retired teachers who have escaped the administrative and educational industrial complex that are part of our group, who actually do teach algebra and calculus to the kids. And they volunteer to do it. They don't even charge, because they want to make sure that we're not also teaching all the other garbage that the Marxist education system is trying to teach, like this LGB, rainbow flag mafia crap. They just want to focus on education. It's the parents' jobs to teach their kids the birds and the bees, not a bunch of leftists who just graduated from Harvard or Columbia. That's our philosophy. Leave our kids alone. Give me a bunch of ones if you guys agree. So we'll go ahead and keep on watching. Again, guys, I'm just working in my law office today, trying to get as much work as I can get done. And oyster casserole with jalapeno pepper sounds amazing, Stomper. And again, if anybody has like pressing questions, I'm always looking over for a super chat or a super sticker. If somebody wants to buy other people memberships to my channel, I'm always open if anybody wants to volunteer that, because it definitely helps support my channel and cover all the additional expenses, time, and cost that it takes for me to do these shows for you. So I'm always open to that. Thanks, Kevin. Thanks, Salt Shaker. As soon as, well, what's the matter, you? I know, I get it. So what's the matter, you and I kind of go at it sometimes. But I think that there are people out there who are divinely appointed by the Creator, that leave a mark for the better of humanity. And I think that prophet is the only way that I could explain it. And I think that Brett is one of those people, a truly gifted individual who has positive spiritual energy that is being spread around through my channel out to the American people and abroad. And what's the matter, you? You always have some corny comments, man, but I love you, dude. And I wish you'd come on my show sometime as a guest as well. And Mia's Tarot gets it. She understands that there is spiritual energy. Everything around you is spiritual, electrically charged energy. And people leave an electric wake as they walk behind them. It just like you can tell someone in a room with you is evil. A lot of people have a sixth sense where they can tell if someone's evil or good. Children especially, you'll notice they'll cling to their parent's leg or something when somebody comes in the room who's evil. It's something that goes beyond our normal senses, and it's real, guys. And if you don't believe that, I think there's something wrong with you, because it's inherent in all of us. And yes, yeah, thank you for at least confirming that, which I think most of us, I'll tell you what, I think women in particular have that gift. And I think it's because, and you can give me a bunch of ones if you guys agree, it's because they're the givers of life. They carry the children, and they have a natural instinct. They can detect danger to their young. Whereas men are more like, let's go get all of them pregnant, let's impregnate the world, let's slay the dragons. But typically when you have a good woman, she basically calms and controls that urge in men and helps men become more grounded. That's why married men make more money, they're generally more successful, and they're generally more trustworthy. Give me a bunch of ones if you agree with that as well. It's because typically they have a great woman who tempers them. And steel, iron, can be tempered into steel. And I believe that that's why a man and a woman being married and having children makes the best man and makes for the best children. Give me a bunch of ones if you agree with that. Give me a bunch of twos if you disagree with that. So I'm going to get back to work right now, but I'm going to keep playing the videos and I'm going to try to pop back in. And guys, make sure to double tap the screen. Make sure to also save this link to your, share it with your friends, because, I offer something on my show that most people don't, which is truth. I'm not looking for tons of likes. I'm not looking for tons of subscribers. I'm looking to spread the truth. And that's what I want. I want you guys to have a different point of view that other people aren't offering. And I definitely appreciate it when you guys support my channel, whether it's saving my video, whether it's, hold on. Let me just give me 1 second. Whether it's picking up a copy of my book, how I became, my journey to becoming a practicing lawyer with no law degree or undergrad. I mean, I talk about my journey of how I found lawyers to study under, and it's an ebook. I talk about how I found lawyers to study under. I talk about the different states that offer law office study programs, and it's also a living ebook. So it's a digital version of that book, and I update it. Like, for example, Life Under the Microscope wants me to add some more things about how I slept on park benches and how I found lawyers to study under who would allow me to study under them to become a lawyer with no law degree or undergrad, and more, and how I was Rodney Dangerfield's limousine driver, and how I was #1 in sales, how I helped start several health clubs, including LA Fitness, and just my journey of how I worked my way up into becoming an attorney, and why people sort of identify with me more than most lawyers. So it's a really cool book. It's worth the $20, and you can get it by going to my profile on YouTube and clicking on more. And it's a really super good book, man. And hey, BZ, thanks for supporting the channel. By the way, guys, also make sure to support BZ and buy his self-defense products, TAP security products. Super cool dude, also a Marine. And one of these guys, very trustworthy individual, and he does a lot of high-level research on public records requests to help you find information about bad cops and stuff like that. So again, I am working, guys, and so I'm kind of cutting into my schedule a little bit here, but I just wanted to just let you know that yes, I definitely appreciate any kind of support you can offer my channel, because my ultimate goal is to be a full-time online teacher where I can break out of just practicing law full-time and be able to come on and do shows all the time and help you guys become more educated about your natural law rights, not just cop watching videos. I'm much more dynamic than that. So, and obviously, yes, Christopher Triplett says, practice the Second Amendment. Well, Christopher, a lot of you may know that I'm very good friends with Dick Heller of District of Columbia versus Heller, and Alan Beck works for my firm, and he is one of the preeminent Second Amendment rights lawyers in the United States, and he's argued multiple cases before the Ninth Circuit. So I live my life by that same philosophy. I don't just preach things, I practice what I preach. So I help people, I help parents who have public school teachers trying to, regender their kids, right? I help people where the government's trying to take away their unalienable rights to defend themselves. And then but the way that I provide for my family is personal injury law, car accidents and truck accidents and stuff like that. Because the lawyers that allowed me to study law under them, unfortunately, that's all they practiced was personal injury law. So I learned how to do litigation and appellate work through working through personal injury lawyers. But my love is, of course, unalienable rights, Second Amendment, civil rights. But I make my living from motorcycle accidents and stuff like that, usually veterans who get in really bad catastrophic accidents, and they know that they can trust me to do a good job because of my background as a United States Marine. And they know that I'm one of these do or die mentality guys. You guys who know my channel know that my philosophy is do or die. Not to question why, but to do or die and to be there for people who are in need. So 2A every day, Ryan Labs, right on. And remember that the 2A is not a right, okay? The Second Amendment doesn't grant you any rights. The Second Amendment simply is a memorialization of a pre-existing right. It's just a recognition of a natural right granted to you by your Creator. That's all it is. It's a natural right granted to you by your Creator to throw off unjust government and to protect yourself from all enemies, foreign as well as domestic. And that's what a lot of people, especially judges and people who went to the educational industrial complex where they've been brainwashed into thinking that our rights come from the state. They do not. The state, in fact, is supposed to be bound by the chains of the Constitution, not the other way around. So, and thank you, Christopher. You're awesome. All you guys are awesome. And so I'm going to go ahead and get this bad chicken playing again. And then when I'm done, we'll talk about the communist Marxist history of Adolf Hitler and how, in fact, he is not and never was right-wing. In fact, he was always radical Marxist left. And in fact, the Nazi Party, based upon eugenics, which was created by an organization here in the United States and backed by Planned Parenthood and Margaret Sanger, who is one of Broom Hillary's heroes. Margaret Sanger, who believed that black people should be euthanized and they should be aborted. And that's the truth. And so it's really crazy. If you really know history, you'll understand why I think the way I do. It's like, why would you support a political party that believes in eugenics? That's what Hitler believed in. So it's just, and Bill Gates, his dad was a Planned Parenthood guy. The kids nowadays think that abortion's great, but don't they realize that they're literally destroying their seed and their whole genetic line? It's unbelievable to me. So let's get into it, and let's get into the video. All right, here we go.
I'm going to find the doctor who understands nutrition, who understands the interconnectivity of the body as a system, and then they can use their knowledge, which is a lot better than mine, of the Western things and say, it is a good idea to get surgery. Or at this point, maybe it is a good idea to take a pill, right? Which to me is a last resort. But I have to know that they have the knowledge to do that. And I can use my discernment to ascertain, is this that guy or is this someone I don't want to listen to?
Makes sense. So we've been talking a lot about the problems with education. What ultimately, walk us through what solution you came up with and tell us the website address and what you're doing now to help create this parallel educational solution.
Yeah, so a few years ago, I started the classical learner homeschooling company, which I didn't know what it was going to be at the time. And I created the company and I basically just put myself out there that I could help people set up their homeschools because I had a background in education. I was an educator, and with my unique skill set and worldview, I thought I could help people in that regard. And I was pleasantly surprised to find out that a lot of people wanted to work with me. And I was working one-on-one with families and setting up their homeschools. This is how I would educate your child if they were my child. These are the things I would focus on. These are the resources I would use. This is the approach I would take. And that was year one. And it was great. But after year one, I was like, all right, there's a market for this. Let me see if I could expand what I'm doing. So year two, I built out Homeschools Connected, which at the time was really just a way for me to create a community, a place where people could go and they join my community and they could see all of the resources I recommend, and they could communicate with me and other families who are going through a similar life experience. Hey, I'm homeschooling. I've been homeschooling for 2 years, 3 years, some people 10 years, right? Just a place where people can have community and find good resources. And that was people like that. And I was like, all right, year three, you know what? I'm going to go full board this. And that was last year, January 1st, I decided that I was going to really build out a full-fledged homeschooling company, a curriculum, everything. And starting January 1st of 2022, we begun. And I started teaching live classes, and I started building unit studies and lesson plans and courses and all types of educational resources. And in just, what is it now, 14 months? In 14 months, we have seen rapid growth to the point where we have over 700 paying members using our curriculum. We are focusing on education that matters, homeschool by homeschoolers, critical thinking, skill development, and getting children real world entrepreneurial experience. And within that, we have so much. We have curriculums completely based around gardening, where children are learning about photosynthesis and they're learning about soil biology, but they're doing it in the context of building a greenhouse. And they're doing it in the at-home fertilizer and planting seeds and growing plants and hammer and nail construction, building garden boxes, building outdoor greenhouses later in the year, which is really cool, and really developing these skills and then using the skills to get them entrepreneurial experience. So those students who are doing that unit study, they have an end of summer event where they take the crops that they grew and they actually use them to host an end of summer business event. There's other offshoot studies where you take your skills of building a garden box or building a ladybug feeder and you sell it on Etsy, or you market yourself to build garden boxes for the old ladies in the community, that type of thing. Really focusing on skill development. And we have a lot of this with the carpentry, with engineering type stuff, where we're really focusing on the development of skills and then using those skills to get the children entrepreneurial experience. Then on top of it, we're trying to make children into critical thinkers who trust their ability of observation, they trust their discernment, and they really understand the world. So when we study science, for example, in early childhood, we have our scientific observation series, which is all about the students getting out into nature and writing down their observations, recording their observations, analyzing how does water behave, how does water act, how do plants grow, what are the different parts of the plants, what happens when you dissect them and take them apart, all of these different things where they're really learning to trust their observation. Then we start doing the scientific method, where the students are not only doing the fun science experiments, but every experiment they do, they are setting up controls, they are setting up variables, they're identifying the independent and dependent variable, they are formulating their own hypothesis, they're making observations, they're analyzing the results. As we analyze the results, we're doing test, retest reliability, we're gauging the experiments for validity, right? Actually teaching children, yes, science, but to use their discernment and develop those critical thinking skills through the study of science. We're studying history, and sure, we're going over narratives. I'm the conductor of that, right? I'm conducting that train, but we're really teaching the students how you get back to those primary documents. They're tracking down that document on the North Atlantic slave trade themselves, right? Yeah, sure, I'll go over the document with them, and then the assignment is for them to find that document. And then after they find the document or don't, the next class, I'll walk through it step by step how I found the document, right? And we'll talk about the document. One of the really fun studies that we did was on the Illuminati, right? Is the Illuminati real? Is it fake? Well, don't ask me, ask history, right? And then make up your own mind, use your discernment. So what we wound up doing is a study looking for presidents talking about the Illuminati, right? Are there presidents of the United States that have talked about the Illuminati? Well, what we wound up finding, what our students wound up finding, is that in 98, we actually tracked down 2 letters written by George Washington in which he talked about the Illuminati and their attempts to infiltrate Freemasonic lodges in the United States of America.
Wow.
Right? So that's really interesting stuff. And then from there, we tell the students, we could show them the fun stuff, like all the celebrities covering their eyes and throwing up pyramids. And we could say, well, now there is some basis of truth in these claims about the Illuminati. Does that mean for a fact the Illuminati run the world? Of course not, right?
Or that they're nefarious, or that maybe they're doing good, maybe they're not, maybe they're there's still a lot more to discover there about what somebody might believe about it.
Exactly. But now they know, one, how to get back to documents and really start to discover what is true and not. And they know in their life, if they ever really want to do a deep dive into the Illuminati, even if they want to do it right after our class, right? They can start doing that. And they can determine for themselves, how true or false that information is. but we're learning how to separate what we know through primary documents from, what people say to what we think, right? And we can have opinions. Like I have an opinion about the Illuminati, right? But I'm smart enough to know that there's what I know, and then there's, what I think might be, but I have no idea. So, and people, it's crazy that people can't just say that. So we're really teaching people, as I said before, what is your system of thinking, right? Are you just latching on to the next thing? Or do you really have an ability to use your discernment and say, I trust my own ability to analyze and break down this world? And yeah, I might be wrong, I might be right, but at least I have a ground to stand on. And that's what the majority of the public doesn't have.
They sure don't. They sure don't. And dude, this is such a breath of fresh air as a parent. But even back when I was a student, one of the most frustrating things that I experienced in school was the lack of context. People always told me what to study, but they never told me why. And I kept asking why. Like, why is this practical? Like, why do I need to know this? But why did certain things happen? And why did it lead to this, et cetera? And the skill sets that you're talking about teaching these children is answering their own why, putting together the puzzle so that they can figure it out for themselves and draw some context themselves. And obviously then utilize their own cognitive conclusions to paint a picture, to have a belief about something on their own independent path, and not have it be forced down their throat like somebody might say, trust the science, for example. So this is fascinating to me. The other thing that was really fascinating when you and I spoke a little while ago was that you have an entire curriculum, sadly, but also in a maybe exciting, opportunistic way, all on propaganda. This is obviously sort of what you're talking about right now, but is there anything that you can share on that note? Like, what do you teach the children about how to decipher what propaganda is versus actual truth?
Yeah, well, the beautiful thing is through my teaching of history on the course I'm teaching right now on the logical fallacies, I have a great opportunity to really, yes, we study the things we're studying, but I also have an opportunity to talk to the children about the different things that are happening in the world and how propaganda functions. But to answer that question specifically, we offer a course that I put together using the Cubs to Bears Children book series, which is the book series that I write. And that course is for elementary and middle school. And it's really foundations in propaganda. And what we do is we focus on the mechanisms and the levers that are often used to propagandize the public. So that might be a talk on how social shame is used against people, right? If you don't wear the mask, grandma's going to die, how fear is used, how people are labeled derogatory terms, and those terms are used to get you to turn off or turn away from them so you don't listen to what they're actually saying, right? Mm-hmm. These different mechanisms and levers of propaganda that are used to keep your mind in a box. And once people know how to see that, they can see it forever. One of my favorite things is how we look into the way music is used to alter your perception of things. And the example I like to use is a Sarah McLachlan commercial, mm-hmm. where, she's there with the sad looking dog and in the arms of the angel, right? And you could sit down and watch that commercial and it's, how is this designed to make you feel? And what was the goal of making you feel that way? What were they trying to extract out of you, right? And you're just going over the different ways in which people are manipulated, people are propagated so that they can see it. And the beautiful thing is, once you see it, once you understand propaganda, it's very easy. Like, my wife kind of laughs, if she ever puts on a show, she watches the show, but all I do is analyze the propaganda. And, once you see it, it's just very easy to see. And the propaganda becomes more interesting than the stuff you're watching. It's mm-hmm. like, oh, wow, what is the goal behind this? What are they trying to accomplish here? Right. And it's like the emperor has no clothing, where they're putting out their propaganda and I'm just there. I'm like, I can see right through you. I can see what you're doing. Yeah. And a society, if enough people have that ability, that's a big problem for the powers that be.
100%, dude. I am the exact same way to my kids' detriment. where we're watching the same thing, but I'm seeing something completely different, and I'm pointing out this, that, or whatever, and they're just like, oh God, Dad, they're a little bit annoyed and frustrated, but at the same time, they also are receiving it. And we've had some very interesting conversations, like the one I had last night with my son, where we were talking about frame control, and he's like, "What do you mean by that, Dad?" And I'm like, "Well, as a parent, if you tell a toddler, do you want to put on your shoes, or do you want me to put on your shoes? You're giving the toddler the illusion of choice. And from the toddler's perspective, they're empowered to make a decision. But because I'm the parent and I've set the frame, I don't care which one you choose. At the end of the day, you're putting your shoes on. So I'm controlling the entire behavior and the entire structure. This is something I tried to bring up with some of the administrators at my kids' school, where they thought that they were offering critical thinking by letting the children choose between defunding the police or being pro-police. I'm like, do you not see that the entire frame is not even being questioned? And they did not, and they had no idea how Marxism was being infiltrated into the school system. And frankly, a lot of them, when I ask them about it, I just get blank stares, and they have no idea. They truly and genuinely think that they are not. Several of them have said to me, "Look, I am not political. I'm truly just teaching from my heart." And I believe that they believe that. And I know that in their heart, they're not being, malicious or had some political ends. I do trust that. But what they lack to understand is that the entire frame is political, regardless of your intention. The frame itself, like you said, the captain of the ship has already been handed to you. The standards are already set. Nobody's asking the questions, well, where the heck did those standards come from? And what happens if I disagree, or if I have a different opinion, or if I want to deviate? And here I am at a private Christian school, and these kids are still getting the more or less same education that they'd go if they went to a federally funded public school. It's wild. I have a question for you as we're starting to wind up on time here. For those that are listening, what is the end product that you're looking to create? What's the vision of the student that you're trying to produce with this online school system that you have?
Yeah, well, I say if we don't produce an 18-year-old that is capable of living as a free and independent person in the world, not you have to go to college. I mean, if you want to, great, but not that framework where, all right, you graduated high school, now you go to college, you could discover who you are, and after $100,000 in debt in 4 years, you could, maybe start making money. No, if an 18-year-old is not capable of living a free and independent life at age 18, then I failed them. Like, in my opinion, if I were to give someone my child from the age of 3 to 18, and the best they could promise me is they'll be able to take out a college loan, why would I send my child to you? Mm-hmm. I mean, we have so long to educate young people. By the time they're 18, they should be capable of living that free and independent life. And that comes down to a few different things, where they have to be critical thinkers, as we talked about here. They have to trust their power of discernment. They have to have confidence in themselves. They need to have skills. Getting back to primary documents is a skill. The scientific method is a skill. Critical thinking is a skill. Reading, writing, carpentry, engineering, skills, anything.
Entrepreneurship. I love that you're folding entrepreneurship into all the stuff that you're doing.
Right. Well, that's what it is, because then what you do is you take those skills and then you use that to guide the children into getting them entrepreneurial experience, right? If you give me, I like to use carpentry as an example, because if I have a child that could make a bird feeder, then I could guide them to sell bird feeders, right? They have an actual skill, and then you get them entrepreneurial experience, and you start to develop their skills in that arena, right? And then with that, you want to teach financial literacy. Of course, you want to teach them all the good things, like the ability to identify the manipulation. But really what we're talking about is giving them the skills, the knowledge, and the experience to live a free and independent life when they are old enough to live a free and independent life. And that's what the school system should be doing. And if that's what we're doing, I wouldn't be necessary, but it's not. Mm-hmm. So we're going to build it out. And we are producing very capable young people who are going to do very good things in this world.
Amazing, dude. I freaking love it. And you're 100% right. The school system today is producing dependent cogs to the machine. First and foremost, the traditional schooling system, in my humble opinion, is producing that. And then secondarily, now with all the woke wokeism and all of the Marxist, neo-Marxist stuff that has infiltrated the school system very subtly, very devastatingly, very destructively, and frankly, very coyly and very subtly, but it is there in a massive way. It's very destructive ideology. I've said that these ideas really, if a free and independent nation has clear critical thinkers who are able to generate ideas and then express those ideas and articulate those ideas freely and have contention and have debate and have, wrestle through these ideas. When you start to clump together groups and that they're only allowed to think in one way, you're literally creating a clotting of those ideas in the country. And what happens to a body that gets clotted? It shuts down. And that's what we're seeing in our nation right now is ideas. When you see comedians that are not allowed on school campuses anymore, when you see people losing their jobs, when you see professors being, sent out of the educational institutions, that's the clotting of ideas in a country, and it's not good. So, dude, what you're doing is so admirable. And I have to ask you before we wrap this up, because I know this is a question a lot of parents want to ask outside of, can I sign up too? Since your program is all online, can you meet the two primary questions that parents are probably going to have when it comes to homeschooling online? Number one, is my child going to be sitting behind a computer all day? And number two, what about the social skills?
Yeah, so my philosophy is that education should be hands-on as possible. So yeah, absolutely not. Your children should, and if you go the direction of, using my stuff, no, they'll be doing a lot of hands-on work. Like I said, the nature unit study, carpentry, where they're physically building things with their hands, a lot of STEM projects, science through the scientific method, where you're using things in the house to do science experiments. So education should be very hands-on. And yeah, of course, we have classes too, where, for example, one of the things I'm most passionate about is teaching the history classes. And yeah, for those, they'll sit in front of the computer. But then right after that, they're getting back to the primary documents. They're reading it themselves. Two of the books that we've been reading through the Founding Father series, the autobiography of Ben Franklin, Rules for Civility and Decency by George Washington, right? These are primary writings of great historical figures. So yeah, education should absolutely be hands-on as possible. And in terms of socialization, as a homeschooler, it's really a badge of honor. And you should be treating it like you treat science and history and all that good stuff. It's a priority. So your child should be going to the park multiple times a week. They should be having meetups with other kids multiple times a week. They should be on sporting teams. For example, right after I get off the phone with you, my son and I will be going to karate, where he interacts with a bunch of people. He's on a baseball team. We have a Sunday class at the local church he participates in. He's in a gymnastics class on Fridays. He's 5. So, you make sure that you get your children into the world as much as possible, and then it's not an issue. Yeah, I mean, most homeschoolers you speak to they don't have their children home all day. That's a complete misconception.
Yeah, agreed. And with this curriculum, are students able to get state requirements credited?
Yeah, so the way that works is with homeschooling, every state's different, right? All 50 states are different, but the majority of states just require a certain number of course hours and potentially some mandated courses, although most of them don't, as well as the standardized testing, which is done through the state. So if you need to know the regulations in the state that you live, you go to hslda.org and you click on, they have a state map of the United States. You click on the state that you live, and the regulations pop right up. And from there, you'll see, okay, there's no requirements on most things. Usually it's just, you have to do a certain number of course hours, and parents can actually determine what constitutes those course hours. Like I said, all the parents use it, and it's perfectly fine to use, and it counts as your course hours. There are some programs that are accredited. Time for Learning and Abeka are two that come to mind, but the majority of homeschool programs aren't accredited. And the reason for that is the whole purpose of homeschooling is you don't want state regulators approving your curriculum.
Right.
So yeah, some people want to go that route, but the majority of homeschoolers don't. And I believe 85% of colleges accept students who use programs that are not accredited, including Ivy League like Harvard, Princeton.
I mean, especially when you're creating a body of work, when these students are coming to them having, already entrepreneurial skills, running businesses, building things, creating things. I mean, that is very appealing to a university that is going to want to educate that child and then show them up as an example of how great their education is. They've already got a students already doing cool stuff. So when we first spoke, in my head, I was thinking like, man, it's probably hundreds, if not thousands of dollars to attend your program. Tell folks how much it costs.
Oh no, I'm trying to take my country back. It's $15 a month, but if you use the discount code FREEDOM, all lowercase and no spaces, it is $10 a month. People use our curriculum in a variety of different ways. Some people use just our curriculum for everything but math, because I don't have the math built out yet. So some people use just our curriculum. Some people use our curriculum in conjunction with other curriculums, and other people actually use our curriculum as their children go to public school, which is really interesting because they want their children learning the very unique things that we are offering. So there's no one right way to do it, but it's very affordable and it's very flexible. And like I said, my goal is to not only make a better education system, but my goal is to bring it to everyone so that in 20 years, we have a country of so many people that have this unique education where they are critical thinkers and they are rugged individualists, rooted in community, of course, like America was founding on. These people who are craftsmen and tradesmen who are capable of living free and independent lives. And you take enough people like that, and we'll be in a much better place in 20 years.
Silly question, but do you allow adults to take it? Because I know a lot of people listening to this are going, shoot, I'd like to do this myself, including myself.
Yeah, we actually do have adults that use our resources. It's funny, I get that question probably every day. So right. Yes, we do have adults using our curriculum as well.
I know you're not doing it for this, but you're going to be a multi-millionaire with this, because I just know that the only thing that's keeping you from that is just awareness. Once people hear you and what you're doing and the type of education that you're offering, I think that people are absolutely yearning for this. I know there's many, many parents that I know that are looking for something like this. So I more than applaud what you're doing. If there's anything else I can do beyond, sharing this episode, et cetera, that can support what you're doing, I'm all on board, man, because I agree. I think it is a matter of the nation's future is on the line. And this to me is a brilliant, positive dent in the right direction. So I applaud what you're doing, man. Thank you so much for your time today and sharing. Of course, for those that are interested, where should they go to sign up or get more information?
Yeah, you can go to www.classicallearner.com and you will see Homeschools Connected. And the beautiful thing about what we're doing is last year, it was just me building out a year's worth of curriculum, and you'd be amazed by how much we built out in 1 year. And now in year 2 of doing this, now I've actually started bringing in people who are teachers other than me, people building curriculum other than me. So we're really starting to expedite that process. And anyone who got in already or gets in now, I will never raise the price on an existing member. So if you get in now at $10 a month, as we continue to expand and I'm able to reinvest into more teachers and more curriculum builders, the price doesn't go up for you. So you're getting all of that, new teachers coming in, new curriculum coming in, and you'll be locked in at that price for as long as you want to stay. And if that's, that's kind of my way of building, and that's my way of rewarding the people that have been with me from the start here. Like I said, 1 year, and we are 700 members strong. And those members who are in at the price they're in, I'll never raise the price on them as long as they want to stay with us.
I spoke to you a few weeks ago, and you were at 600, I think. So good for you, man. This is awesome. This is brilliant. It's classicallearner.com.
Classicallearner.com.
Brett, thank you so much, man. Really love what you're up to, and I know a lot of people are going to be excited about this.
All right, guys. Well, hopefully you guys like my buddy Brett. I think he is a really inspired guy. I think that he's really been gifted with the gift of discernment, and he understands that the educational industrial complex unfortunately has become the enemy of the American people. You have teachers' unions who are more concerned about political reprogramming of our children than they are about teaching them about natural law, natural rights, their rights, duties, and obligations as Americans, what it means to be an American. I mean, like letting criminals run across our borders with open borders to come and do us harm. And if you say anything bad about it, somehow that makes you a racist or something because you want to protect your family. Just all the crazy stuff they're teaching on these college campuses, anti-American stuff. And just their misrepresentations and all that other stuff going on, like trying to say that the Nazis are right-wing and actually brainwashing a whole generation of people to believe that that's true. So now what we'll do is, me as Taro and you other guys, now we're going to teach you a little bit about the real story of Hitler and what he really was. Because what he really was is precisely, and what he really supported is precisely what most of your educational industrial complex supports. I mean, almost to a T, from eugenics to vegetarianism. I mean, you name it. And so we're going to get into it right now. And I'm just going to keep working. So again, this is my law office marathon. I'm just here working, trying to put food on the table for my family, guys. And I listen to stuff like this as I work. So I'm just kind of sharing with you the kind of stuff that I do when I work. I always try to I'm able to multitask to at least to be able to listen to something and focus on my work at hand. And this is really important stuff, and I'm hoping that you guys are taking it seriously. But this next video is going to blow your minds because it's going to completely destroy everything that you thought was true in less than 33 minutes.
This is a picture of the funeral procession for Jewish socialist revolutionary Kurt Eisner, who had been a member of Karl Marx's party, the Social Democratic Party of Germany, the SPD. And yes, that is Hitler. There's also video footage of this event where Hitler is visible, although I can't show it here for copyright reasons, and there's contemporary evidence explaining why Hitler was elected into Kurt Eisner's Bavarian People's State, and then after Eisner's Socialist Republic collapsed, he was elected again into a Bavarian Soviet Republic, which was communist, and why, despite being a raging anti-Semite not long after, Hitler was attending the funeral of a Jewish socialist revolutionary who was the leader of that Bavarian Socialist Republic. Also, one of Hitler's chauffeurs, Julius Schreck, founder of the SS, and seen here with Adolf, fought in the Bavarian Red Army. And Freikorps Epp fought against this Soviet Republic with members including Ernst Röhm, Hans Frank, Rudolf Hess, and both of the Strassers, who were supposedly the left-wing element of the Nazi Party but were fighting against the communists in 1919, whereas Hitler and his chauffeur were fighting for them. There's a lot to unpack here, so let's get on with it. Let's start with the facts. On the 7th of November 1918, before the Social Democrats seized power all over Germany, Kurt Eisner, a Jewish revolutionary, quit Karl Marx's Social Democratic Party because he thought it wasn't revolutionary enough and conducted a putsch in Munich. As leader of the Bavarian Independent Social Democrats, he founded a far-left Bavarian Socialist Republic, also known as the People's State of Bavaria. Eisner wanted independence from the Weimar Republic and attempted to reform the capitalist system into a socialist one, although he promised that they would not do what Lenin had done in Russia. Well, a soldier called Adolf Hitler was elected into the Soldiers' Soviet Council and became the deputy battalion representative. He was elected by his fellow soldiers, who also overwhelmingly voted for the Social Democrats in January 1919, meaning that they thought that Hitler best represented their socialist views. But this Bavarian socialist regime was unpopular in the countryside and lost support after the election of January 1919. I mean, it's no wonder, since just like every other socialist regime, they failed to maintain food supplies, or provide jobs, or keep the transportation system functioning. Workers began to heckle Eisner and shout him down at meetings. In cabinet, Eisner was angrily told by one of its members, You are an anarchist. You are no statesman. You are a fool. We are being ruined by bad management. So, an aristocratic student and former officer, Graf Anton von Arco-Valley, assassinated Kurt Eisner on the 21st of February 1919, ironically as Eisner was on his way to resign. There is film footage and a still photograph showing him, Hitler, marching in the funeral procession of the Bavarian independent leader Kurt Eisner, wearing a black mourning armband and another red one in support of the socialist government. Here again is the still photo, and I can't show the footage of Eisner's funeral because I don't want my video to get copyright striked by YouTube, but I have seen it, you can find it if you're determined, and Hitler is in it. Hoffman's photograph is grainy, but both he and his son have confirmed that the photo depicts Hitler. In fact, an arrow had been affixed to the photo's negative that points directly to Hitler, either by Hoffman, his son, or his grandson. In the early 1980s, Hoffman's son publicly confirmed that the man in the photo was indeed Hitler. While Hitler could easily have joined, for instance, the Thule Society, which had inspired Eisner's assassination and which was full of future National Socialist leaders such as Alfred Rosenberg, Rudolf Hess or Hans Frank, Hitler chose publicly to show his support for Eisner. Sepp Dietrich, later a general in the Waffen-SS and head of Hitler's SS Liebstandarte, was elected chairman of a soldiers' council in November 1918. So yes, Hitler and Dietrich were elected into a revolutionary socialist government in 1919, and Hitler took part in the funeral procession of Kurt Eisner, who was Jewish, which is why he may not have wanted to admit that later in Mein Kampf. Towards the end of November 1918, I returned to Munich. I went to the depot of my regiment, which was now in the hands of the soldiers' councils. As the whole administration was quite repulsive to me, I decided to leave it as soon as I possibly could. He said he left Munich and then... The situation there could not last as it was. It tended irresistibly to a further extension of the revolution. Eisner's death served only to hasten this development and finally led to the dictatorship of the councils, or, to put it more correctly, to a Jewish hegemony, which turned out to be transitory, but which was the original aim of those who had contrived the revolution. Hitler claims he was having doubts whether he could shape events at this time, and then says... A few days after the liberation of Munich, I was ordered to appear before the Inquiry Commission, which had been set up in the 2nd Infantry Regiment for the purpose of watching revolutionary activities. This was my first incursion to the more or less political field. Almost all of this is a lie. He had been involved with the Bavarian Socialists and was a political representative in their Soviet, so he was already in politics before March 1919, and rather than leaving Munich and not getting involved in the supposed Jewish revolution, Hitler took part in it. The communists had referred to Kurt Eisner's Bavarian People's State as a pseudo-council's republic, Schein Räte Republik, probably because it didn't bow to Moscow like they did. Well, after Kurt Eisner's death, the communists held their own revolution and created what they called a real Council's Republic, Räte Republik. Yes, real socialism. Today, Bavaria has finally elected the dictatorship of the proletariat. This real socialist dictatorship under the command of Max Levin attempted to create a Soviet-style system in Bavaria with links to Moscow. Hitler was elected again into this government as a representative for his battalion, so Hitler became a member of the communist Soviet government that had links to Moscow. And yes, this was real communism or socialism or whatever you want to call it. On 14th of April 1919, the day after the Communist Räte Republik, Soviet Republic, had been proclaimed, the Munich Soldiers' Councils approved fresh elections of all barracks representatives to ensure that the Munich garrison stood loyally behind the new regime. In the elections the following day, Hitler was chosen as deputy battalion representative. Not only then did Hitler do nothing to assist in the crushing of Munich's Red Republic, he was an elected representative of his battalion during the whole period of its existence. Hitler not only supported Germany's communist regime during this brief time period, but also bestowed his blessings to a government that had pledged allegiance to Lenin's Soviet Russia in Moscow. Worse, having described this communist republic as a Jewish hegemony, Hitler effectively admitted that he had supported and was a part of a government that was wanting Jewish hegemony at this time, so it's no wonder he wanted to distance himself from this. Well, the revolutionary socialist government in Berlin, headed by Friedrich Ebert, leader of Karl Marx's Social Democratic Party, wasn't happy that Bavarian Bolshevik communists had declared independence from the rest of Germany, so he sent in his own revolutionary forces to put them down. The government troops and the Freikorps, both of which were fighting for the revolutionary Berlin government, have since been deemed to be counter-revolutionaries because they fought against the Spartacists and other communists. However, this is a blatant misinterpretation of history. The Bolsheviks in Russia weren't counter-revolutionaries just because they fought against the Mensheviks. Stalin wasn't a counter-revolutionary because he fought against Trotsky. The Soviets and Chinese communists weren't counter-revolutionaries because they got embroiled in border wars with each other, and similarly, the Freikorps weren't counter-revolutionary because they fought for a revolutionary socialist government headed by the same party Karl Marx had been a part of against another lot of revolutionaries. Yet somehow, historians have fallen under the sway of Marxist propaganda and continue to spout this myth that the Freikorps were counter-revolutionary and far-right, whatever that means. And if the argument were true that the vision of all Freikorps and of all its members stood completely opposed to democracy, it was instead a fascist ethos that they espoused and practiced, we are left with no answers as to why DDP members such as Fridolin Solider and even some Jewish veterans had fought in the Freikorps. Even the Freikorps Oberland, sections of which were later to form the nucleus of the SA, included not only Heinrich Himmler and Arthur Rodel, who, as we shall see, was to become a concentration camp commander, but also several Jewish members. Even Himmler's politicalization towards fascism, Nazism, was only to take place in 1922. There was thus no direct line from service in the Freikorps to a politicalization towards radical right-wing fascism, Nazism. There's a difference between fascism and Nazism which many historians refuse to recognize, which is why I'm correcting the quote. Anyway, the revolutionary Freikorps and revolutionary government troops destroyed the revolutionary Bavarian Soviet Republic in little over 2 weeks. The Freikorps were defending the revolution against a second revolution, and so weren't counter-revolutionary at all. Their destruction of the Bavarian communists was made easier by the fact that this second Soviet regime was equally as unpopular as the first. Why? Because the communists decided not to help the poor at all in their time of need, despite claiming in their ideology that that was what they existed for. As food shortages heightened, especially of milk, the people demanded that the Soviets feed them, and their response was, "What does it matter? Most of it goes to the children of the bourgeoisie anyway. We are not interested in keeping them alive. No harm if they die. They'd only grow into enemies of the proletariat." A lot of the Bavarian socialist leaders were Jewish, adding to the idea that the Marxists were a bunch of Jews. But one soldier in the Bavarian Red Army who wasn't Jewish was Julius Schreck, who would later go on to be Hitler's chauffeur until he died of natural causes in 1936. Schreck would, in March 1925, found the Schutzstaffel, or SS for short. So, the guy who founded the Nazi SS and later became Hitler's chauffeur was a communist in 1919 and fought for the Red Army. Hermann Esser, one of Hitler's earliest supporters, who became the first propaganda chief of the NSDAP, had been for a while a journalist on a social democratic newspaper. Gottfried Feder, whose views on interest slavery so gripped Hitler's imagination in summer 1919, had sent a statement of his position to the socialist government headed by Kurt Eisner the previous November. Just to point out, Gottfried Feder was one of the founders of the German Workers' Party that would later become the National Socialist German Workers' Party, or NSDAP, the Nazi Party. It's also interesting that many socialists will say that the Nazi Party did attract socialists to its ranks in the early days, but it was all a trick, and Hitler had them bumped off, proving that he wasn't a socialist. They talk about Ernst Röhm getting assassinated in the Night of the Long Knives, and also that Hitler killed Gregor Strasser and exiled his brother Otto Strasser, all of whom supposedly represented the left-wing socialist element of the National Socialist Party. There's a million counter-arguments against this, but on the topic of this video, it's interesting that neither Ernst Röhm nor the Strassers participated in the Communist Bavarian Socialist Republic. You'd think that they, as the left-wing socialist element, would support the communists, but not only did they not, they actually fought against it. Both Strassers and Ernst Röhm were members of Freikorps Epp, along with Hans Frank and Rudolf Hess. Hans Frank would be the guy who took charge of Poland and oversaw the extermination camps. Rudolf Hess would obviously go on to be the deputy Führer, second only to Hitler, until he decided to fly to Scotland because he really liked Iron Brewer. And Epp would later be appointed by Hitler to Reichsgovernor of Bavaria in 1933. So all of these supposedly left-wing elements of the Nazi Party fought in the supposed far-right counter-revolutionary movement against the communists in Bavaria, which Schreck and Hitler were in. So who was the left-wing element of the party again? More likely, two revolutionary left-wing entities were vying for power against each other, and all of these future members of the National Socialist Party were caught up fighting for what they perceived to be real socialism. But obviously Hitler later wanted to downplay his role in the Socialist and Communist Soviets of Bavaria, and the reason was because he had to do his best later to separate his National Socialist ideology from Marxist socialist ideology, since there were so many similarities between the two. In fact, it's my opinion that that was the reason Mein Kampf was written, to make a distinction between his socialism versus their socialism. That's why there are passages in Mein Kampf where he's defending himself from the accusation that they were one and the same. The racial Weltanschauung, the Nazi worldview, is fundamentally distinguished from the Marxist by reason of the fact that the former recognizes the significance of race and therefore also personal worth, and has made these the pillars of its structure. These are the most important factors of its Weltanschauung worldview. If the National Socialist movement should fail to understand the fundamental importance of this essential principle, if it should merely varnish the external appearance of the present state and adopt the majority principle, it would really do nothing more than compete with Marxism on its own ground. For that reason, it would not have the right to call itself a Weltanschauung worldview. If the social program of the movement consisted in eliminating personality and putting the multitude in its place, then National Socialism would be corrupted with the poison of Marxism, just like our national bourgeois parties are. Translation: the only difference between National Socialism and Marxism is that National Socialism believes in racial classes rather than economic classes, and that if the Nazis forget this, and if they stood by the principle of mob rule,
and just to give you a little bit of an education, critical race theory is in fact Nazism. It's a race-based theory that tries to separate people out instead of by social class, like Marxism, but like Nazism instead, where you have racial classes where white people are the enemy, right, and everyone else is oppressed. It's no different than what the Nazis taught in their public schools as well. And they taught that all the Jewish people were the oppressors and that the Germans were the oppressed. If you guys are true historians, you'll understand that what we have, in fact, right now in the United States public school system with DEI is no different than what the Nazis were doing to the Jews in their own country. The only real difference is the Jews were a minority, whereas white people are, 40% of the population or something. But it's really no different. So I'm hoping that you guys will take an opportunity to really understand what's going on here. I mean, you've got eugenics, an American far left organization that the Nazis adopted, right? Margaret Sanger, also a hero of Hillary Clinton. And now you have critical race theory, which is basically Marxist critical theory repackaged based upon separation of the races by oppressor oppressed. No different than what the Nazis did. I'm working here in my office, but I'm just trying to help educate people. I'm hoping there's a few of you who are starting to understand this, because all it takes is a couple of people to understand this, and then start talking to your neighbors and homeschooling your children, and we can erase all of this BS history that's being hoisted upon your children in the far left communist public school system, and understand they're basically trying to create another version of Nazism right here in our own country. But instead of it being white people as the master race, it's the other people who are non-white that are the oppressed, and therefore they're the master race, and you're just appropriating their culture, right? Same kind of crap. It's the same exact thing coming from the same exact people, but you're being brainwashed by CNN, PMSNBC, and all these other organizations to believe something that's not true. And so hopefully you guys will keep on listening. I'm going to keep on playing this thing for you.
Then they would be Marxists. And yes, I'm paraphrasing slightly and bringing in other elements he wrote elsewhere in Mein Kampf, but that's exactly what he wrote. Now, he wouldn't have written this if others weren't accusing him of being a Marxist by another name. So he was writing this to not only defend himself, but also distinguish his socialism against their socialism. When Hitler says in Mein Kampf that he wasn't part of the Social Democratic Party, and doesn't mention his involvement in the Bavarian Soviets, and doesn't mention his attendance at Kurt Eisner's funeral, we know why. Because he was trying to distance himself, as well as his National Socialism, from the Marxists. And the Marxists are equally happy to accept this because they want to distance themselves from National Socialism. Because they're all very similar socialist movements. But don't worry, communists, because historians are eager to come to your rescue. In his book, Hitler's First War, historian Thomas Weber explains that Hitler didn't like Munich and only returned to it because his regiment was to be demobilized there. Plus, the fact that he had no friends or family or a job or a life, yep, definitely sounds like a communist, meant that he ended up staying in Munich because that's where his social network was. Or he was a socialist. But no, because Weber refuses to accept this. If he really was a socialist after the war, how do we make sense of his anti-socialist expressions during the war, for which contemporary sources exist at least for 1915? How do we make sense of his closeness to and adoration of officers among the regimental staff who clearly were not socialists? So, to answer the second part, let me ask the same question from the opposite side. If he really was a far-right counter-revolutionary who hated Jews at this time, how come he was friendly with his fellow soldiers in the regiment, some of whom were Jews and most of whom were socialists, who then went on to elect him twice into the Soviets? Clearly, it doesn't matter which side of the spectrum he's on, because he'll have to put up with people in his regiment that don't align with his views. And just because he had to rub shoulders with people with differing viewpoints doesn't mean he wasn't a socialist or a Nazi or whatever, right? So this second question is neither here nor there. And unfortunately, Weber doesn't provide any examples of the anti-socialist expressions that Hitler supposedly said, so I'm curious to know if they were actually anti-socialist or whether they were typical of the disputes raging at the time within the socialist camp, since the Social Democratic Party split into various factions as a result of the ideological flaws inherent within Marxist socialism, something I discussed in depth in the Weimar series. In a similar vein, a lot of people will give me a quote of Hitler saying he doesn't like Marxists or Marxism, and say, see, he hated socialists so he couldn't have been one. But no, he's criticizing Marxism, not socialism itself. Marxist socialism is but one variant of a whole spectrum of socialist movements. The argument I'm making is that Hitler was a socialist, but not a Marxist socialist. He hated Marxists because he didn't think they were real socialists, just like Marxists think that everything is not real socialism. So when Weber says Hitler made anti-socialist comments, is that another case of Hitler criticizing certain socialist individuals or factions of socialists, or is it a case of him hating on socialism itself? Because I suspect that if he did make such statements, that he didn't criticize the idea of socialism itself. But more importantly, this argument falls flat because we know that Hitler was elected twice into the Bavarian Soviet republics. So even on the off chance that he was genuinely anti-socialist in 1915, which I doubt, but let's just assume that for a moment, then it makes even less sense why he would suddenly spout socialist ideology and get elected into the Bavarian Soviets. Surely his fellow soldiers would know he was anti-socialist. So more likely he wasn't anti-socialist in 1915, even if he disputed some of the socialist policies or whatever it was that he said. Also, we know he attended the funeral of Kurt Eisner, who was Jewish, so the same logic could apply to this. If he was an anti-Semite later, how come he wasn't an anti-Semite earlier? Well, perhaps it's because he changed his mind. Maybe he wasn't an anti-Semite in early 1919, but became one later that year. In fact, that's what the evidence suggests. And similarly, if he was anti-socialist in 1915, then maybe he was pro-socialist by 1919. He changed his mind about the Jews, so maybe he could change his mind about socialism too. And interestingly, Weber himself says exactly this elsewhere in his own book. However, his widely articulated ideas had not yet in 1916 made the transformation from merely bitterly extolling the stupidity of a military enemy and the House of Habsburg towards expressing National Socialist ideas as found in Mein Kampf. In short, Hitler might have acquired most of his subsequent rhetorical style by this point. He might also have harboured fantasies about a political career. His political ideas, as expressed to others, were, it seems, still limited to an expression of some pan-German ideas and to venting of frustration about the battlefield adversaries of the List regiment. Hitler clearly changed his mind regarding the Jews in 1919, and it seems that he also changed his mind about Marxism, which he then decided was a Jewish plot. Contrary to the accepted Marxist interpretation, Hitler was not an opponent of Marxism and did not want to destroy it because he was inimical to Labour, but because he was caught up in the insane idea that Marxism was an instrument of the Jews for the achievement of world domination, and above all because he rejected internationalism, pacifism, and the negation of the personality principle by Marxism. Perhaps he only perceived that the Social Democrats and Communists were part of a so-called Jewish conspiracy as a result of the growing belief throughout Germany in mid to late 1919 that this was what was happening. Thus, following the crowd, he turned away from those so-called Jewish variants of socialism and then joined a socialist movement that was based on German nationalism and race. That could be a better explanation than saying, as Weber does, that Hitler just wasn't sure which way to turn in early 1919 and was confused. Because yes, it's Madman Hitler time. No, I'm not accepting that excuse. Another book, Death by Democracy by Het, also tries to excuse Hitler's socialism. How do we square this with Hitler's later record? It is possible that at this early point he could accommodate himself to any government with a collectivist ideology, of the right or left. More likely, it was simple opportunism. Private Hitler did not want to return to his pre-war life of poverty and isolation. The army had become his home as well as his employer, and if staying in it meant serving a radical socialist government, so be it. Right. He hated Marxists with a passion, but was willing to join them in 1919 because he didn't want to leave the army, even though he could have joined the Freikorps or some other nationalist organisation, or just not gone into politics and have just stayed in his regiment. But no, he was such an opportunist that he decided not to look for other opportunities. Well, the alternative to this argument is much simpler. He was a socialist and remained so throughout his life. That would actually be the best conclusion here. But of course, we're not allowed to consider that option. Hitler's shift from revolutionary socialism to the anti-Semitic far right is important too. Oh yes, that's right, he can't be on the left because Hitler hated the Jews, and we know that no socialist ever hated the Jews. Nope, none whatsoever. Except Karl Marx did, so did Stalin, and so did Lenin as well, actually, and most of the members of the Labour Party. Are we just going to ignore the fact that anti-Semitism is a left-wing position? Are we going to ignore the fact that Hitler was a revolutionary and that National Socialism conducted a failed revolution in 1923 and a successful one in 1933? Also, Hitler implemented far more socialist policies than the Social Democrats ever did. Are we just going to ignore all that because we don't want anyone to realise that anti-Semitism is fundamental to socialist ideology? Christ drove the Jewish money changers out of the temple, and that the money changers of our age enlisted on the side of tyranny happen again to be Jews is perhaps no more than a historic coincidence. As Samuels writes, racial intolerance against Jews plays little part in the question of whether Hitler's own beliefs were more right-wing or left-wing, since historically the socialist movement from day one has been hostile to the Jews and their capital merchant culture. Unsurprisingly, Ian Kershaw gives a very similar view to Het in his biography of Hitler. After providing evidence that Hitler was elected into the Soviet Council's Republic, Kershaw writes, "How to interpret this evidence is, nevertheless, not altogether clear. Because having swallowed the blue pill, he can't accept what the facts are telling him. Instead of admitting that nationalism and anti-Semitism are actually left-wing ideas, Kershaw dismisses this and says, ideological muddle-headedness, political confusion, and opportunism combine frequently to produce fickle and shifting allegiances. No, the only muddle-headedness here is the historians who can't fathom why glorious socialism and communism might not be what they dream it is. Also, while we're on the subject, the reason why you can't define fascism, Kershaw, is because you're denying what's at the beating heart of it, socialism. That's why Kershaw also doesn't like the idea of Hitler being a socialist who formed his own racist nationalist version of socialism. If, as seems almost certain, Hitler felt compelled to lean outwardly towards the majority Social Democrats during the revolutionary months, it was not prompted by conviction, but by sheer opportunism, aimed at avoiding, for as long as possible, demobilization from the army. I see. So the reason Hitler got into power in 1933 and implemented more socialist policies than anyone else before him in the history of Germany, including both the socialists and the communists, was because he was trying not to be demobilized. Really? Is that the conclusion we're really coming to, Kershaw? Kershaw then speculates, with no evidence at all, that Hitler was against the left at this time, which is why the soldiers voted for him, contradicting what he stated earlier in his book about them being in favour of the socialist government. In other words, we have a Marxist historian floundering to explain away the reality that Hitler was a communist in 1919. Hitler was probably known to those around him, at least towards the end of April, which is after he was elected the first time, for the counter-revolutionary he really was, whose actual sympathies were indistinguishable from those of the white troops preparing to storm the city. Again, no evidence here, just speculation. Also, he was elected into the socialist government before April, February in fact, so this is more clutching at straws. Also, if Hitler was a counter-revolutionary, why wasn't he fighting with the supposed counter-revolutionary troops, the Freikorps? Why instead was he elected into the revolutionary government? Why did he never join the forces of counter-revolution and instead mounted his own revolution in 1933 with a failed one in 1923? Again, speculation and a dismissal of the evidence because the facts don't fit into Kershaw's blue-pilled worldview. Historian Richard Evans, a historian who has his roots in the Marxist tradition, gives a detailed history of the Bavarian Soviet republics, yet doesn't even mention that Hitler was elected into them in 1919. He takes Hitler's view, clearly incorrect, that his first interest in politics came as he joined the German Workers' Party in September 1919. I can't imagine why a historian who has his roots in the Marxist tradition would do this, but What's really interesting is that Evans says this. While conventional right-wing politicians delivered lectures or spoke in a style that was orotund and pompous, flat and dull, or rough and brutish, Hitler followed the model of social democratic orators such as Eisner, or the left-wing agitators from whom he later claimed to have learned in Vienna. Well, isn't that strange? Yes, he might have listened to these socialists in Vienna, but also he might have listened to them during his stint as a socialist and communist in early 1919. I mean, Hitler attended Kurt Eisner's funeral, so maybe he heard him speak during his time in the Bavarian People's State. Did Kurt Eisner ever go to Vienna before the war? If not, then the only opportunity Hitler would have had to hear him speak would have been during late 1918 and early 1919, just when he was elected into the Soviets. So why aren't we allowed to put two and two together here? Why must we excuse and ignore the growing convergence of evidence? What these historians are forgetting is that during this time, various social democratic groups were trying to bring the ideas of socialism and nationalism together. At the same time, deviant socialist movements were deemed right-wing extremists and similar by so-called orthodox Marxists. In fact, this practice still goes on, with Noam Chomsky calling Lenin and the Bolsheviks right-wing in a speech given in 1989. And we have an Orwell quote where non-Moscow socialists were being called Trotsky fascists during the Spanish Civil War, so this is a common occurrence with socialist factions. One wonders, given this, why Hitler would be regarded as more of a right-wing socialist or revolutionary conservative than a left-wing socialist. Hitler proposed calling his socialism a type of national social democracy. And finally, as Ian Kershaw himself admits, Hitler only started hating on the Bolsheviks and the Jews in the summer of 1919, after the fall of the Bavarian Soviet republics. So, the evidence points clearly to the fact that Hitler was a communist in early 1919. Both the Marxist-influenced historians and the National Socialist ones will, of course, try to excuse their way out of this for ideological and financial reasons, but by doing so they're just highlighting the fact that they carry a deep ideological agenda to push the idea that there is a separation from so-called real socialism and the other variants of socialism that they do not like. Well, good for them, but not on my watch. If you want to learn about all the socialism Hitler implemented during his time in power, check out my 5-hour video on Hitler's socialism, and to learn more about the political and economic situation in the early Weimar years, including the key split between the various socialist factions, check out my Weimar hyperinflation series. Thanks for watching, bye for now.
Right. So hopefully you guys had a good time. I am probably gonna, hold on a second here. Somebody just reminded me that I guess it's Christmas or something, and here I am working, and I probably need to spend some time with my daughter. So I guess I'll go ahead and close out for today. But I hope you guys enjoyed your time with me. I realize, there's only about 50 people in here now, but that's pretty cool. We've got 50 people to show up on Christmas or whatever. So, and hopefully you guys are learning about what Nazism really is. Nazism is a leftist, communistic form of German communism, German socialism. It has nothing to do with right wing, and it never did. It's just that Marxists on the campus systems in this country are terrified that you'll find out that Nazism was just the German form of socialism. Hitler just didn't like Karl Marx. He wanted to create his own form of anti-Jewish communism. So that's really what it boils down to. And, I think that and what's the matter? You is right. Why would you send your children to be raised by their enemy? And I'm presuming he's talking about the public education system. It's unfortunate that what's happened to our country, but hopefully with my show and a little bit of love and understanding, we can change the system and form parallel systems where we don't need to participate in their systems. And what will end up happening is their systems will crash, and they'll recognize that the American people aren't buying into it anymore. So I'm hoping that we can all do that as a team, and we can work together to make America a better place. So thanks, Ghost Man. Thank you, everybody, for joining me. Make sure to like and subscribe. Make sure to save. Make sure to donate or buy a copy of my book to help me support my channel. And with that being said, make sure to like and subscribe. Make sure to save, because we never know when the thought police are going to take down this channel. Semper Fi, do or die. Merry Christmas, guys.